It is set and it is primed, and unfortunately for Loud, they thought they could make the play first. If they found Roamer, great, they would have been able to stop this push. But because they weren't able to get Roamer, and the rest of Pain was able to collapse in, it's going to be the free turret, it's going to be more gold, and Pain just accelerating the gains right now, just shy of 6,000 gold pre-18 minutes. Atakan hasn't even spawned yet, and when it does spawn, boy, are Loud in trouble, because in game 1, Pain peeled off Atakan. They should not do that. They should have learned their lesson from game 1. No. They should be strong enough to brute force that one.
Yeah, and considering the lead that they have compared to game 1, it should be much easier to see that they can take it down and that they shouldn't retreat and just give the objective away as easily as they did. In this game, it's just feeling like Pain Gaming just understanding that draft, which is different from what we saw this series, which was more versatility around the draft, and in this case just executing what the draft needed, which was the poke, which was the early game, and trying to take advantage over what you have, especially against the Jinx, because the more she grows, the more she will become the hyper carry that Loud needs.
Yeah, but she's right now not even close to... This is like season 1. No, this is like beginning of season 1, Jinx. You know, this is powder before she's grown up. She's got a Yuntil's Wall Arrow. That's it. Yeah. She tickles at this point. And if anybody gets it close to her, they're just going to beat her right up. And she's just going to get abused. And unfortunately, I don't know when Root's going to fully come online, especially if Titan can continue maintaining his item.
Okay, right. So there was a technical issue here that got everybody confused. Ooh, okay. Titan has to use the cleanse here because they were on the Chompers RMC. They're gonna dodge the zap, which allows them to continue to safety. Kuri will body block as well if necessary. Carioca, though, is in the pit, having to potentially use the flash.
Kuri?
No, it's the stopwatch. Now still taking a lot of damage. Shinny from Roma that is on the back line. They're still trying to get that. Oh, the ace in the hole is gonna get cancelled actually with Wiser in the back. It's just sad RMC, and it doesn't matter. That is Pain Gaming with a almost ace.
Robo flying up, using the teleport to get out a dodge, but so that was a 4v5. Like, yeah, sure, Wiser showed up, but the fight was over before Wiser finished his TP. He could have just stayed up top and kept on pushing. Pain 10-0 right now, just denying absolutely everything away from Loud, and they get the kills, they get the dragon, they're gonna get Atakan, and we talked about, okay, Atakan's gonna be a brutal fight for Loud. Atakan wasn't even spawned when that fight broke out, when Pain just crushed them, and Pain's gold lead is going to be overwhelming at the rate we're going.
Oh yeah, it's already 8,000, which is overwhelming if you ask me. But fair. Getting into this territory of Atakan finished, let's have a look at this fight again, because Carioca was in a terrible position, but Pain turned it around.
Yeah, and it's most that the carries didn't get touched whatsoever, right? Carioca able to get the sleep to allow everybody to reposition. Roamer got to free fire at the start of the fight, and that's coming off of Kuri and Carioca. The stasis into Kuri getting over the wall, and you could see Loud, the moment Kuri made it over the wall, they were like, disengage, guys. This is not the fight we want. Alistair's in here, and he's threatening both our front and back line simultaneously. And yeah, you can see on their faces too, Titan's like straight chilling, man. Like, Titan knew he was safe, got to free fire from range. He got the perfect Caitlyn dream. And he, I think probably after that fight, has second item completed. Should be ahead of the
curve. Just resetting. Hi, Cheetah. Hi. Great job.
You see what's on his monitor in the backline too? Like, in the background, it was Robo with Herald, Shelly, pushing on that top side. So I'm assuming that Titan's not there, and he's just watching that happen while he waves at the camera.
Yeah, I think he was just resetting on another side of the map and just had the camera there. So... man, they have all opportunity to go here, and they find Tino's in the bush. Scatter of the week connecting to Roma, still going for the headbutt pulverize. Now Redbud is trying to get the front line for Tino's, but it doesn't matter again. No. The ace in the hole, and even Powder cannot be the meat shield.
See, in the world of Arcane, Jinx captured Caitlyn, right? Like, Caitlyn lost to Jinx. But here in LTA South, Titan just doesn't lose to Root. He's able to find that. And I feel so, like, Redbird had heal, he had flash. Root had flash. Like, somebody could have flashed some way to keep everybody alive, but no, Redbird just ends up dropping. Is that going to make a difference? To be honest, no. Like, Pain aren't going to be able to continue pushing on the bot side. The resets are coming through. Redbird will respawn. But it's just a feel bads moment for Loud, you know?
It does. It gives kind of a tilted feel to it. Like, okay, we're gonna die anyway. Okay, that's fine.
They're 0-12. They haven't found a kill yet, so I'd be more worried about trying to get a kill than about dying at this point.
Basically. Shinny gets a slow here onto Wiser. Carioca's on the other side and now going to connect with the Q themselves there on the Lilia. It's just clearing the vision in their own jungle, while Carioca very swiftly, as the Lilia does, just going from roam to roam, one side to another, mid to top lane as quickly as they can, and just really pressuring and sucking the out around Loud. There's nothing for them to breathe.
Yeah, definitely getting stifled. And we talk about the scaling that Loud has, but look at the game time. We're only 23 minutes in, and they're knocking at potentially base turrets. Yes, I know inner turret is still up in top and mid lane for Loud, but it feels like that's bait right now. And I'm not confident that Loud could survive a dive. If Pain really wanted to force something onto these turrets, they certainly could. So the scaling for Loud feels like it's so incredibly far away right now. How long can they hold their breath, as you said, when Pain is sucking out all the air around them?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I gotta take a breathe underwater potion. Now focusing on to Robo, but there's the engage as well that comes from Redbird just stalling. Wiser might take the last hit of the tower, but their shielding is enough. That's crazy. Talk Ace in the hole will get blocked by Redbird, so they're still standing for a little bit. Tinos is gonna get taken down. One kill. Robo going on to Titan. It's an ADC, but there's the hit. There's your headshot. Shinny goes to Titan, now kiting them to oblivion. Carioca just being the meat shield as well. They do it. Shinny will get the shutdown on Titan, and Carioca will claim the bounty. At what cost, Loud, for an ace?
Yeah, and that's a big question. It's not just the ace, though. If they're going to lose the topside inner turret as well, they're going to lose all sorts of priority and tempo in terms of setting up for the objectives. Dragon coming up in 36 seconds, Baron in 30, and Pain get their pick of the litter. They get to set up all the vision. And then for Loud, walking into that, it's a trap. They know it, but they've got to spring it, especially around the Baron.
Oh, absolutely. Let's have a look at that again, because it was starting just as a 1v1 between the top laners, and then Redbird tried to do something, but didn't happen.
And to be frankly honest, I think Wiser knows jolly well that he was kind of being cocky there with that dive. It was a really bad position, but they felt so incredibly strong. And they were trying to bait the fight, which they got. Problem is, Root gets excited, gets the free fire for a bit, and then Titan gets left alone. Great recollapse in from Loud, and I think Robo had the right mindset. We were talking about the fact that, yeah, Redbird, Tinons have been dying a lot this game. It feels really bad that Redbird dies again, the bot side. But the more important thing for Loud right now is get kills. Even in a sort of 2-for-5 or 3-for-5 situation, it would be worth it for Loud because of the bounties. And Robo had the right mindset going, okay, I see the angle, I'll trade my life for a kill. I don't care who gets it, but somebody make sure they secure Titan.
Exactly, and that bounty is definitely useful. So one death for Titan, 5-1 and 6 so far, with the rest of the team looking pretty impeccable. 5-0 and 7 for Carioca, 3-0 and 2 for Wiser, 1-0 and 11 for Kuri, and a lot of kill participation all around. Now Loud is going to have to defend this mid-tier 2 because Pain is looking relentless on this push. They have vision, and I don't think they have the tools to actually defend it. It's going to be only the interior turret that they can even try to do it.
Yeah, they can't even approach the inner turret, and they got split a little bit. The traps from Caitlyn, from Titan, just making sure that they can't be flanked. I do want to highlight, though, Root, with the shutdown that he got onto Roamer, has actually narrowed the gap against Titan quite a bit, especially when Titan has, well, I guess he's building a Mortal Reminder, so it's not like he dipped out into the Grievous Wounds for a little bit. It's still part of his build path, but yeah, Root kind of catching up with 2.5 items. When Jinx hits 3, that's when she's going to get really scary this game, especially if it's going to be a Runon's Hurricane. And at that point, Pain can't just brute force front to back fights anymore. They actually need to assign somebody to make sure that Root is not auto-attacking, not getting excited, not getting to carry fights.
And to be fair, they have been doing that pretty well so far, so I believe that they can still keep on doing this. Every time there is an opening onto Root, they survive for just a second. The most that we saw Root dishing damage was that team fight around the red buff, where they were excited for 2 seconds and that was it. But the way the Kuri is playing on these engages is just really good. Wiser with the flanks as well. And now Pain Gaming takes the opportunity to go for the Baron themselves. They have great vision around the pit too. And the Caitlyn traps just sealing the entrance on this side as well. Kuri over the pit. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket not doing anything, so it's an easy secure for Carioca. Over the pit, Kuri goes with Weiser as backup as well. Roma, Titan has the range, especially with that ace in the hole, so they can continue pushing. Now, Kuri might have bitten a little more than they could chew. No, Carioca is there as well, so they have the numbers advantage. They might be taken down. Weiser is now on a 1v1 against Robo, while Carioca is just trying to lock down onto Shinny. Oh, and Kuri still survives! That's crazy, but it's still gonna be taken down in the end. But it's a shutdown that Root gets, but again, at what cost with 45 seconds of reset timer?
Dang, Loud really wanted that Hanwoo, that Korean beef. I don't know if it's worth that price tag. Trying to import it all the way to Brazil right now. You get wiped. And once again, Robo, the last man standing for Loud. But what can he do? Even the amount of time it takes him to recall, his Nexus turrets are basically gone. You're fighting on open ground with Ripert. Yeah, that's not a fight that you want if you're Loud. But what choice do you have?
Game 3, and it is 2-1 for Pain Gaming with an almost flawless performance up until the 30-minute mark with no kills for Loud and only 3 at the end of the game. RMC, this is the early game dominance Pain Gaming that we know they can perform.
Yeah, and this is the scary part, right? We talked about the fact that Loud's composition didn't have an early game. And that's where Loud has traditionally struggled this year. And so you look at what happens when you have no early game up against a team like Pain that can explode in the mid game, and it was just flawlessly played. And they showed that graphic as well, the sort of head-to-head between Romer and Tinons this particular game, and it felt almost BM, the way Romer was doubling Tinon's damage numbers. But that is a legitimate concern. That's why we had the graphic about Champos, and the answer from Tinons this game was not great. Like we said, take him off the Azir, the Talia, the Ari, and the Ryzen. What's he got? Syndra has always been a pocket pick. It did nothing this game, so and going into game 4, you said that's the critical game. Loud's backs are up against the wall. Pain just need a ban, Ari and Talia, and then what you got, Tinons?
Yeah, exactly, and it's crazy to think that that's the case, because as you said, the Syndra I think would have been a good option against the Jace. It's an okay match, but the fact that you had them just like completely getting just dunked on the head every single time, it was a little too difficult to deal with. And I feel like every lane was very well exploited by Pain Gaming, sometimes even not needing Carioca to have a setup to actually do well, and when they had him, it was even better. So they were dominant from the beginning to the end of the game, and that is a performance that we know that they can do, and it's what we want from playoffs for sure.
Yeah, now going into game 4? Yeah, game 4. I'm starting to lose track of where we are right now, because I'm thinking junglers too, right? Like with the tank junglers slowly being narrowed down, we've seen, you know, the Vi being played, we've seen the Sedge being played, the Skarner being played, so we've only got Maokai left for sort of tank jungler options. Ivern is also an option that teams could pick up. It's not a tank in and of itself, but the shield it gives you, Daisy can act as a off tank as well. I feel like those two champions are going to rise up a lot in prio in game 4. And there's of course the ever question of Pantheon, which other teams in the LTA South have picked up to massive effect. But both Carioca and Shinny's played the Pantheon. Carioca hasn't. Do we see Shinny go on the Pantheon to try and give Loud that early game so that his lanes can actually scale up and carry in late game team fights?
That's a very good question, RMC, and to be fair, we need to wait until this game 4 to actually have an idea what is going to happen. 2-1 for Pain Gaming is the scoreline of this series of LTA South. We're going to be right back after a short break, so stay tuned. We're not going to take long. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 4. Well, Game 4? 4, yeah.
Yes, 4.
Mathematics have just been like completely all over the place for us. I was like, yeah, we talked about Game 4 last game, so this must be Game 5. No. 2-1 is the score for Pain Gaming versus Loud in this best of 5 of playoffs for LTA South. I'm still Surf Chan, is there RMC, and we mentioned it was so one-sided. That is that much to talk about last game. Maybe let's do predictions for the next one.
Well, let's pull up the post game so you can see what we mean when we say it's one-sided, because it wasn't just the eye test. Literally every single metric. Like, for Pain, they're doubling the damage of their counterparts. The gold graph at no point did Loud look like they had any way back into this game. And so, look, we can say that Tinones has been pinched out, but Loud is not a one-man team. Like, where is Root? Where is Robo? Where is Shinny? And also, why are we picking uncomfortable matchups where Roamer gets his super comfortable Jace and you get a Syndra that can't really punish him in lane?
I think it's just a result of that pinched pool, like you said, RMC. It just feels like they are focusing a lot of efforts on understanding how Tinones can make it work without that wide of a pool. Maybe focusing a little too much onto Robo, which we saw, like, getting him good picks, but they ultimately haven't been doing that much into the late game, more so than they have been doing in the laning phase. So we'll see how things are going to go, as Loud has chosen blue side and have already banned Yone, Mbessa, and Nafiri.
Yeah, and I think it says a lot that we're starting to see the Nafiri bans come in. She got nerfed where her pack mates are not quite as strong, and because of that, she's no longer quite that first pick prio like we're seeing with Gwen or Rumble. But with the jungle pool kind of pinch like we were talking about, a lot of the tanks being taken away, there's only one tank left, and then after that you got to default to something else. Pain kind of went with the same bans they did the last time they were on the red side, right? With the change up with Misfortune being taken away. Again, I feel like you can give that to Root. Root is not carrying the team, and the rest of the team's kind of letting him down. If you give him a champion that doesn't have agency, I think Root would struggle more than he would if you gave him something like, I don't know, Lucian's already there. Like Callista, Azaya, I think would be much better for Root than this Misfortune.
That makes a lot of sense. Just some sense of survivability for Root. Right, so this is the first pick that actually makes sense for Louds to know, and it's the Talia, and it's so good on his hands and as a champion in the meta right now that it had to be the B1 for this side. Now, for Pain Gaming, do we have everything going good with the... Okay. I thought it paused for a moment, but our clean feed is good. No worries whatsoever. And we were looking to see the first pick here for Pain Gaming, and it is... we're gonna find out soon.
Okay, I guess that was the pause, because we don't know what it was. I see some people saying it was Ashe. We'll have to see exactly what it ends up being. I think Ashe would make a lot of sense, but the Ari being taken away, this was why I didn't really understand why Loud didn't just R3 Ari last game and then just ban away the Talia themselves. And now they've kind of lost both. That said, I do favor the Talia side of the matchup a little bit. You've got ways to restrict Ari. So it couldn't have been an Ashe first pick because we see the Ashe being picked up by Loud. So Poppy, Ashe being picked up by Loud. I don't know what the first pick was from Pain then. Maybe Kalista, if we're seeing Ashe come out on the other side? Like, Ashe is a Kalista counter?
Makes sense. Like, yeah, we've seen Kalista being banned as well, so it could make sense as a first pick. Priority for Varus as well, not going to be the case because it was banned, so I think that makes quite a lot of sense, but we'll see what's going to be the case here with an Ivan being hovered, and there's still that possibility of the Maokai. I would prioritize the Maokai personally. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, Carioca has long been a fantastic Maokai player. Unfortunately, not 100% win rate this year, so not potentially the best. Now, with Loud, the Poppy pickup, is that support or is that jungle? Because I think we've seen Shinny play it this split, but we haven't seen Redbird play it this split. He has historically played it, and it looks like Pain is saying, okay, we think that's going to be jungle Poppy. And also, we just don't want to do Ashe Braum, which I agree with. I think Ashe Braum is one of the strongest 2v2 bot lanes you can get.
Yeah, nasty bot lane with the heaviest CC possible, and they make sense lore-wise as well, which is, you know, something that sometimes you cannot beat. So going for that makes a lot of sense. Ooh, right, a Renata here. Kind of feels like it is, the more we think about it, it's more a Kalista.
Yeah, I don't see why else we'd be banning the the Renato when we don't even have that much engage on the side of Loud. So more likely than not, Leona being taken away, another sort of strong pairing with the Ashe. Used to be level 6 with Ashe and Leona was an absolute kill lane because of the sheer amount of CC that can come through. And for Loud, do they want to continue pinching this support pool? Rakan's on the table. If we're looking for engaged supports, we've seen the Nautilus come out, we've seen the Alistair come out, we've seen what else have we seen for the support role come out? The Milio come out as well.
Milio,
yeah. So Rakan is probably sort of the premier engaged support right now left.
That would make sense. They're probably going to fix the overlay. Yeah, everything broke. We're fine. Maybe Champion Select broke. Who knows? We're gonna find out soon. But we have a couple of things that have been already picked, and I'll try my best to remember the most of them. And I feel like my mind is just so focused on the Kalista right now that I'm like, what's going to tell me?
It is Kalista. They fixed it. Hey, okay, there we go. Makes a lot of sense. Job. Camille being banned away, and Wiser with the Yorick pick. This is something that's been sneaking up in Prio. I remember, I think it was Whippo who started whipping it out a little bit in the north, but finally it's made its way down to the south. I know in CD it's been an issue, and now Wiser picking that one up to try and abuse Robo. I also like it with the rest of the composition as well. It's a massive distraction against Loud, and if you can pull Talia away, then Pain can look for the engage and everyone else. Is it the Robo special? He's done it! Okay!
Right. So I will say the thing that I've been loving the most about the Loud drafts have been the Renekton, the Aatrox, the Olaf picks for Robo, and I feel like this is the way to go. Right? The guy has been the best player in the team in regular season, like the most valuable player, and that can make a difference in the late game. That I feel like this is the way to go. We're going for an enchanter with the Seraphine for the Ashe duo in the bot lane, which is, you know, much more like peel, sustain. You have your Encore, which takes so long to recharge that it has to be very precisely chosen. But while we were talking about that, the support for Kuri is a Blitzcrank. So really pulling people in to play to their strengths is what that composition is all about.
Yeah, the old school Ballista combo. And one of the nuttiest things with it was the fact that you can Fates Call Blitzcrank as he lands the pull, and you can drag them even further back, throw them back, and yeah, suddenly a target's like all the way behind your own team's lines. Incredibly isolated. So aggressive composition from the side of Pain Gaming. I really like it, especially when you see that Seraphine Ashe. You want something that can really punish all those squishies, and the fact that Yorick is going to have to deal with the Olaf, I feel like is the fly in the ointment for Pain, because Olaf, not the strongest top laner right now, actually struggles a lot against quite a few of the meta champions, but against Yorick specifically, Olaf actually can do pretty well. You can just run him down, you've got the sustain to kind of go toe to toe, and Yorick has to be very, very careful about allowing you to all-in him. If Yorick starts getting low on health, you can't afford to stick around, and Robo, being Robo, having such history with this champion on Olaf, he's going to know exactly when he can go in and when he can't.
Agreed. And like you said, with this aggressive composition for Pain Gaming, it just feels like the best way to get into a game 4 match point of a best of 5. So if you can wrap up the game as easily and as effectively early game like you did game 3, things are going to look really good for Pain Gaming. But Loud having those angles and having the champions that they have on the hands of the players that they have them, with the Olaf, with the Talia, it really shows that they are now feeling a little more at home with how they want to go about this game into Summoner's Rift. Game 4 is about to head start, and I'm so excited to see how things are going to go, considering Pain Gaming could go for a 5-stack with the Blitzcrank. Nah, it's Loud who does it.
Okay, Wiser does see Robo, but didn't actually spot the rest of Loud in the area, so wisely just going to back off, and let's see what Loud does. They could get creative with the invade. Okay, they are gonna continue in for now, and Wiser Karaoke, are they gonna get caught out?
We'll see. They have been spotted here in the fog of war. Yep, they've seen everything. They've seen everybody. Not going to drop any wards. Instead, it's going to be Loud who does exactly that, which allows for Pain Gaming to do basically the opposite, going for the aggressive vision themselves, but they actually don't have that much time to do so, so they just opt for having vision at the entrance of their own jungle.
Yeah, I think Pain Gaming are more than happy to just kind of play standard. They don't really care where Shinny's looking for potentially first gank. As long as their lanes are playing safe, they don't need to be able to track the jungler. And as for delayed invade coming through from Loud, they can't afford to do that with their lanes. Tinone's Root and Redbird need to be back in their lanes in time. They cannot afford to give up that early prio. So because of that, Karioka can just kind of walk away, wait a little bit, walk into his jungle, and he'll be okay to start things up. Keep your eyes on this bot lane though, Titan and Curry with the Blitzcrank already from level 1. If you land a hook, you can do a lot of damage. But if you can't land hooks as this Blitzcrank, you will get poked out. The sustain as well as the poke, the ease of poke from this Ashe and Seraphine is very, very high.
Absolutely. And that, knowing exactly that, you need to be extra careful because the Seraphine being so squishy, if you get pulled in, especially with the Ignite, it's not going to look really good. Probably some summoner spells that are going to be expended. And that's why you see the positioning that you see from Loud here, not going to face Jack in any way closer to the wave, just allow it to go into them. And Shinny flashing over the wall to go for an invade and actually maybe going for a gank as well into Wiser after these quirks.
Yeah, but he got spotted on that ward in the bush that I'm guessing Karioka kind of left behind, or maybe it was Wiser, actually probably Wiser who left it behind. His wards are currently down. So Wiser fully aware of this, and much more interesting to me is what Karioka's response is. Do you collapse up to this top side and look for the kill? With the way Wiser's getting run down, perhaps not. More likely you just kind of go for the counter invade and just go for a sort of vertical split on the map and then look for maybe dives onto Root and Redbird if Curry can and Titan can land any sort of poke.
I think that's a great read there, RMC. It makes a lot of sense to try and just go for the vertical jungling and make sure that you're not going to miss any farm. But there might be an angle for them to go to the bot lane and dive just the same in the top lane, with Shinny still there. Maybe Wiser is thinking that Shinny wouldn't wait that long, flashing to get away from the wall. But yes, you say it was too early. First blood going into Robo as well. And wow, they didn't get targeted by the tower. That's insane. Oh, gonna pull in on Rabbit, but they're not gonna do that much damage. 50% of HP is just as much as they can do. They still got to be careful and very much aware of that tower range aggro. Now, I don't know how Robo wasn't targeted by the tower.
Well, because Shinny hit first, and Shinny didn't leave turret range, so that's why Robo was kind of scot-free. And Shinny just tanked it up, ended up trading a 1-for-1 over, but First Blood still does... Well, I guess First Blood's not as relevant nowadays, so it doesn't really matter the fact that Lau did pick that up. I do want to highlight, though, that the bot side dive didn't happen. And that's critical because the vertical jungle was not completely fair or even. Shinny started at his red buff, so Karioka loses his and doesn't find the other side. It's technically a 3 buff, and the saving grace was that Shinny did die, so Shinny actually got set a little bit behind and will not be able to really capitalize on the fact that he cleared Karioka's side of the jungle while getting the advantage on his own bot side. The jungle camps will respawn and Karioka will be A-okay. He'll be fine, just no red buff is the only thing.
30 seconds for the first Drake of the game to spawn as well, meaning that maybe Karioka will stick around this area, although it would be good for him to get a reset sooner rather than later. But things looking like maybe Shinny could try to... No, rotation there and positioning from Roma, not allowing for any potential gank as well, and not indicating that they're going to have any ganks for themselves either. While on the bot side, Titan and Cody still pressuring as much as they can and understanding when they should be shoving the lane and when not. And Tino is also showing a lot of mastery on this Talia chunking down onto Roma.
I'm just waiting for Shinny to get that bot lane because I feel like you're saying Titan and Curry know when they should shove and when they shouldn't. In their playbook, it's always time to shove. they have no chill. They've been dropping sentinels, to be fair, so at least they're able to kind of give themselves some safety and additional warding and vision to make sure that they're not being ganked. But they definitely want that prio, and they want to be the ones on this dragon picking it up. Kalista, I feel like anytime you draft the Kalista, you want to be the team that's playing aggressively and grabbing all those early objectives.
Absolutely. We got our feed back online, looking good. Ooh, Hextech Flash charged up by Shinny. Go onto the wall and getting another kill onto Wiser. And again, I just feel like The fact that Robo just gets out of there like completely untouched as well is the best option for Loud, but Pain will secure the first Drake of the game here, a Chemtech that at least balances things out, but Loud is still remaining on 1,000 gold lead.
And frankly, I almost feel like at this point, Pain want to do a lane swap. This Yorick-Olaf matchup was already going to be a little bit tough for Weiser. It is now very tough for Weiser after having been killed twice, having been ganked. Even with the kill, Weiser is going to be still down experience and, more importantly, a lot of gold from Robo. So if you get Titan and Curry up to that top side, try and nullify that and set up for the grubs, I think that solves a lot of problems for them. Instead, they're still kind of playing standard lanes. Weiser now with 6, with Maiden in pocket. Maybe the lane gets a little bit more comfortable, a little bit easier, but I wouldn't put money on that.
For sure. Shinny going for the rotation here on the bot side as the red buff has just respawned as well. And as you said, with that delayed vertical jungling that Carioca was trying to do, kind of not really connecting in the end, will set things back straight to where they were. So we're not going to see Carioca here soon enough, especially when they have already taken the Drake themselves. Now, Pain Gaming does exactly that, pushes in, shoves, and going to reset.
Was just gonna get run down again, has to drop the wall, but the moment it goes down, I'm scared for him. You can see the Maiden's not really tickling Robo at all. He's out sustaining the Maiden right now, and Maiden's gonna go down.
He will. And both junglers here is battling for the Scuttle Crab as well to get that vision for the 8-minute mark with the grub spawning pretty soon. They're just staring at each other, just saying hello, I guess, dropping a potato in the bush. So Carioca will win this friendly trade.
Yeah, a little game of chicken there between the two tank junglers. Neither of them can do damage. It's worth noting as well, you know, doesn't quite land. They're still looking for the engage. Fate's Call got okay. They tried to do the ballista combo, but Titan's Fate's Call is a little bit late and Curry missed the grab. So that's a lot of big spells expended. Loud could actually now look at this grubs. I didn't think they were going to be able to win this, but yeah, Pain kind of gifted it.
But at the same time, I'm looking at the fact that neither Root or Redbird have their ultimate, so maybe this could mean an angle, but Pain Gaming is not going for the grubs immediately. Having Loud be around there and with those resources wasted, they know that they can't be super aggressive about it, and that's exactly what they're doing. Chitai and Kuri going back to the bot lane. Now a 2v2 potentially happening here. Woo! Seismic Shove almost getting Weiser, and that could have been an instant KO there as he was already low on HP, but just allowing the extra space for Robo to get those platings is already huge for Loud.
They want kills. Look at what Loud is committing up here. They sent Tinos, they sent Shitty, and by the way, Redbird will be in the area because why not? We just took grubs and we are there to try and secure first break. Titan left in the bot lane, able to find 2 plates of his own as well as CS, but can Tinones change it? Tinones has 2 levels on Titan right now, but he doesn't quite have the items, and that makes that bot side a lot more dicey.
It really does, and especially Kalista being able to trying to preemptively dodge the Seismic Shove as well. Although as soon as they use their ability to stop the dashes from the Kalista, that also makes a lot of sense. Fog of War? Okay, no, there's not going to be any engagement. Every time I see a Hextech Flash in Fog of War, I'm like, oh, action, dive.
Hey, Titan was walking up too, so Curry was probably thinking about it, but doesn't really want to commit to too much right now. And I think the bigger thing is just trying to get Titan away from that Talia, because as you mentioned, the Worked Earth just makes it really difficult for her to actually have mobility. And even if you're a pro, trying to not hop after using your auto attacks is really difficult, because then you've got to auto attack, wait, and then move if you want to kind of actually move and not just stand there like a turret. So that's potentially the worst lane for Titan to try and farm in and try and do anything in.
Heavy agree. 1 minute for the next Drake to spawn as well. And Pain going for a pressure here on the bot side. Ooh, forcing a flash from Tinos, and Nature's Grasp as well goes in. A nice one set up perfectly for that Hex grab as well. And it feels really good. I love that chain of CC there.
Yeah, max range grab as well from Curry to nullify everything Tinos tried to do. The flash expended for little else. And I feel like this is how the game is going to go. We talked about it in draft, right? The moment we saw that Olaf being locked into the Yorick. For Loud, it's all about Robo. You put all your eggs in that basket and you try and snowball it as heavily as you can. For Pain, it's everywhere else on the map. And unfortunately, Yorick doesn't have a lot of contribution to have for his team outside of split pushing. So Pain really do need to make sure that Titan, that Roamer are ahead enough that they can win the 4v4, and that later in the, shall we call it 5v4.5, Pain actually can make up for the deficit of having a Yorick that can't actually team fight. The setup for this play as well was really far away. We talk about a max range hook from Curry. It's a max range out from Carioca. That out comes from so incredibly far away. And Tinone's just at the very edge of it for all the spells and just gets punished anyways.
Ugh, it's so good. Like we said, the setup was seen from a mile away and so well executed. The fact that Roma was already forcing them out with being close, having to use that flash, not going to be able to escape any of the following spells. Very nicely set up here by Pain with the Drake on the board and the Scuttlecrab Vision. For Pain Gaming, they could have an angle to come back. There is no Nature's Grasp, so Loud will guarantee this one. Shinny is also maybe gonna be in a terrible position here of being forced to use his flash over the wall. Yes, he is. And they're going to escape a Hextech Flash from Kuri, not going to go and chase nobody this time around.
And you can see Pain's hesitancy to try and pull the trigger when Robo's actually at the fight. Because Robo's the richest guy on the Rift, and he's an absolute monster and menace, and you can't stop him with Ragnarok running. So if you rocket grab him, that's actually just a free engage for Robo onto your backline. So Pain kind of just have to give that up. I do like the fact that Robo walked there, so he could use... Okay, Arrow just barely misses everybody. Really good dodging from Pain. But yeah, Robo walking to their objective means he can TP top to still deal with Wiser.
Ooh. Dealing with Carioca now is Loud as they're trying to just scare him away. Yeah, just don't have enough damage, so they're just going to scare them away. Look at Cody with Roma, and suddenly it became a disaster for Loud. 2 kills that could succeed as well. Roma gets another. Well, there's the Weaver's Wall. So, ooh, Roma gets caught up on that seismic shove, and Tinos will get it back. Robo with the last hit, guaranteeing that is a 2-for-1 for Pain Gaming.
A little bit of dyssynergy between the two longest serving members of Loud, Robo and Tinones. The Weaver's Wall actually stopped Tinones from kind of running into the rest of the team and wreaking absolute havoc. So it ends up just being sort of the 2-for-2 trade to come through. That's the second time Curry got caught trying to recall, man. Like, just get to a proper save point. Stop trying to do it in weird, awkward areas. So this starts with an absolute lack of damage from Shinny and Ripper, because unfortunately Ripper's support, so he doesn't have like a Leandries to be able to melt through. And Carioca is tanky enough to buy a ton of time. Now, Carioca does end up going down, but it's fine. Pain are already there. They get these nice 2 quick kills, and it's really Robo running down. And pings were coming down on Robo. Pain knew exactly how much time they had. Right there, Robo's stuck, and he has to wait. And Tinones didn't drop the wall immediately either. Sure, you get Roamer, but you could have dropped the wall anyway, still got Roamer, and allowed Robo to keep on chasing onto Curry, onto Titan.
Yeah, that must have been very frustrating. I saw an expression on Robo's face just now that kind of feels like that might have been the case too. So, yeah, unfortunate there. And it becomes a more equal trade. But Loud still has almost 1,500 gold lead at this point. Although we have been seeing good presence from Pain Gaming in these team fights and these reads, especially with that dive we saw in the bot lane. The fact that both teams have 1 Drake each, still favoring the side of Loud because of the 3 Void Grubs, makes it very interesting as to when we see the next Drake spawning, but especially with that Herald in the top lane.
Yeah, and all that gold advantage you're talking about, that's strictly in the top lane, right? Like, Robo's up 2.3 thousand gold, so that means that his other lanes are losing out 800 gold, kind of in various positions. Mostly in the mid lane, where Roamer has been popping off. And so if we talked about Roamer versus Tinones, the rookie versus the veteran, and Roamer, especially individually, we talked about the fact that he hasn't necessarily had the best split so far. He's definitely been leveling up, and again, he's being put in a position where he could be the difference maker. He could be the carry for the team, because this entire composition from Loud, it's just one giant middle finger to Kalista.
It really is, isn't it? Plenty of CC and just slowing her down, making it absolutely useless, the passive that you have on Kalista. The Herald has been started here by Loud on about 60% HP. Carioca is taking a frontline position to try and get a vision and intel, but they don't have any wards in the area, so they might just give it away, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Free Herald for Loud.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit concerned that Pain is giving away all of this for free. They weren't able to find anything anywhere else on the map. It's not a Herald for turret trade. Certainly not plates, since plates I've already kind of fallen off about 2 minutes ago. So yeah, Loud continued to snowball, and the Herald for them is going to be massive to be able to kind of take down turrets. The Robo can continue split pushing somewhere else on the map, and if Loud wants to set up a sort of 1-3-1, where Tinones can just respond to the other sort of 3-player lane, they set up a position where they're going to be pulling Pain apart, and they can very easily just numbers overload on one side of the map.
Yeah, it's very necessary for Pain Gaming to try and stop that growth. Right now, contesting this Drake spawning in 20 seconds. But Loud is already there. They have vision. Roma, though, is going to find them on the Scuttle Crab with Carioca around 2. It might be a very good trade here. Ooh, but that's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that goes straight onto Carioca, so they might get taken down first. No jungler for Pain Gaming means a potentially free Drake for Loud, getting them on the second one.
No Nature's Grasp, not even time to out across and allow the rest of Pain to do damage. And Pain, they just kind of slip it into oblivion. This is not the Pain we've seen from the first 3 games. This feels like the Pain that we kind of saw a little bit towards the end of the group phase, where their macro was lacking, but their hands were present. And it just feels like they're getting out-rotated. Loud's just always there a little bit faster, in position to punish a little bit quicker.
I feel like there might have been something, I don't know, in the communication for Pain in this game in particular. Oh, wait, Loud hasn't straight out going for the Drake. So maybe if Kuri gets vision here and can understand that maybe it could be stolen. No, never mind. Was a little too optimistic of me. But maybe they can get a fight, though.
Yes.
With the potato. Cody's there, front line. Roma dashes in with the Spirit Rush. Oh, they're going to get caught up themselves. The Encore goes back into the back line. And with the TP as well, there's Roma that could take them all down. It's a 1-for-1 though. Carioca survives. Now Titan has to really kite them away. Shinny is very close to taking him down, but Titan will survive. That is a very interesting way how that went, considering Robo could have just wiped them all off the board.
Yeah, and a lot of that on Redbird, a player who did struggle immensely last game, but the Encore catching all of Pain pretty much definitely messed them up. It caused them, well, even if they didn't quite catch every single person, it made them have to run and scatter, and they weren't able to get the damage down. They weren't able to get the death ball that they wanted to get rolling. So Loud able to secure the Drake, able to secure more gold, increase the lead a little bit more, and you can see the faces of Pain right now. They're a little bit like, well, where do we go from here, guys? Like, that was a good situation. We got the fight we kind of wanted to, and it just did not work. Redbird's doing it from out of range. Yeah, so it only really catches 2, but you can see Titan, unfortunately, was forced out of the fight for that moment, wasn't auto-attacking. And where is Wiser? Wiser shows up in a TP, and we said this before, Yurik's only really good for the split push. He has no impact in these team fights. He showed up, sit high, and just walked away. I think he'd been better off just split pushing the entire time and try and get some gold back on this turret, try and get a bit more of a chunk.
That's my point exactly, RMC. I feel like they're not utilizing Wiser with this Yorick as they should have. I don't think that it should have been played that way. Just leave it on the split push, and how they have been playing so far, like not really understanding that they're always on 4v5 instead of a fair 5v5 also makes a difference. And personally, there was one very crucial mistake from Roma in that fight. He was melee range with Robo. Yeah. He was melee range with Robo, had to use Spirit Rush to get away. Should have just not used the Spirit Rush to get that close. He was like face to face with the Olaf. And as soon as that happened, of course Loud was going to pull the trigger.
Sure, and I think he was trying to bait Robo a little by getting up in his face, but with the Encore, with the Undertow hitting at the same time, yeah, that it ended up being a massive mistake from Romer, unfortunately. And we were just talking about him as the guy who was kind of making action happen for Pain. He was sort of the big shining hope, and that's just kind of gone down the crapper as well. And now Pain, they need a different hero to be able to step up. Is it going to be Titan? I feel like it traditionally has been. Whenever Pain are falling behind, whenever they're struggling, it's on Titan, it's on Curry to make plays. Curry, he's on the Blitzcrank this time. That's not the big wombo combo huge playmaker. It's all about landing those hooks, and if you're far behind enough, like we said before, those hooks kind of become just an engage tool for Loud. Hit the wrong person and Loud just get what they want.
Yeah, just gotta have somebody block the hand. You're good to go for Loud. Now Pain Gaming trying to find an angle to go and fight this Atacon, but Carioca has been engaged upon. Ooh, going for the Crystal Arrow, instantly cleansed. The Encore only hits the support on the side of Pain Gaming, so that's pretty good. Root is gonna go down, still having that as well on the backline. Robo is trying to run through Pain Gaming's defenses, but they're not gonna be able to do so. Wiser is still standing, so is Kuri, and they can keep on kiting, but straight onto a wall. Chiton gotta be careful about how close you go to Sheeny, so this is gonna be stopped and stalled for the moment, but it's still a 5v3 for the side of Pain Gaming, and they can definitely take this Atacon, but not without Loud just trying to at least poke them a little bit. It's still gonna be a Atacon for Pain Gaming after winning that fight.
What a clutch fight, and you can see the exhaustion on Ridberg's face as well after that fight. Like, Loud were in such a strong position, and Pain, it feels like this is how they've been playing this entire year. They flipped the script on you. They just need that one good fight. And look at Curry. Curry actually walks back into the Encore that gets thrown out from Redbird. But that's fine, because he was happy to buffer it and trade it for the hook, and he gets Root inside the cage. There's nowhere for Root to run. Once you find that, it's so much easier. And right here, this is the hands we're talking about. Fate's call back out. Everybody just kind of kites Robo for days. Robo is a huge threat, but he can't focus on somebody, and he's damage overloaded. And then right after that, they can just keep on chasing. Titan able to outrun all the CC that was supposed to lock him down. Shinny had to turn, risking his own life. Shinny able to get away, but they lost Octacon, they lost extra kills, and the game gets back to a much more even state.
Surely does. Loud still in 1.1 thousand, but it doesn't feel like that's what Pain Gaming has up their sleeves after winning that fight very well, concisely understanding the limitations of each of their champions, and especially Titan with that Fate's Call, as you said, and how they were kiting out on every single ability thrown his way. Just feels like the best position for Pain Gaming to turn this around, like we saw on game 1. Or is it game... Yeah, on game 1. Because we saw game 3 being a complete snowball. Roman will find some damage here onto Sheeny. But Loud is really focused on taking down that tier 2 mid lane. While Pain Gaming can take the Drake themselves.
And I don't hate this call from Loud. This is only second Drake, and they're just going to push in with the Grubs advantage they have as well. It's going to be so easy for them to take this. And if they can crack open an inhibitor early, it gives them so much more power. Now, they have to avoid being actually caught out by Pain. TP coming in, but Romer gets caught early.
Ooh, okay, the Nature's Grasp really gets them into a bad position here. Titan trying to find some way to kite them out over the wall, and they save Cody as well, sending them back into action. Now, we have Titan on very low health, so they're not going to be able to fight on this one. But still, the fact that they survived with so many resources used by Loud is insane.
I don't know who I'm more shocked about surviving that. Like, Loud turning the fight, or Pain not losing anybody on that. Titan got so low, Romer got so low as well, and that just shows the danger that Loud have. Perhaps got Loud into a bit of a false sense of security around that Atacon fight, but Robo with the Ghost just shot right at Titan. Titan wasn't able to put out the damage, and Romer was almost a casualty, an accidental casualty, as they were trying to take out Titan. Romer was just in the way, and all the splash damage kind of hit him. So we'll see. You know, now that the summoner's down from Robo, maybe Pain could kind of try and make another play. The rocket grab is just a basic ability. Yeah, it's a long cooldown for a basic ability, but it's a lot shorter than ultimates and summoners.
It definitely is, RMC. So now Pain Gaming is trying to break through the defenses here in the mid lane of Loud, but we know, like you said, that they have a lot of firepower that Pain Gaming has to be aware of. Though fighting around those cooldowns is definitely one of the best choices. Tinos will shove the lane in the top side, while we still have been, you know, a little bit uncertain personally about where Wiser has been fitting into the composition. He's not going like completely 100% on the split pushes, but sometimes he's in the fight as well. It's just a little bit ambiguous.
Yeah, and unfortunately in the fights, we're seeing Loud kind of just ignore Wiser. They're just streaming around him because they know you're not really that big a threat. Yeah, and you can't even be a body to actually soak up the damage. Karaoke is still able to do that, but Wiser, not so much. And for Romer and Titan, the shorter ranges that they're playing at is certainly making things really dicey. Well, we'll see if Pain can win anyways, because they kind of haven't cared about comp and macro for much of the season, and it's kind of worked out. And for Loud, the skilling for their composition isn't fantastic either. Not saying Pain's is, but they're both kind of like equally bad into the skilling. So it does mean that fights are still on a knife's edge, even if it's easier for Loud to execute as things go on.
It's kind of like right now is the prime moment for both of the compositions. They're not going to grow as much as into the late game as the hyperscalers would, especially now with almost 3,000 gold ahead for Loud. They really want to secure this Baron and guarantee that they can try to wrap up the game as quickly as possible, especially having that inhibitor open in mid lane, and Pain just as much as possible trying to secure their own jungle farm.
Yeah, Shinny just smiting away the Raptors from Carioca, just salt on the wound, you know, and Titan gets hit.
Okay, Robo getting followed up with the Encore as well. Titan has to really kite this one away. Having been able to escape so far, it's gonna allow for Robo to... Oh no! They managed to take it down. Robo is not going to stop until he gets a kill. And unfortunately, it's just casualties. When the main focus is Jita, he doesn't go down though.
And I love the nerve on Titan that he didn't even cleanse or flash. He was just like, no, I can kite out this Olaf. I'm okay.
Crazy.
And then Curry goes, oh, I can't. Oops. Like you said, it's just a string of bodies on the way to Titan right now. And Robo will happily take any kill he can get anyways. Even if I can't kill Titan, that's fine. I'll take Curry. And that just means Pain kind of resets. But Loud, despite the fact they get the extra kill, it is on the support. It is on the lowest level member. Curry will respawn quickly. And it's really hard to start Baron into a Blitzcrank, because Blitzcrank will be throwing hooks over the wall. If he lands on Shinny and Shinny goes down, you just leashed the Baron for Pain. Even if it doesn't land on Shinny, if they get another kill, they can potentially win the after fight from Baron 5v4. So because of that, Loud doesn't want to rush this. They're taking their own sweet time. They're setting up ambushes. They're just trying to grow their lead to the point where they do feel comfortable winning a 4v5, or until they find multiple members of Pain, which buys them enough time to safely and securely get Baron.
And Loud is in a good position for that as well. They have 2 control wards very close by in the river, 1 in the pit as well with the Scuttle Crab. They have the Ash with the volleys as well, with the Falcon, whatever.
Welcome back to the LTA North. What's not even a term, Raz?
She just said oil on the road. What's that?
You're in California. There's oil all over the road.
Yeah. Is that what a mirage is from?
That's why you see the mirage. Yes.
It's because the oil is coming up from the road and it changes the way light.
I did not know that.
What the heck, Raz? Everybody knows that.
Do you know
I might not have known either.
Okay.
What else doesn't Raz know?
A lot of things.
We're going to learn a lot today.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big topic of
Do you know
today,
how the playoff bracket works?
Tell me, please. I don't know.
Let's get to it. So here's our playoff bracket. Now that we're in playoffs for Split 2 in the LTA North. So essentially, I need to be able to see this on my screen, but I can talk to you on your screen right there. FlyQuest got to pick their slot here, so that's why they're picking against Shopify Rebellion. If you can pull me up on camera here so I can point to things. Then we have the lower bracket, which has the 6 seed and the 5 seed, and essentially why, as the screen goes black.
It's going great.
You got to mess with
Guys, we
Interpretive
have 6
dance
teams
for
in
us.
playoffs.
Yeah.
We have losers bracket. We had FlyQuest versus Shopify play earlier. They're going to be our first matchup of the day. But that's the playoff bracket. We're done.
We're back to it.
Okay.
Get back in there.
So here we go. FlyQuest picked their slot. The reason that Shopify versus Team Liquid mattered is these slots are fixed. So if you lose this 4th matchup, 1 versus 4, you end up going down to play the 5. And the loser of this will go down to play the 6. So I'm hoping I did this right. Yeah, that's how it works. So loser goes there, loser goes there. Obviously, winners will both go to this matchup and seed into the final. But that's why the seeding matters, because if you lose, not that these teams are planning on losing,
of course,
it's going to dictate your opponent in the next round. So we're playing these 2 best of 5s this week. Next week is going to be the losers bracket.
And of course, the big one is 100 Thieves in the lower bracket. That's a tough team to go up against.
Yeah, it is. It is. They had their own format complaints. Their game score across the whole split was way better than Shopify, but within the group, they lost the tiebreaker to Shopify, which is why they ended up in the lower bracket.
Yes. It's a tough one, but every game counts when you're in the group stage, so it makes a lot of sense from that perspective.
Yeah, but like you said, today's matchup is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus FlyQuest. So this is the one that will go up against 100 Thieves if they lose. And I think, fair to say, probably FlyQuest favor just a little bit. What do we think? Yeah?
A little bit.
Significantly. I will say, though, the last time they did face each other, right, Shopify were able to take a game. This was, I think, talking about the way that the drafts ended up across the entire series.
Yeah.
That game 3 draft ended up being pretty tough. But this was the big story for me, was Fudge versus Bwipo. And in this particular case, Fudge's Rumble had such a huge impact on that win they were able to get.
That whole series, Fudge was able to actually outplay Bwipo. Game 3, when Bwipo went back on the Renekton, you can still see he's 1-5 in this game. But I would say this week for FlyQuest, I feel like they were really working on split push stuff. They came into this week, they said, we're going to do top lane Italy. They kind of hard forced it in game 1, I thought. Game 2, they did York, and they weren't super clean with it. I think they've gotten a lot better at that style since this series.
Yeah, and touching upon those few draft things, I thought there were some pinches going on in the jungle in that game 3 draft, which led to us seeing the Shen jungle and kind of an inopportune matchup. And then additionally, I really liked the Janna pick from FlyQuest, which then Shopify chose Rel into, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like it's one of the worst drafts I've seen personally, because now you're going Shen and Rel versus Janna, and even just the idea of Shen conceptually of like, okay, you want to be able to protect your teammates. Well, guess what? As Jad is, you're rushing over to the board.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about drafts.
Because now we got to have a conversation about it.
We
But, like,
got draft stuff. So if you're saying that their drafts were bad in game 3 of Fearless,
Shopify was, yeah.
then how about games 4 and 5 of Fearless? Because this is FlyQuest champion pool for the whole split.
Oh.
And my main thing is, so I really like talking about drafts. I think drafts are fun. But we talked about how FlyQuest cooked in draft in game 1. And I think this is the thing that makes FlyQuest so dangerous. As you see, 2 of those primary picks was the Rumble swap for Busio in support, and then the Volibear pick for Bwipo. When we talk about Fearless, I feel like people boil it down to, they have like a bunch of wacky picks. Especially Bwipo, he has a bunch of matchups that he knows a lot better. But I think in best of 5 specifically, this is really where FlyQuest are going to have the opportunity to shine, because it's not just about being able to pilot those picks, but also be able to put cohesive whole drafts, especially when you get down to that 4 or 5 pick. Because even in like LPL, LCK, when they've gotten down to best of 5s, there's been some funky, conflicting stuff in some of those drafts.
And for me, it has to do with the flexibility of a lot of their players. So we're going to take mid lane as an example. This is just quad. We have ranged mages with Azir, Talia, Victor. Then we have 80 carries in Lucian. We have melee carries in Yone. We have split pushers in Ryze. We have more melee APs in Sylas. So whatever slot they need Lindley to do, it's not like they can just build comps around control mages. They can play whatever style they want in mid. I'd say Inspired's one of the most versatile junglers, even though he doesn't have the most breadth in terms of pure champions. The type of champions are so different. You have Ivern, you have hard carries like Nefiri, you have tanks like Sejuani. So because they're so versatile, Rumble support, like they're actually able to craft so many different skeletons because there's not a player on this team that doesn't have the ability to play almost every style, which is super rare.
They're definitely the most practiced team in playing a breadth of champion, not just like champions, but also just like champion compositions. Like they've been really good at being able to play split. The Yorick pick that's being pervasive in the LTA. You can make a statement about other teams globally playing it, but like people like Castle are picking up because he got pretty much stomped by Bwipo's Yorick.
Yeah.
And I think they've been playing really well in split. Team fight, heavy engages, like that. It's just been fun to see what they've been able to do, and now they're truly tested in the best of 5.
Yeah, and then again, the Rumble support flex pick too, so they can also still get that kind of counter pick.
I mean,
for
you know
Bwipo
what's
a little more
obnoxious
easily.
about this?
Let me know.
They probably won't do this, but like Bwipo's played in Italy, but I feel like Inspired could do it.
Yep.
You
and
could.
if you guys watch Busio JNG in solo queue, he's done this a lot as well as Nidalee support. Like
I think that's accurate for my
That's so
expectation of
true.
Nidalee
Champions
support
anywhere.
also.
you don't know if it's going to work. Though.
Not
You
successfully.
don't know if it's going to work.
Not always
I think it's
successfully.
because you hit the Rumble instead of the
Instead of the blank space.
But if we're a Croc enjoyer, hey, Chovy is playing at mid. Throw that damn Croc straight into the mid lane position.
True.
Anything
There's
is
not enough
possible.
space on the board
That's
for that
true.
one. Yeah, Inspired conveniently has space
We
open.
need a second one.
Yeah, can we get another board?
We actually, we are.
We might need another one by the end of today because best of 5, so much more opportunity for more champs that aren't even up there to get picked too.
I will say, I'm probably thinking 3 games.
Yeah.
FlyQuest is 14-2 in terms of their game score this entire split. But I will say, we did show that Shopify did take a game on them. So I wonder what FlyQuest's confidence level is like, because this being their first best of 5 of the playoffs in the upper bracket, so they have a bit of loss forgiveness. How spicy are they going to get?
True.
Compared to just optimal winning?
Yes, because when you talked about like Shopify being able to take a game, 1 game, that's half the games they've lost. Like 2 games all split long, that's pretty damn insane. And in the fashion that they do it, like Shopify as a team is just really unpredictable. Everyone has always said that. They're carrying kind of like the legacy of the old NRG thing of like they can just randomly come out and look really cohesive as a team. You know how good they are individually, but can they put it together? Like, now's the time to do it. When we had Palafox on pros, he was talking about like, oh, you didn't beat FlyQuest in scrims? Oh, that's us. Like, we beat them in scrims. Like, that needs to now show its face.
For sure. They're going to have more confidence than most teams would against FlyQuest, weirdly enough, even though they're the 4 seed against him. Also, Raz, Inspired dominated last week.
He did.
He won Player of the Week, and you talked to him.
I did. Let's check it out. Welcome, everyone, and congratulations, Inspired, on your Week 7 MasterCard Player of the Week. This is your second one, by the way, this split.
Yeah.
Also, like, been a pretty incredible split so far for FlyQuest. You guys are 14-2, the highest, win percentage that FlyQuest has had so far in their organizational history. How's it been so far for you this split?
I mean, as you said, pretty good. I don't know. It seems like most of the games, even when they are even, we just come out on top. Like the small details in the team fights, we just win and we just close out the game. So hopefully we're gonna have the same showing in playoffs and we can take it all.
I like the sound of that one. You ready for this one? So, of course, 90 seconds on the clock, rapid fire questions. If you can move on to the next one because you can't think of an answer, you can do that, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Favorite song to play on the piano? Bit of a piano player.
I only know one. Our manager is teaching me how to play piano. So,
Okay, that's the one song?
Demons.
Okay.
Yeah.
In scrims, when Quad is sick, rate Nukeduck mid's performance out of 10.
Pretty good, especially when he gets Galio or Lissandra or like Ari. Like these are his 3 main champs. One time he played Lee Sin mid and he was also owning. Like I think he's good there.
Okay, there we go. Streamer or creator that you watch the most?
That I watch the most, Nemesis.
Least favorite aspect of the meta right now?
How volatile it is. It seems like there is no clear way to win. You just have to fight.
Yeah. What's one champion you would like to have removed?
Garen.
If you could role swap, what role are you maining?
Support.
What would a third MVP say about you as a player?
I don't know what it would say, but it would for sure be very nice. I hope it will happen.
And we heard, I guess it was from a Maso interview, who flooded the apartment? Was it you or Quad?
No, it was none of our fault. It was actually just something broke in the sink in the kitchen. It's not even in our bathroom, so like, that's not our fault.
Okay. 10 seconds left. I'm just gonna give you a straight question, like MSI qualifications looming. If you end up winning, of course, you can get it. Which player are you looking forward to most playing against if you were to make it? And what would you be your message to them?
Looking forward the most, I don't know, maybe Canyon, because we had a close series at Worlds. So, and the message, I don't know. Hopefully he plays Wars this time, so maybe we can win.
All right, I appreciate that. Congratulations on it one more time.
Thank you.
Pick that bad boy up and show it to the camera.
Thank you.
Man, he's been so good this whole time he's been in North America.
Yeah.
Specifically this split as well. 2 Player of the Weeks in like 6-7 week regular season. We've all done our MVP ballots. Those results are going to be their regular season results, so it's closed. Voting is closed for everyone except the fans. I feel like he's going to win another MVP.
Almost certainly.
Which, if he does, is going to put him in such an exclusive class in terms of multi-time MVPs in LCS and LTA. It's just Bjergsen, Core JJ, and Blabber. Doublelift never even won multiple MVPs or multiple
crazy.
Player of the Weeks. Inspired's got way more than
There it
Doublelift
is.
Match Up Player of the Weeks.
How many
But he's
statues
just-
does he have himself with?
He's so impressive. I mean, Inspired's got, Blabber might have more, but they both definitely have more than Doublelift.
But that's 2 in the LTA/LCS and then 1 from LEC. That's 3 if we were to pick it
know.
up overall.
I know.
That's pretty crazy to just think about.
Yeah, he's leaving part of Legacy.
But overall, we do have our eyes on the jungle matchup in the series. And whereas Inspired is coming off a Player of the Week performance, Contrax found himself at the center of a true horror last week.
He thought he was safe. But in the shadows, she was waiting. She doesn't gank, she roams. Nowhere to run, nowhere to farm. Fear has a new name. And it's Core JJ. This summer, lock your jungle. Ward your entrances.
Yo, look here. Poppy's here.
Based on a true LTA North nightmare.
Honestly terrifying.
Yeah.
What Core was able to do off of that level 1 in
Poppy's here, guys.
Yeah.
Saying
I
that
thought
earlier.
Trailer, by the way. Great editing.
Yeah, the comment when he's just like, Poppy's here. Really set up UG for success on the other side. But I think the big thing for Shopify, especially in going up against someone as smart as Inspired, who communicates with his team as well, is Contracts is such a huge part of Shopify's wins. Like, he basically needs to do well, as you can see here with the damage percentage and the kill participation numbers, I think tell a huge story of just how important it is for Shopify for Contracts to get off to a really good start.
Yeah, and these stats for me are just very, very context driven. The fact that you are like having that high of a kill participation means like you're not really looking to your lanes getting solo kills as frequently. Like, you are involved pretty heavily. And a lot of his earlier games are like Nefiri, like pretty damage heavy and farming heavy. And like, it's just nice to be able to see Contracts having as consistent as he is this split. Like, he's been having a great split so far. And then B, that he really is the focal point. Now he needs to look at the rest of his team and needs to see more action. That's for sure. Because he's going to be going up against the strongest jungle candidate in Inspired.
Yeah, and you can see whenever I see a jungler who is dominating the league and has a low kill participation percentage, you know that guy's eating good.
He is.
Like, Inspired is getting help from his teammates as well as being, and we know from previous splits, able to carry bad teams, but he's able to dominate on great teams.
Yeah.
So it's going to be, I think, a big uphill battle for Shopify, and I want to go to last week for FlyQuest to see how confident they're going to be, because this was their series, right? Fastest game of the year and fastest series of the year.
Oh my
God. But this was the number 1 team versus the number 2 team.
Number 2.
Yes.
Yes. And I had our stats go and look at, in the history of North American League of Legends, when the 1 seed has played the 2 seed, some of the most dominating performances ever. Everything else on this list were best of ones. It was ranked by kill to death ratio, 8.75 kill to death ratio. But this was over 2 games, 35 kills to 4. You could argue the biggest domination of a 1 seed versus 2 seed in the history of the league.
They did it twice, right? 2 games in a row.
Absolutely.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's incredible. I actually have a little sign here that is other notable things that this series was faster than, because that was a very fast series. My car's last tune-up takes about an hour. Raz doing a 100-piece puzzle. I have this on good authority that takes about an hour. And also Arcane Season 2 finale, actually longer than that series.
Wow.
So that was a fast series,
That's
guys.
pretty
I feel like we didn't get to see enough of the top 2 series.
Raz, did you know that's how long it takes
It does
for
not
you to
take
do
me that long.
100
No?
I have a big brain.
Did you bring a puzzle?
You know what? I think production might have one.
Yeah.
We might be able to get you a puzzle at
We
some
can time
point.
it.
I'll prove that it's faster.
We are not airing this, but I want to see. Also, I want to hear what Fudge has to say ahead of this next match.
I've got you, Jat. Jat, I've got you. Fudge is here. He's ready to tell you what he has to say. Now, you have been playing so much better these last couple of weeks. First up, I mean, was anything in particular like a turning point? Did something click for you in practice, or you're just playing better?
I mean, I think this split in general, it's been a lot better in practice. I think on stage, I still suffered from a little bit of low confidence. And after we started performing a lot better in scrims, I think I started playing better on stage just because I felt like, I know how to win. I know how to play my matchups. And yeah, I think the confidence just kind of clicked for me in general.
Nice snowball of confidence. I like that. Something that might have led to that is last time you played FlyQuest, it wasn't scrims, it was on stage. Even though you guys lost the series, you took a game. They've only lost 2 games total this whole split, so that was big in itself. But you also kind of dominated Whippo in the series, definitely got the better of him, and I heard he was very complimentary after the series, and especially since he previously has trash talked you. Did that feel good?
I mean, it definitely felt good, obviously. I mean, I respect Whippo as a player. I think he's good, so beating him gave me more confidence. I think the thing is for me, though, is I realized that you can play really well one week, and the next week you play like shit. So, you play bad. So, I mean, I'm just focusing on playing my own game and still practicing well. And I'm pretty confident going into today's series that we're going to do pretty well.
That's good to hear. I mean, are you guys going to do better than Cloud9 did last week then versus FlyQuest? Because that shouldn't be too hard.
I mean, I hope so. If we don't do better than C9, then it's just doomed for us, I think. That was the most dominating series I've seen. So I think we'll do better than C9.
All right, good luck. Back to the lounge.
Better than C9 is now the bar.
Yeah.
I
like
suppose.
that.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That's rough.
I actually caught Fudge in the hallways before going into the show today. And he was, talking about confidence there in the interview as well. I asked him, I was like, are you going to do it to Whippo again? And he said, that might have been an outlier. So
Hey, I don't want to hear that.
and he was saying, sometimes you're
I don't
good,
wanna hear
sometimes
that.
the next week not as good,
But he also just said in that interview that gave him confidence,
It
right?
did.
So
Yes.
I think that's the big thing, is because we did have that whole thing where Whippo was like, Fudge is one of the worst players in the league. We have it written down on a board. And then this was Fudge's response, right? Like after the match, he said, I was nervous, there's a lot of expectations, but the feeling is Whippo gonna shit talk me more if I played bad. He's already called me the worst player in the league. What am I so scared of? And I actually think that's a great attitude.
I love that attitude. I will also say, technically, Whippo said his coaches called him a worst player. Whippo didn't do that, so Whippo's got a layer of protection.
That's true. That's true. The coach's protection is very much there. And you know what we should add to that graphic? You know what yesterday was?
What?
It was Fudge's birthday. It was his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Fudge.
There it is. That's confidence.
Wow.
This should be a birthday present if he ends up taking a win off this one.
4 solo
True.
kills in one series is kind of insane.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah. I'll agree with you, Kangas. Not going to happen again.
You don't think
That's
so?
not the normal. I think that might have been a bit of a one-off, but he still needs to be able to compete against Whippo. Because for me with Whippo this split, I've really enjoyed him as a personality. I know he's always been outspoken, but he's been streaming a lot more. He's backing it up with a lot of success.
Yes.
He's pulling out so many picks that other people haven't seen.
He's rocking that new jersey.
But I'll also say, like, Bwipo's had a lot of splits in his career where he's looked great in regular season and fallen off in playoffs. Last summer, he overcame that, so to speak. But just because you were able to do it one time and you didn't do it 5 times doesn't mean you're just going to do it every time. So I need to see if he's able to continue his trajectory.
Sure.
Yeah, when he was on stage in the finals, the message that he had in general of just like keeping it simple very much resonated. Because like overthinking it when it's a big stage, all these things really, it felt like to him, added to like the underperformance in big moments. And in this case, I feel like that is not the case anymore. His split has been ridiculous, and I feel like it has only gotten better from here.
So what I'm hearing is that if Fudge, it's like a week over week, like 1 week you're good, 1 week you're not. Bwipo, it's like over a split. It's like for the split you're good, playoffs maybe not as much. You know,
there was a week in there.
The time. Yeah.
There was a week in there, sadly, for Bwipo. But we should talk about his opponent because we talked about it pretty heavily. The fact that Fudge throughout the split as a whole,
Fudge, he's been growing.
Just check it out because
how tall?
Throughout the split,
How tall is he
he's been
getting?
getting bigger and bigger.
Okay,
well, let's see me.
I think I'm as tall as the small Fudge.
Split 1, there's only 8 top laners in the league, right? So 8th is not a good stat. So he was down like negative 252 damage per minute difference. That means his opponents were doing that much more damage per minute than him. Terrible. Even the start of Split 2, still very bad, but he's continued to glow up.
Look at this, but I mean, 7th, 6th, 3rd, if he's gonna get to like the negatives soon.
You're right. He has been scaling. These numbers do look great. They look fantastic.
They do.
Sadly,
why do I feel like there's a butt coming?
Yeah.
This is where the big butt, a big butt. Follow me. Because he's going up against Mount Bwipo. The go! Mount Bwipo, you think this is big enough? I needed a cue card to be able to talk about this. Let's take a look at his stats throughout the entire split. Leading first, by the way, KDA, damage percentage, throw that up there. Goal difference at 14. K plus A, I'm even covering
getting
the stats.
wider.
It gets wider and wider.
How can somebody be first in all
K
of these?
plus A, forward percentage at 14. Damage per minute. Of course, his damage based on the difference, the gold per minute, solo kills. Throw that all up there. He's huge. We need a bigger wall for this.
Number 1 in all of these categories.
Number 1.
That's crazy.
He's the GOAT. There is no question. Maybe Fudge can scale up to that level. It will take some time, though.
It's my sleep paralysis demon also, it turns out to be.
I mean, seeing those all side by side is kind of crazy because I've been rolling with the thought that 1 week Bwipo wins it for you, the other week he loses it for you. But if it averages to be the best in the league, in everything.
Wild. It is wild. It is a crazy split that he has been having, and so like it's crazy because at least they played once against each other. That was a bad week for Bwipo. I don't think you're gonna have 2 of those.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, Fudge doesn't think so. We just heard it in the thing. I think the thing that's the most impressive to me is that perceived volatility, right? Because that's something we always talk about where he knows these matchups, he can pull out crazy picks. Sometimes it doesn't always work out. I think the 2 big things for me in being able to put up these numbers is he's doing it on so many different champions and also through a split pushing style that we already brought up is something that they've been trying to focus on perfecting as a team, right? Sending Bwipo into side lanes with stuff like the Nidalee to really, really set up a strong split push.
And I'm happy you bring up the team play because when I look at that Nidalee game, I mean, that was, let's be honest, a pretty worthless Nidalee. Like, they didn't really need the Nidalee in those late game team fights to win, but the rest of the team can back him up. So Bwipo can carry games on his own, but he always has the team there to back him up, even when he has those rough games.
Well, and then he improved on it, right? Because the next iteration of the Nidalee was a lot cleaner.
We've
talked a lot about Fudge-inspired contract, the top side of the map. I would also say, as we pull up predictions, I'm favoring FlyQuest on the rest of the map as well. I feel like Quad is having a way better season than Palafox. I think specifically that bottom lane for Shopify hasn't been doing much, and FlyQuest has just been absolutely dominating.
Wait, Jet. Oh, 3 for Shopify. You think they're going to lose 3 games?
Did you just put that so we have a Shopify
I wanted a little variety so that it didn't feel like it was 3-0s across the board.
FlyQuest isn't going to win 3. Shopify's going to lose 3 is what you're telling me.
So it's like a mirage. Like, it looks like...
Oh my God.
It's like oil on a road, right?
Shopify really an upper bracket team? Is Shopify really an upper bracket team? I'm not sure, because I think they're going to be swept.
I like the Mirage concept. Now I'm starting to understand it a little better.
Okay, you're grasping it.
One thing I do want to shout out that we kind of started to talk about is the rest of the map for FlyQuest, right? Because one thing that we kind of brought up in going through champion picks is that when we swapped to best ofs, this FlyQuest bot lane was suddenly playing a much wider, like diverse champ pool and looking really, really good. Arguably, I'd actually say they've looked better as the split has gone on than when they first started. So yeah, that is also the difference maker to me.
Yeah, I'd say when I had Masu and Busio on pros, and I know this is an outside of the game versus in the game point, but they just both exude so much more confidence than in their first year together on FlyQuest. So even though previously FlyQuest was this top jungle dominated team, I think the reason they're 14-2 and the reason they had one of the most dominating performances last week that any 1 seed has ever had against any 2 seed in the LCS or LTA is because everyone is playing with confidence and playing to their role.
Yeah, but I gotta say, best of 5 Fearless. Now, it's gonna be our first look at both these teams actually doing it. We all said 3-0. I mean, technically the 0-3. I want a 4th game. We haven't had one yet for
I would
best
like
of 5
5.
Fearless. 5 would be fantastic,
Okay, Kangas, tell me from the Shopify perspective what they need to do to be able to
get
win.
contracts into Fury and get in Inspired's face early and consistently the entire game. Do not let that get far.
I think it's Palafox.
Yeah?
Oh.
I think if Palafox pops off, if we actually see
Palafaker. Okay. The genius mid laner.
I like this idea. Emily, any thoughts?
No, I agree. I actually think if
it has to be.
He's been
bringing them down for most of the split.
That's what could be a difference maker.
This all makes sense. Kangas, what's the response to that?
I
do not care! Start the show! Start the show! I don't want to hear from Kangas. I don't want to hear from none of us. Go!
Playoffs is basically like the main course, and every other game you play before that was just the appetizer.
Going into playoffs, even the small mistakes can change the outcome of the whole split.
I like that type of pressure in the playoffs. I think it's more fun. It's more exciting when you win. It's more sad when you lose.
All of the sleepless nights mean nothing unless I can perform right here and now.
Zerdy does still have his flash. He's going to be able to use the flash. Nicely done. The tower is heated up, and they are taking shot after shot after shot. Zerdy with the outplay.
I feel like I have a lot of doubters. Quite literally, like every single pro player, the analysts, it feels like honestly the entire world. That kind of pisses me off, and I feel like this is my chance to just show everyone why I deserve to be in the league.
Team Liquid always performs in playoffs. The pressure makes the games way more exciting for me.
When you play in Tier 1, you only get one opportunity. Once you squander that opportunity, it's extremely hard to get back in. So this playoffs, I'm going to play to prove that I belong. I'm playing for my future.
With the pop-off play of the split!
It's been a while since I won my last title, and I think it's my time to win again.
Oh, nice double pull comes out from Blabber, and C9 just completely shut them down. Blabber just might have won the series.
I've been the best jungler in the league so far throughout the whole split, and I think playoffs is the time to prove that I am. And winning the title definitely would prove that.
FlyQuest are leaving no doubt whatsoever who the best team in the LTA is.
Playoffs is my time.
It's my time.
My time.
My time.
My time. My time to win it all.
Welcome back to the LTA. The Split 2 playoffs have finally arrived here at the Riot Games Arena, and it's all Fearless best of fives from here on out until the finals in just a few weeks. To kick things off, Shopify Rebellion surprised a lot of fans by making it here into the upper bracket, but their first task is a true challenge. They're going against a FlyQuest squad hot off a massive stomp against one of the other top teams in the league. Can Shopify pull off the upset, or will FlyQuest continue the dominance they've demonstrated throughout Split 2. Shopify versus FlyQuest starts right now. I cannot wait to get these playoffs underway. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Kobe for this one. Gentlemen, what do we think? Is it just going to be a 3-0, or are we going the distance?
No, it is not going to be a 3-0. It might be a 0-3, as Jack was predicting. But honestly, I am very hopeful for an underdog story. You know, you always like to hope for the underdog story, but this one actually has some legs behind it because Shopify was one of only 2 teams to take a single game off of FlyQuest in this Split's regular season. So Shopify have done a little bit of it in the past, and Fudge talked to him right before the game. He said he was fairly confident, so we'll see what they can do.
All right, getting into draft now. You can see FlyQuest, a little bit different attire here today, wearing their pink jerseys in support of FlyQuest Red, their women's team, alongside celebrating their goal of getting 30 cats adopted with their Cat Quest mission. Okay. So FlyQuest getting a couple dubs here on stage before the draft even begins, but we'll see if they can also find that same success in-game. Now, let's check out our bans as Yone, Gwen, and Ezreal are removed by FlyQuest. Over there for Shopify, it's the Vi, the Azir, and the Nico taken off the table as Varus is the first lock here for FlyQuest.
I mean, there's the Jace hover, but I would be very surprised to see them blinding Jace here against Bwipo, who has so many different counters, different answers for it. Instead, it is going to be the Rumble, which makes me think we might be getting a Galio over on the other side for Bwipo. Now, this is a guy who has some really well-defined counter picks that he loves to go towards, but Contracts will get the Nefiri that I think we have seen him be very, very successful on. You know, grouping up with Seos, constantly attacking the enemy jungle, really liking to play in their face. It's something that you love to see.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the junglers that jumped on this champion as soon as it got this little mini rework and got the untargetability on the W. And it's a strategy they came into the league perfecting and trying, and it's a strategy that has paid off for them. So we do get the expected counter pick with the magic shield, the pushing here for Galio into Rumble, but I really, really like the Pantheon answer as well. Pantheon having that point-click CC and having the global really helps them out towards the mid-game. Pantheon plus Galio, it just puts so many extra questions to Shopify to have to deal with in the mid-game when you have multiple areas on the map that can be covered.
I call it the meteor shower combo. They both just come raining down from the sky, and instantly the fight can be turned no matter how well you think you might have set it up on the other side. But it looks like Shopify going to lock in a little bit of extra long range for themselves here with the Jhin, the Curtain Call, and Deadly Flourish being able to help out as Rumble and the Fury go into scrap. Victor going to be the first ban here in the second half for Shopify, wanting to keep that one away from Quad.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how heavily Shopify will be committing to the dive. You know, if they want to go for an aggressive mid laner here for Palafox as well. Of course, they do have an AD jungler, so they could be looking, you know, for one of these aggressive pairings, things like the Ahri that are up and available. You know, the Victor's been banned out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Quad just tanking another ban here. Cassio is something that hasn't been banned out, but very frequently does get banned against him. It is one of the most banned champions against FlyQuest. You know, Quad is so well known for that champ that, generally speaking, FlyQuest really eats a lot of targeted bans, you know, bans that aren't necessarily that popular in the meta. Things like the Cassio, like the Scion, like the Yorick.
And especially when you are playing, you know, best of 5 Fearless, which we have not played a lot of, you do have to think about the progression of your pick ban phase here if we do get very deep in it versus a team like FlyQuest that has so many tools. So they opt for the Talia right now. Like, Talia, pretty much every mid laner just agrees, is just OP.
Especially with Pantheon.
So, yeah, exactly. You cannot let that go through with the point-and-click setup.
Talia with Pantheon and Galio would be pretty difficult to deal with in terms of any sort of a side lane situation, but that's off the table, and it's double support bans from FlyQuest as Bard and Karma are both removed.
Interesting, because I would think like Seos is going to be on like a Nautilus or a Rel or some sort of CC champ here on the bottom side. They just operate so much better with that. And if you look at the team that they've drafted, they need setup and front line to keep people on a Rumble Ultimate to go roam around with the Nefiri. So Sayas definitely expect him to go that route for support, but we're shifting through quite a few mid lane options here instead for Shopify.
It's interesting as well that they're electing actually counterpick support, and they are going to be blinding their mid. Of course, in theory, it could be any support, but I think there's like a 99% chance that it is going to be going mid lane. So they are going to be blinding that Annie for Palafox. The Ahri, one of the ones considered here, but this does make a lot of sense here. It gives them some CC, it gives them a little bit of initiation. But I still think they are going to need some hard engage from bot lane. And I feel like when you are really locked into that, it's harder to get a big advantage from your support counter pick. So we'll see where they're going to go. It is going to be an Ornn coming out. So this could be Galio mid. I think they're going to shift the Galio to mid into the Annie here. They're saying, you know what? You're not going to be able to bully us here. We're just going to move the Ornn up to the top side, give ourselves incredible engage between the Ornn, the Pantheon out, the Galio, and they can go aggressive here, potentially for Busio.
Yeah, this is probably the reason why they wanted support counterpick, because if you were thinking Rel, then you don't have to play into Alistar, and then you also have to worry about, oh, is there going to be like Braum counterpicks if you want to play, a lot of those engaged supports. So we'll see what Sayos does now that he sees it is for sure an Alistar, because this is a beefy FlyQuest comp.
It really is, and I think it's smart because when you're looking over, it's like, who is supposed to be the one killing all these tanks, right? Like, is it the Annie? Is it the Jhin? Like, not really.
Yeah.
But they do have a lot of different threats, and if they are ahead of the pace of the game, then maybe they're going to have enough damage coming from all of these different sources to kind of punch through these targets, but it feels really hard. And I also am struggling to think, what they're going to pick here on 5 that gives them a big advantage. The Braum comes through, that feels fine, but it doesn't feel like they got a big support edge, in that bot lane 2v2 by any means, and it doesn't feel like they're going to be that happy about the mid lane 1v1.
Yeah, I think it's just, it provides a lot of value for team. Since the enemy team is all these like melee range, really short range.
Apply that passive.
Yeah, exactly. You can control a lot of space there. It does mean they are going to rely a lot on Annie flash engages, because Palafox kind of has to now be such a primary tool for a lot of their plays. And that is going to be a big and kind of different look here for Shopify. So a lot of pressure on Palafox's shoulders here with the Annie. Of course, nice little rework to Annie. Did give her a lot of burst damage in the regular abilities. But the big engage is still going to be super critical when you have the stun, when you have flash, finding the right angle, using Fog of War and stuff to get in there.
It really is, but I will say, over on the FlyQuest side, if you can kill Masu off early in the fight, they are so low on damage. It's not going to be easy to do because you have to get through the Alistar and the Ornn and the Galio and the point-and-click CC from the Pantheon, but you have a lot of point-and-click attacks yourself, right? If you get a Flash Tibbers onto Masu here, and you have the Nefiri ult coming through, the Rumble Equalizer on his head, everything thrown at Masu to take him out, you can make it happen.
So almost every Shopify game where they get contracts on Nefiri, they go for these invades early on to get vision for their team so that he can have options for hashing enemy junglers. And so FlyQuest, knowing this tendency, defensively ward their Raptors, and they see the Shopify Raptor ward put down.
Are they going to ward over the wall?
Look, wow, this. Okay. I thought for a second there that could be real dicey.
Going to get real spicy here and hop over the wall, but Fudge is coming down. I mean, this is a pretty active level 1, we'll say.
Palafox is getting some first strike value.
Yeah, exactly. The first strike, truly, the first one of the game. The little auto attack getting in there. But apparently FlyQuest were discussing some genius midfielder Palafox aura before the game. Let's take a listen.
Be careful, Quad. Enemy midfielder is genius.
What did you say?
Careful, Quad. Enemy midfielder is genius.
Enemy mid is genius?
Enemy midfielder is genius. You don't know meme?
I don't know this, man.
Xiaohu did an interview, and he said...
No, it's Showmaker, no?
No, it was Xiaohu.
Oh.
He said enemy mid laner has aura of genius.
Yeah, if he roams anywhere or does anything, I'll just be saying that in comms.
Enemy mid
He's
in
doing
Genius.
a million damage on the Stolia.
Millions of damage. Millions of damage.
Genius little stun right there.
Yeah.
on the
Genius last
Galio
hit, you know?
Everything he does. It's just the genius aura emanating from mid lane. And again, Annie will be critical to this team because this is such a snowbally champion. You know, if you can get ahead, you can definitely have some really high impact roams. Busio said he's definitely going to be looking for those.
Point and click spells are definitely powerful if you get ahead.
Okay, we have an invade coming out here early as Contracts moves into the jungle against Inspired, looking to use the early power of this Nefiri. We know how much Contracts loves to do this on this champion. His bottom lane has priority, so they can rotate over to help him. He loves trying to attack the enemy jungler at their second buff at level 3.
Also actually got a lot of damage down on Seos as he was trying to move over to help. Inspired's going back for the steal, couldn't get it. But they forced out the heal from the Braum there because Masu got so much damage on him as he was walking up through Tribrush.
Yep, every single game. Contracts on Nefiri.
Always.
Going for these invades. It does take away the red, but Inspired can just recall and go up for Top Crab instead after the bottom side has been under contention.
I did like how Inspired handled that, though. He immediately just backed off. He charged up his passive so he could have that full passive Q to try to go back and actually steal it. Of course, he didn't get it, but I thought he played that out pretty intelligently, you know, buying time for Busio to move over and give him that support.
Yeah, and Contracts as well. You know, you use your second Q on the Fury for the execution damage as well. Always trying to combo.
Yeah, and so this is a FlyQuest that only has 2 losses this entire split. And while people are going to be looking at this as very favored towards them, and I think rightfully so, one loss was during the positioning phase to Cloud9. Their only loss during the group phase was actually to Shopify in a 2-1 series that, yes, they did win, but Fudge really had a good one. Was getting the better of Whippo in all 3 games, I felt, despite the loss. And it was a very competitive series. And I think that is kind of giving some hope here to Shopify that they can compete.
And so Inspired, because of the early recall that he took after finishing on bottom side, even though his red was stolen, he has combat advantage now with the extra longswords in inventory. So he comes back over to contest Contracts when Contracts tries to protect his red quadrant. We'll see about this Smite fight. Smite's coming back up shortly, and Inspired's was already there, so Contracts doesn't quite get that Krug. And Inspired's gets a little vengeance with Busio roaming too.
Yep, Busio helping out Inspired there. They not only get the large Krug, but all the smaller ones as well. Whippo in a bit of a tough spot here against Fudge, using the early power of that Rumble to try to keep this Ornn down.
And something we haven't touched on yet is Whippo is actually playing Unsealed Spellbook. It's something I've seen him experiment with on his stream. It did get some buffs. You know, once you actually get through, you know, all the rotations, the cooldown gets very low now. It's down to 1:30. Obviously, it takes quite some time in the game to be able to actually get through all those rotations. The first change does unlock at 6 minutes. But it's a lot of utility. It scales very, very well. And we have to touch in on, this is how the matchup went last time. So the left stats are Whippo against the field. The right stats are Whippo in his matchup against Fudge. Actually did way worse than expected, as Fudge was playing incredibly well. Palafox should be able to walk this off, but you know, Fudge was such a big part of that series, and he does have a nice little advantage for himself. 300 gold early on. You have to think that Fudge has to have a good game, you know, get that advantage for them to be able to really have a shot against FlyQuest in this series.
Yeah, a lot riding on this, as you can see in DeMonte tweeting as well. Big for Shopify here into playoffs for the organization. Old squad. Really, really big stuff for him. Yeah, individually. He's talked about knowing these FlyQuest players really well and how they play.
The inside man.
We'll see if that could actually convert to a win this time around in the series. But I definitely like that you're highlighting the Fudge Whippo matchup because it was so impactful last time. Maybe we can see some of these old Ornn counter kills where you have the Ignite swapped over on Spellbook. Inspired's here.
Whippo starting off with the Ornn Horn as Fudge immediately flashes away. Does not want to take any risk there. If you get hit by it, you're just going to take damage and still have to flash anyway, even if you live, so you might as well spend it early.
I honestly think if you don't flash that, then you're going to get stunned by Inspired. You're going to get ignited. There's going to be so much follow-up damage. I think you're just dead to rights. So I think that was the correct flash, respectful flash there. When you have that Ignite swapped over to from the Unsealed Spellbook, like Kobe was talking about, the kill threat is so high. Ornn does so much damage with a full combo at 6, and then you have that threat there. Yes, you are weaker early without the grasp, but there's a lot of power to be had here, and I think we're going to see Whippo, you know, likely just cycle through this pretty quickly, just get that Ignite on cooldown when he can and start to just kind of move through those cooldowns as fast as he can.
And Inspired ganking for Bwipo on a Pantheon as bottom lane does go for a little exchange.
Yeah, the Chains of Corruption from Masu finding a lot of damage here onto Seos, who again has to use the heal. Masu taking some pain of his own though as B-Boy fires back.
That Inspired Pantheon ganking for Bwipo in this Cloud9 series, it was actually quite huge. And that was a dominating series from FlyQuest. Actually set records in the LTA with how quickly they dispatched Cloud9. So that, avoidance of the death on top there, quite big for Fudge. But Inspired will come repeat, try and abuse that flashless Rumble.
And he's 6 now, he's going to look.
Okay, let's see what we can get as there it is, the Grand Starfall, and Fudge is not looking too good. First blood over to Inspired.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually not rocket science. I mean, it is a Pantheon with ultimate, and you're like, well, there's one person with no flash here, Flowers, so got to be very careful. And they do convert for the kill. That is just textbook jungling right there. Blow the flash on the first visit, repeat with the global. What will be the Shopify answer, though? Because, again, you invest a little bit, and Fudge, or Bwipo has gone for his recall, so they're trying to get the grubs in the meantime. Looks like Contracts will at least get some of them.
Yeah, he should at least get one at the very least here, but Inspired is going to be here. And,
now he's jump over the back of the pit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Inspired going to show up to try to contest this. Both bot lane duos also making their way towards this part of the map. Neither team did the early bot to top swap that we often see with those bottom lane duos, as Inspired takes that second grub, but now in a little bit of danger here as Shopify try to make their move. Busio here on the front line, but does not have unbreakable will to try to survive. B-Boy under pressure as Masu's looking for some AD carry violence. Meanwhile, more problems for Fudge up there in the top lane as Quad is locked up and shot down. Palafox getting one, but it's FlyQuest taking one back as Inspired finds another kill onto the Rumble.
Yeah, 1 for 1 at the end of the day there, and that one hurts for Fudge. He didn't have the equalizer, so he couldn't really get involved. And as he tried to walk him from top lane, they just turned on him, were able to knock him down. It is 2 grubs, though, for Shopify, so they did grab a second grub towards the end of that fight.
Yeah, Contracts able to grab that one during the skirmish. Honestly, though, the focus of money might be an issue because Inspired, as we said, in the series versus Cloud9, was huge on this champ. He was the one to get both of these kills. So it is going to be an accelerated Pantheon. And when you do have a global to be able to spread that pressure, it can mean very big things for the mid game. Here's another look at it. Of course, on the top side of your screen, you can see Fudge was very quickly isolated there, and Inspired knew I have flash advantage, so they're going to guarantee that kill. But the other side of the map is where Shopify slightly came out ahead, getting their counter kill as well as the extra grub.
And honestly, it could have been even better for them. Palafox's Tibbers only connected onto the Galio. If he caught Inspired as well, maybe there's some sort of threat of a follow-up. I thought Masu played it quite well, though, actually just isolating B-Boy. When he opened up with the Jhin ult, Masu just kind of went over and started just fighting him 1v1, which he's always going to win, pushes the Jhin back, made it so B-Boy couldn't really follow up. Palafox had spent all his spells, so they were kind of just light on damage without the equalizer.
Palafox now without that flash for a little while longer. You guys talked a lot about it, I think rightfully so, after we saw the way that the drafts ended up shaping up. There's so much that rides on this Annie. So much of this is, can he get a big flash engage? And I think so much of it is also then going to be making sure that that flash is always available for that purpose, right? If you're FlyQuest and you can manage to force the Annie flash defensively, all of a sudden the team fight from Shopify just feels so much weaker.
I mean, I think it's a really good point, and you can see that he has gone Lucidity boots. Is going to be trying to play around that as much as he possibly can. A lot of MR already being purchased up here, though. You've got to be able to actually get towards that back line. You can see Kane and Crookern done for Bwipo. He rushes that first. We already have that Cowl done for Quad as well. So there's going to be a lot of MR on this front line. You've got to be able to find a way to get past them, but there's so much CC on these champs that it is going to be really difficult unless you're first to the spot.
All right, first Drake of the game taken by FlyQuest, and that's going to be, honestly, a pretty late first Drake, 11 minutes in. Not a lot of early focus onto the neutrals as Masu's in danger. Contracts jumping in here with the ulti. It's up to B-Void to hit the shots, but Masu gets out of the curtain call range just in time.
Okay, he survives for now. Shopify doesn't look like there's going to be any transition on the map, so yeah, FlyQuest, they grab their dragon. Masu, with the cleanse, is going to avoid his death in a mid lane, and the first item power spikes are all just about coming in here. So we'll have a pretty big scuffle around the next one.
All right, 19,000 gold for both teams. Very, very close game state. The single dragon's not really going to make or break anything. The 2-1 advantage on the grubs. Again, similar story. Palafox in danger as Inspired arrives, and Bwipo puts the chain CC together. Easy peasy. 3 kills to 1 now. FlyQuest takes the feat of warfare.
So I have to point out that there is a bit of an overlay bug at the moment. Palafox's flash, I'm in the game, and it is not actually up. So the indicator is showing it up. He could not have flashed that. It's not actually up at the moment. But yeah, nice double long-range ultimate usage there to actually kill the Annie, because FlyQuest are correctly tracking that flash and know that it had not quite come back off of cooldown, which it is just about now.
And he is going to be very squishy, right? And it's not like there's any HP built up whatsoever. You know, he is just on the Malignance, so is going to have that shorter ulti cooldown for the Tibbers, for these potential engages, and clearly he is going heavily towards CDR and trying to play for that. But it does mean if you get caught, you are going to get blown up in a hurry.
And big credit to Inspired in usage of this Pantheon ultimate. He has had really high value with all of his movement. This is one of the reasons we and everyone talks about Inspired so much with this team. He has been very good with his clear, despite the early invade from Shopify. And here we go.
Seos in some danger immediately as FlyQuest go for the engage. The Braum is a difficult target, but they got plenty of firepower, and they're already on their first kill. Now Contract, focused by Bwipo, as the rest of FlyQuest reassembles after the equalizer had come down. Contracts and Fudge disengaging off to the right. FlyQuest won't find anything more, but they got what they needed.
Yeah, they got the flash off of Fudge there on the side as well, as Bwipo's now on Ghost here with the Unsealed Spellbook, comes in, is able to put some pressure onto Fudge. They already got that initial kill there onto Seos, and there just wasn't really much of a chance at actually continuing the fight afterwards. The equalizer was placed pretty well, but there was no CC to actually hold them in it, so FlyQuest just kind of wander out of that and are still sitting pretty, and are going to be able to get the push down on bot side. Someone's going to have to get up towards top side and eventually answer this Annie, but FlyQuest have got to be quite happy, I think, with how the early stages have gone.
Inspired is 3-0-1 on the Pantheon, almost has the ulti off cooldown yet again, and the Rift Herald is going to spawn in 30 seconds. I expect FlyQuest to have their eyes set on this, and then the question just becomes, do Shopify want to fight for it? Do you want to just try to trade a turret somewhere else on the map? How confident are they feeling when it seems like it's kind of difficult for them to find what they're looking for in these fights with that lack of CC that you're talking about?
And I do really think they are on a bit of a timer here. You know, you want to be able to actually get these kills on Masu, win team fights before he can get towards, you know, the 3-4 item mark where he starts to get these defensive items in, right? Like almost guaranteed. He's going Blade of Rune King, he's going Rage Blade. Those are going to be the first two. But if he gets to, you know, Wit's End and he gets to some of these like tanky items that are going to really make it difficult to actually burst him down, you know, with what we're assuming is going to be a Locket and so on coming in, and the Galio ulti shield and all these things, I think it's just not going to be there as far as the damage you need to 100 to 0 him.
Well, that will be the challenge here for the Rebels, as it looks like FlyQuest is already ready to start up this Herald.
And Inspired there, even funneling an extra cannon wave into their Varus, into Masu's hands to further accelerate and feed as much money as you can into the AD carry. This is something Inspired has always done on all of the teams. When he was back on EG, did so much with Danny, trying to get as much money for his AD carry as possible. So it is going to be a rotation on over to the Herald. Easily pick that one up. And he has the 1,000 gold individual lead, now even more than that in the jungle, and ultimate will be ready to roll here for him as well. Let's see, as far as the flashes go, Fudge is kind of the primary target again, since like you're talking about, that one was blown, and Fudge on the bottom side of the map does have to be very careful with his positioning. No flash on the Rumble has been a primary target. Dragon is coming up very shortly, so everyone's going to be looking.
Yep, 10 seconds until that Drake spawns. Again, this is a very slow Drake game. The first one only being taken about 11.5 minutes into the game means that there's only that single Drake thus far, possessed by FlyQuest. They also have the Herald alongside the Drake. They lost out on the Grubs, so they need one more neutral objective to claim that feat, claim the Empowered Boots. If Shopify can take this Drake, obviously they'll be able to stop that for now, but it's FlyQuest first on the scene again.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just there's no way they're even going to try to contest. You can see Contracts is up on top side. You know, Annie's going to be pushing that top lane down, you know, trying to at least deny a little bit of farm. Just going to be an easy Drake there for FlyQuest. Their second of the game, so it's not like it's going to be ultra fast soul that they are facing down here, but they are going to be slowly working towards that. They have the feats of strength already completed, and that's just going to make things that much more difficult.
Seo's trying to jump forward there, throws up the Unbreakable, tries to tag Masu with a winner's bite, but it's not like there's really a whole lot of threat behind it, even if he hits him. We still have another 3 minutes or so until the Otacon spawns. Will be the bot side Otacon this time around. Honestly, it's not a super high kill game, but pretty much every kill that's happened has been inspired.
Yeah, Inspired involved in all of them. A lot in tandem with some of the other ultimates. You know, Bwipo's Ornn provides a lot of setup value there. But honestly, it has been just really intelligent pathing from Inspired. Talking about dealing with the early invade, keeping up his farm, going for the counter invades, preying on people with no flashes.
Here we go. Inspired ready to make the dive happen as Bwipo goes in for the ulti, and they're going to combo Palafox down before he can do a damn thing about it. Now Quad's ready to show up for the two-man taunt. Bucio's there right behind him. FlyQuest just murdered Shopify.
CC is OP, Flowers, and they've got a lot of it. FlyQuest here go for the tower dive. And instead of tracking like time CC'd for these people in their death timers.
Time not CC'd.
Yeah, exactly. Time,
0.
Time not CC'd. Probably very, very close to 0. So FlyQuest get the tower afterwards after the bounce house goes on fire in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, this time Palafox did have the flash, but I think he's saying, okay, Contrax is with me. I can survive the initial damage, then throw out my full combo and maybe live. He even got his self-E on, but he just gets basically 100 to 0 in the CC there. Then Contrax is here trying to hold on. He pops the W, but look at the Quad. He just repositions with the move speed there from the teleport, able to get in on top, hold that taunt so long that he catches Contrax after he comes out of the immune, gets Fudge as well. Bucio arrives, the whole team arrives, and they just wipe them off the map.
I love tanks.
I love the fact that FlyQuest brought everybody up there because Fudge's teleport, which would normally be the attempted punish of the dive, just ends up being more free food for FlyQuest. And now they're summoning up the Herald here in mid lane. The turret is about to be taken out. They try to use the Palafox ulti to make an engage, but it ain't going to happen. And now Contrax is already in danger. Bucio looking to keep going forward with the Unbreakable. Will knocks Palafox up into the air as Contrax will fall, and a grand entrance for Quad. Locks up 3. Palafox about to drop. B-Boys on the run. Seos is heading straight into the dirt as FlyQuest just runs Shopify over.
Quad is getting some mega value taunts here. He is getting multiple people on every single tower dive that they go for. I was kind of hopeful, Flowers, when I saw Palafox sitting on the Super Blast Cone. Those are some of the like coolest plays in the game, but they were only 4v5, and Fudge didn't have teleport. So Palafox goes like jumping in there. It's really about once they take the tower, though. Rift Herald comes down, and they're just chasing him through. Nobody can run away.
And I just really like how FlyQuest actually plays it out. You know, Bwipo is on the side with Inspired, chasing after the Fury. On the other side, Bucio is just marking Palafox, so he can't spend his spells on anyone except the Alistar. He's just getting pushed back. That leaves Masu free-firing the entire time. We're back to live, but there's just no shot they can actually start up an Otacon here. I mean, it's desperation hours for Shopify, absolutely. They've got to look for some sort of a crazy pick or some sort of a flip on an objective. But FlyQuest is giving them no opportunities to make anything happen.
And we kind of saw what you guys were talking about earlier in the last fight. That was Palafox making the engage on Masu, trying to get the kill on the Varus, and he got him to half HP. I think the clock has struck midnight here on the Shopify game plan, and there's just no way around it.
And you can tell why FlyQuest had the confidence to just hard force that play, because they've been so good at tracking, you know, all the summoner spells, which also should be very, very commonplace. But they're like, Fudge can't join. If there's no Rumble ultimate,
got half of the Kanan Crooker with his full combo.
All right.
If there's no Rumble ultimate on Masu in addition to the Annie, if there's no, you know, Nefiri also, you know, ulting onto Masu in addition to the Annie, then
the whole squad.
Then he's not scared. So the mere fact that they can like, you know, count it out gives them a confidence. They just hard force to play, push on forward, and they collect so much more every time they do that they really just have Shopify in the stranglehold at the moment.
And I also really like that Quad is actually going Riftmaker a second here. I think it's quite strong on Galio. And when you are playing with a team comp that clearly Masu has to be prioritized, like he has to be killed, you're going to get ignored. So you can deal a little bit more damage. You don't have to be a pure tank or anything like that on the Galio. If people are trying to run past you and ignore you, and you have that Riftmaker, you have some reasonable damage to punish some of these squishy characters.
4.7 thousand gold lead for FlyQuest just about 22 minutes into the game. The next Drake has spawned. Objective bounties are active for Shopify. Contracts is down here, but it's just way too risky to try to start anything up.
And Bwipo has actually hit all 6 swaps on the spellbook, so now he's going to have that minute and 30 extra summoner spell cooldown that he can actually be swapping through. So for a lot of these fights, he'll have a heal, he'll have exhaust, he'll have something that is going to be really useful for his team.
And Shopify now are in full defense mode because they are so out-itemized at the moment, with all these members of FlyQuest having multiple item power spikes. They cannot fight something as little as a Dragon number 3. You have to give over soul points and just pray and hope that you can get a better angle for the actual Dragon Soul fight, or, some sort of pick off in a side lane, which also your chances aren't
Can
great.
you fight over something little like an Otacon here?
All right,
Maybe you
boys. We got Otacon starting up, and Shopify's got to try to make their approach. They don't just want to give it away, but FlyQuest is already done as Busio looks to engage with the flash headbutt pull over the wall. A nice Chains of Corruption to follow it up. B-Boy's already in danger as the Grand Starfall is about to seal his fate. Masu trying to get away from Palafox off to the side as B-Boy also barely survives. Fudge on the run as Bwipo takes out Palafox, and the fight's not done. The re-engage as FlyQuest continues looking for more kills. Quad jumps forward, but he doesn't have the range. All things considered, only 2 dead on Shopify's better than it looked at the start, but Contracts now has to fully retreat as well. FlyQuest, they'll take the Otacon, they'll take the kills, they'll take the turret, they'll take it all.
Yeah, they get that bottom lane tier 2. They are 7K ahead now. They take the Otacon, and FlyQuest says, let's just fight. Even with Palafox getting onto Masu again here, they don't have the juice to do it by themselves. They need the full team onto him, and they can't make it happen. Everyone dives into the backline. This engage was beautiful from Busio. The Chains of Corruption there to follow it up. And here's now Palafox, full combo onto Masu. No one else is there with him, though, so even though he gets him low, Bwipo arrives, hits the ulti, flashes over the wall, and is able to finish him off, while Masu has a battle to the death against Tibbers, which he's able to take down as well.
Yeah, life stealing off the Tibbers. Bwipo had a good combo there. Gets the Brittle Proc, gets the knockup into the wall. And the rest of the FlyQuest team, meanwhile, we're looking like an NFL team just running through Shopify.
Bunch of linebackers.
Up into their own towers. Quad is starting the fight on Fudge.
Okay, Fudge calling in some backup from Palafox, but again, it's 2 mages against a tanky Galio. It's not looking so great. They get him low, but they can't quite kill him off. The equalizer finally burns him down. Palafox getting the kill credit on that one, as now Masu might be in a little bit of danger as well. A nice shot from B-Boy to make it a positive trade for Shopify Rebellion. Now Palafox in a little bit of danger, but Inspired's in a 1v3 trying to escape, or at least take Seos with him, but it ain't gonna happen. FlyQuest have lost 3, and Shopify wants more. Contracts jumps in as Busio barely survives with the Unbreakable Will. It's only 2 very tanky tanks on the side of FlyQuest left, but the guns aren't really firing anymore. Busio looking to buy a little bit of time as Seos might just fall to Bwipo, who's trying to combo him down with the Orange CC. The Brittle's going to be enough with that last little burp. Bwipo goes godlike, but he's the only man still standing in FlyQuest colors. Contracts trying to chase him down and complete what'll be a delayed ace for the side of Shopify as Bwipo about to fall here. Quad gonna arrive with the teleport, but he's arriving into a spot where Bwipo's still barely alive. The shutdown over to B-Boy as Quad shows up nearby, but not close enough. Everybody on FlyQuest just died.
This is actually critical. That last kill will have a long death timer here. Maybe Shopify can try and chain together comeback plays. That is always your hope. When you get one kill desynced from the other ones, they want to try and force a pick. The problem is Bwipo had swapped over to the teleport, so he'll have that ready once he does revive. And the timer is actually going to tick down fairly quickly as we go into the replay.
I mean, this just felt like a little bit of overconfidence. You can see the redemption came in from Bwipo to try to keep Quad alive. And then Masu's just standing and fighting against both the soul laners here by himself, without anyone around to actually protect him. And when Masu dies to this Jin W, all of a sudden, Inspired's stuck on the side. You don't really have any damage left. And it's just some overconfidence, a little bit fast and loose there from FlyQuest.
Yeah. They have to be a little bit careful about the gold that they give over, because now it's getting more competitive as far as this dream fight we've been talking about for Shopify. The Dragon Soul, now they actually, will have some power, some items behind their fight. A couple of extra ones now being completed and coming in for the Shopify hope here, Flowers.
Yeah, it was an overcommitment from FlyQuest. They did overplay their hand, and you can say, yeah, they still definitely have a lead. They're definitely still in control, but the gold lead got cut in half, right? It was a little bit over 5,000, now barely over 2.5, and Contract's just on the dog, man. There's a reason he plays this champ every time he gets the opportunity to. Now he's got to jump back out of the Baron pit. The Dragon Soul for FlyQuest spawns in 20 seconds. Kimtech Soul, not usually one that people are chomping at the bit to get a hold of, generally considered lower value than others, but it's still a big power spike. It's still going to give you a decided and market advantage in the following fights, and Shopify are going to have to think on if they want to allow FlyQuest to have this.
Especially when you see how hard it is already. Like, look how long it took them to take down Whippo, right? You're just going to be even more durable, more difficult to actually knock down. I do like that Whippo actually went Redemption third, just an additional support item to help keep Masu alive. You already have the Locket in there, and the more defensive items are going to be starting to come through here for Masu, which is going to make things very, very difficult. It looks like Shopify want to try to get down here. Whippo's up on top side still, but it's going to be very difficult for them to get in.
Okay, FlyQuest, they started to aggro the Drake, but now they're going to leave it. They don't want to split their attention. Inspired now going to restart the objective, pull that one out of the pit a little bit, and you've got everybody else on FlyQuest playing defense for now. Quad keeping an eye on this banana brush, making sure nobody from Shopify can approach. And it looks like the Rebels are going to call this one the Dragon not worth the fight at this point in time. So it's Chemtech Soul over the side of FlyQuest.
All right, given over. They don't want to walk through these dangerous jungle corridors into this CC-heavy FlyQuest setup here. FlyQuest opt to give over the power in exchange to hopefully get a better setup for their team fight, hoping that the position will actually make up for the difference.
You can see Ghost and Exhaust now ready for Whippo, so he has a double Spellbook Summoners ready to go. And the Terminus is done, which is going to be some armor and Amara that's going to be stacking up for Masu. And he has a Ruby Crystal in inventory, so I think he's going Jack Show next. And I feel like that really is where the clock strikes 10. You're probably never going to be able to 100-0 him if he does get that with everything else coming through.
Well, I do want to point out a lot of the Shred, too, invested on the Shopify side. So Bloodletter's Curse got buffed, which is quite nice for Rumble shredding, also for Annie. You have your Void Staff now completed. Your Lord Dominix was completed for the Jin. So the hope is there for Shopify to try and get through some of these tanks.
All right, Whippo's leading the charge, and Seos is the target. Continues disengaging here on the Braum, though, as the rest of Shopify has to scramble. Inspired looking for an opportunity as Busio using his heal there on the Alistar, goes in for the engage, and now the bounce house is in full swing. Inspired roaring through the fight over the top, and it's over before it even begins. Shopify is aced in a matter of just 3 or 4 seconds.
What a fight from FlyQuest. The explosive engage comes through, and they give him no shot whatsoever in that one.
They stomp the end of this game here emphatically in favor of FlyQuest. Clean ace.
Right when it was looking like Shopify might still have one last chance, one more opportunity to maybe dig in and look for a comeback, FlyQuest absolutely slashes those hopes to pieces. 19-6. They're going to slam game 1 and start this series off with a win.
Okay, it is a best of 5. We're going to go at least a couple more rounds.
It's going to be a bit of a tough one here for Shopify. If the rest of them look like that, they're definitely going to have to refine some things for game number 2. I think they were in a pretty difficult spot from the go there with their draft only having limited engage options. But enough from us. Let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break it all down.
Welcome back to the lounge.
Wow.
Battle where Beefcake versus Burst. I feel like Beefcake won.
Yeah, totally did.
By a lot. I was like, I remember this draft, and it ended up being one champion off of a draft Gen G ran against T1 in game 2, but we have some champions.
We're going to add to the board.
Yeah.
Add to it a little bit.
I drew an Ornn. There we go.
Oh,
Brad, you did some art too.
Okay, I did Galio.
Oh,
you
no,
can rate which
too.
one's prettier, okay? I'm going to throw this in there. It's a mid-lane Galio.
We already have a Galio up there.
Yeah, but it's a Galio mid.
All right.
So maybe it fits, maybe it doesn't. It's going to be a tight one.
All right, I vote for Emily's
Galio man.
Beautiful.
Rad's got the zoom. Anyway, we have some comms from the final fight in that game. Let's take a listen.
Playing provision? Just take vision, yeah. We're just taking red, okay? Yeah, taking lane. Yeah. I can say mid. Rumble here.
Yo, I want to go in. I'm going in.
Yeah.
Biggie?
I'm fighting the Fury. Yeah, you fight cut it all.
They're all fucked up.
Go mid. We end. Choke theory?
Destruction theory.
True. Don't have to pull Nash. You can just click.
As pretty as that was, like, they just don't take damage.
No.
No.
And this game was over before it was over. Like, technically at this game state right now, I'm at 21 minutes. It's 9 kills to 1. It's only a 4,000 gold lead, but follow me here, Kangas. I need you to do some math. Pull out your phone.
All right, I got it up.
Whippo's magic resist, after getting poked by Annie and his Jack Show stacks up, is 312 MR, which means he takes 76% reduced damage from magic. Annie was who was matching him in the side lane. So Annie's Q at this stage in the game does 374.
Yep.
The W does 413.
Okay.
And the upfront damage of Timbers is 401.
All right, so add that up together, it's 1188.
Now reduce that by 76%.
Ooh. It would. That's 285.14 for a full combo from Annie.
285?
Yeah.
So he has 380 health and an overshield from Kanik of 573. So how many combos would it take to kill?
It says 15.32, so over 15 full Annie combos.
Oh, but Annie has a little bit of magic pen, so maybe like, let's call it an even dozen.
An even dozen.
There was
Full
no
combos
chance,
from
man.
Annie,
Once they had those items on the tanks, there was no way the burst was ever cutting through.
Yeah, that was disgusting. And it wasn't just the Ornn. I mean, like, they were all beefy, right?
They were. It was disgusting. But there's one thing we are all forgetting, all right? Every one of us is forgetting this one very fact. Cameraman, follow me.
Okay.
And it's just
we're going on a journey.
Yes, and we don't have to start this. This is before the game, by the way. First amongst all top laners. First, KDA, damage penalty, gold difference, all these things, CSD, and there's one thing we must add. I'm sorry. He has a handsome Ornn. Whoa! And it's bonking, all right? He's bonking Shopify Rebellion, and he's going to be bonking anybody that even disagrees with him. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. This man is too damn wide.
My goodness. Okay, FlyQuest, that was probably as planned for them. They're feeling really confident. They're carb loading with some fruit in between games. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
I will drive. I can literally lumber tap not TP, guys.
They ulted us.
Yeah, we're fine, we're fine.
I like
They don't have a tower.
Don't flash my Fury, but has W. Slowing her with Q. Nice.
And he CC'd forever. And he flashed.
Okay, I'm looking. IV. I'm tanking, okay? You can go in. I'll keep tanking. Don't worry. I'm tanking still. I have 2 more shots and then I'm done, okay?
Yeah.
1 more shot, I'm done.
I need block.
I'm gonna tank the tower.
Rumble's not coming, no TP.
Yeah, I'm out.
Leave.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
The biggest part about playoffs that fuels me is international qualification. I think playing internationally is so fun, and it's a big way for me to improve. Knowing that we have to win the split to make MSI, it really fuels me to go all the way. I think the playoffs moment that sticks with me the most would be our series against TL, our final series in Spring Split. Not any moment in particular, but just throughout this that series, after the games, had a lot of time to think about why we couldn't win and kind of like where my shortcomings were coming from. And I think that really helped me to be more calculated for the future, realize what I need to improve on, how I need to improve on it, and kind of how to become a more complete player.
What fuels you?
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 here in FlyQuest versus Shopify. Now, game number 1, it might have started off a little bit slow, but man, once FlyQuest got rolling, they were pretty unstoppable. They did have the one blunder down there in bottom lane, but then afterwards they follow it up with a 3-second 100-0 team fight and redeemed themselves pretty handedly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, FlyQuest looking very, very good. I did think, Shopify had some good moments. I think the invade from contracts was nice. But something I was talking about with Kobe in between the games was I just feel like when you are the underdogs, you want to make sure that your team has agency and that you're drafting for some of that agency. And I feel like it was very tough to have Palafox basically be your only real engage, right? It's so easy for them to mark that. And you're allowing FlyQuest then to choose when and where you fight throughout the entire game. FlyQuest could basically engage on anyone because they're all squishy except for the Braum. And at any time, because they have so many engage buttons, so many go buttons. So I want to see from Shopify drafting more forms of engage, being able to give them the agency to punish FlyQuest if they actually make a mistake.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That was a rough problem, especially if you're going versus FlyQuest that are so good at choosing those moments.
Yep.
Inspired and Whippo, basically, they got to take away any opportunities from Shopify because they constantly targeted the solo laners. They would put pressure on Annie or pressure on Rumble before the Annie or Rumble could put pressure out themselves, taking away their flash, repeat ganking. Just seems like if you give the reins over to Inspired, he will control the whole game from start to finish.
Let's get with those reins.
All right, let's get into draft here for the second game. We've got the Nico, the Cassiopeia, and the Gwen all banned out by Shopify. Target banning towards Quad, again with that Cassio like we talked about in game number 1. Over on the other side, this is also a consistent target ban that everybody does against Shopify. It's Yone. Now, obviously, it feels less flavored for the team because Yone is a very meta champion in general, but it's also the champion that Palafox has his most pop-off games on. It remains banned. Doesn't matter what side of the Rift FlyQuest is on. They do not want the Weeaboo Samurai in there terrorizing the mid lane.
And it is interesting also that Cassio did join that ban list in game 2. It made it through the picks and bans in game number 1, but Quad obviously getting targeted by that a lot. We have not seen York or anything like that from Whippo getting banned out just yet, but that has been drawing a lot of attention. And as we get further and further into the series, I do think that's going to become more and more of a possibility. So I'm excited to see where Whippo takes us.
All right, well, we're going to the Azir first and foremost here for Shopify. Remember that in game number 1, this was banned out from their side when they were playing on the red side, so no option for anybody to take that. But when Azir is there, so is then Talia. These two are practically a pair. Whenever one is drafted and the other's up, you just see it locked in immediately.
And I really like the Talia side of it. Of course, Pantheon and Vi are both banned, one because Fearless and one because the actual bans, and those point-and-click setups are like incredibly OP with the champ, but she's still very, very good with any other fighting AD jungle anyway. And Talia does, scale very nicely and give you those options for controlling the map.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you can obviously get a lot of that setup from support. Obviously, it's not about that jungle 2v2 pairing, but Leona and Nautilus and all these types of champions can work really, really well alongside it.
Meanwhile, this is kind of like a self-counter, really, because a lot of people actually like playing Conqueror Xin Zhao into Skarner. But Contracts is clearly picking for the team to have really big frontline and have really big, CC for Shopify. They have 100% opted to, okay, this time we are going to go straightforward team fight. We are going straightforward team fight, front to back. So There you go.
And Ezreal as well, right? It's like we are scaling, we are playing for 5v5. One thing I will say is I feel like Shopify is at their best when Contracts is being aggressive and is being able to actually create action, because I feel like he is the guy that does it, right? Like he is the guy that starts fights. He is the guy that invades. He is the guy that makes things happen. It's really hard to do that on Skarner, that's a slow pick already, and in a losing jungle matchup. So we'll see, can they actually just kind of stay even and make things happen later on? Senna would be pretty exciting. We are going to get Senna, so I think it's going to be Senna AD carry for Masu. Since the patch changes, a lot more souls do drop actually from the minions that you're killing, and we've been starting to see Senna show up, more and more. There are some clear weaknesses. You have like no wave clear, but your poke and your prod is so powerful, and you're able to actually assist your teammates cross map for all-ins and 1v1s. They're on red side, so people could go 5th pick, counter pick, and get some sort of advantageous matchup that Senna could really help out with there. And it's just so strong in these extended fights in 5v5s where you're getting multiple Qs out, healing your team, and really making things difficult.
And you're going to be infinite scaling with souls now. So he's going.
I heard you like scaling.
He's going to have some options there. I think this is also another game where FlyQuest will have more options as far as like long-range ultis and global control with a Talia, as well as, like you're mentioning, with the Senna ultimate. So a lot of these side plays, and FlyQuest do a very good job of like controlling the map through the minion wave first, and then using champions that do have long-range ultimates to prey on you for team fights.
We talked about some of the other potential setup champions here, like Lyon and like Nautilus. Nautilus is going to get banned out, and interestingly enough, they're actually going to ban the Olaf, which feels pretty targeted towards Bwipo there up in the top lane. I'm trying to think what matchup Fudge would really be looking for to actually ban that away. Is pretty surprising. Leona feels like the obvious pick here. Leona or Rel, you need to have some sort of engage. You need to have some of that CC to actually pair with the Talia, and it feels like they're going to go here with the Rel.
I would think that the Olaf ban is because it works really well whenever you have some sort of buff from the backline. Senna AD carry kind of does that also. And if you have Olaf popping ult, just basically gets to run through Skarners. And if you are planning...
It's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. Not fun for the Skarner, because Skarner really can't do anything to that champ. And if you're planning on doing a standard front-to-back 5-on-5, then you're probably going to have some more tanks as well.
And it's something that Bwipo plays a fair bit. If you're watching him in solo queue, he'll play it on stream. He does like it in some of these different melee matchups. But it's just interesting, is it just compositional, or was there something that they're planning on actually locking here for Fudge that would be answered very easily by this? So that's what I'm curious to actually find out right here.
Yeah, the thing about the Shopify draft, there's really no questions.
Yorick blind is crazy.
Blind Yorick. Now, I know, Azael, that you have specifically said before that Yorick is a champion that you pick for certain matchups.
So, okay, I mean, I don't think Bwipo is an Aurelia player, but Aurelia is legitimately unplayable. Like, you summon your ghouls, and they all just get instantly one-shot and stack her passive. Another matchup that I think he would play is something like the Scion. Scion is quite good. Mordekaiser, you can actually ult them, and the Maiden does go into the ult, but the ghouls do not, so that's one of the interactions that people like. The cage also does not follow you into it, so if he throws that in the cage and he gets the ghouls on you, you ult him. The Maiden will follow, but the rest will not. But there are some specific matchups like this. I don't think this is one of the sharp counters or anything like that, but it is a good matchup. Bwipo definitely not known for being an Aurelia player, so I think he wasn't as worried about that, and maybe Bwipo wasn't as comfortable going to some of the other matchups. But things like Scion can be really powerful simply because you're getting full HP stacking from the Soul Furnace off of the ghouls. So I am very surprised to see a Yorick blind. I do wonder, is Fudge partially playing towards Fearless by doing this and saying, you know what, I'm going to pick it here so that you cannot pick it later, and next game I can look towards something like a Jace without having to spend a ban on a Yorick? It's going to be interesting to see, how that develops. But that being said, you are down a game, so even though you got Yorick off the table, if you lose this one, you have to reverse sweep.
I enjoy the metagaming aspect of Fearless and how teams can play around it for strategies like what you're discussing. But you are right. You only get 3 shots, so we'll see how it pays off here for the side of Shopify, locking in that blind Yorick.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to actually see how it goes.
All right, non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30 seconds. For everybody else, it's time for Shopify to try and fight back here. Will the Yorick be able to find success in the face of this Mordekaiser? Will we be able to see some more options for Shopify to take fights if they want, now that they have some more solid engage with contracts on the Skarner?
All right, Shopify, show us a different look here in game number 2. Let's heat this best of 3 up. They did take that game previously in the best of 3. This split versus FlyQuest. See if they can do another one.
All right, reminder, we have swapped sides on this one. FlyQuest now playing from the red side after Shopify lost on there that last time around. FlyQuest with an early little bit of a low-risk invade here, just stepping inside the enemy jungle, placing the ward down at the red to just keep an eye on Contracts, see what he's doing here early. They'll also ward his blue, so they're going to know, no matter what, exactly where that Scorpion is and where he's going.
People really highly prioritize tracking Contracts versus Shopify, rightly so. So very, very deep vision. Both buffs covered, Flowers. You know where the Scorpion's going to be, not only just for the start, but for the full clear first time around. And when you have full vision of the first clear, you're going to presume the second clear as well. Skarner is a champion that consistently got the damage reduced. And so you really are about team fights and about making picks for your team.
And you see Bwipo gave Inspired a pretty heavy leash here to try to accelerate him, try to get him ahead. Even got, the multiple autos in for the passive. This is going to mean he's going to lose the shove, but you're probably going to lose the shove against Yorick early on anyway. This matchup is very heavily just about, as the Yorick trying to whittle down that Mordekaiser, constantly poking and prodding. But Mordekaiser has a pretty easy gameplay pattern to kind of answer the ghouls, where you basically are charging up your W passive, you sit back, he hits you with the ghouls, you pop your W, you kill off the ghouls, and you kind of just do it like that. Mordekaiser can definitely win the 100-0 all-ins once he has his ultimate, so York kind of has to chunk down the Mord to basically make it so you can't go for that type of fight. And see, here it is, he levels the W, and you're just going to do that over and over and over. And so it becomes a bit of a fight of just kind of how many of those E's can you hit. You got to hit them nonstop if you really want to pressure him.
Just a little bit of a dance back and forth. He steps forward, you step back. FlyQuest in the mid lane, Quad having that early shove against Palafox to make sure that they have that priority. And I like the fact that you mentioned Inspired getting the heavy leash from Bwipo. I think a lot of the times these days, the standard is just no leash whatsoever. But I like the fact that you're also doing it against Contracts, who loves to do this jungle invade at level 3 type stuff. Get Inspired started early so he's in a better spot to deal with that.
And especially in this matchup, because Xin Zhao just gets to run Skarner off the map. So it's going to give huge priority there. And it's kind of a synergy like we saw in the first game. Bwipo was setting up Inspired a whole bunch. He was playing Ornn for Inspired's Pantheon, blowing the flash, setting up for easy ganks for him. Consistently, these two players have really had a symbiotic relationship playing for each other.
We had some new ones added to the list after that last game. But look at this, 48 different champions here played by this team in Fearless. They really have been so flexible, and that's why I've been so excited to see them best of 5.
Ooh, nice little gank here from Contracts. Finds the slam into the wall on Bwipo. Now the follow-up with a cage. Bwipo forced to flash away or face certain death. Nicely played there from Shopify to knock Bwipo low on HP. He's going to need to teleport back. And FlyQuest is making their move on the other side of the map at the same time. Seo's the first target as Busio starts it off.
Clean.
First blood over to Quad, and that is a clean dive from Fly.
I love the position, how they move up and zone them first. Then Busio easily able to get his CC while tanking the tower and just walking out of danger there. It seems so calm and collected from FlyQuest every time they make these early game decisions, kind of executing with precision. Nicely done from them. The cross map there, and Quad being able to roam down from mid lane on the Taliyah, the extra person does make a lot of a difference.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, that was just perfectly executed on the dive, right? There was no danger for them whatsoever. You can see, again, Busio positions on the left of the tower to be able to get the Shattering Strike, and then W away from the tower. So he picks up the range. He walks out to max range here. They hit the W from the center. They hit the Seismic Shove. Everything connects guaranteed. Busio tanks up maximum tower shots there. That is just perfectly executed by FlyQuest, and a really nice counterplay to the good gank on top side.
All right, Masu and Busio shoved back here in the bottom lane for the time being. I do want to see, specifically for Shopify, if they can make good on that gank on Bwipo, maybe do a repeat visit, find an opportunity to really cash in on that.
Yeah, and that would be great, but even just the buys were pretty beneficial because Fudge got to farm up a lot more. Even though he's not up in CS, he had a lot more CS when he went back to base, so he got a full Sheen buy, whereas Bwipo only got the Amp Tome. And Fudge has really been leveling up throughout this split. Early on in the week, he was struggling. Early on in the split, he was struggling. These last couple weeks, though, he has been fantastic, including a great series against against Bwipo himself. So it'll be nice to see how he does on this. This is his first ever York game in pro play. And he's busting it out against the York guy himself.
Yep. I mean, having no flash on Mordekaiser. Wait a second. is going to provide him the opportunity for some easy cages. And so maybe they will get a reset up there and continue on in the pressure. The only problem is if you go and gank a Mordekaiser post level 6, guess what? It's not really a 2v1. He is definitely going to be able to have the ultimate, and so does make those opportunities to try and punish flashes fairly small windows, and you really have to bring a lot to actually punish it. Again, something with the overlay, the flash is about 50% cooldown on Bwipo. It's not actually back up now. Again, these things are showing back a little bit too early.
All right, FlyQuest starting up the first Drake here, but are going to be forced off. His contract shows up. Nice slam into the wall there on Quad. Palafox is ready to follow, and the Talia is in danger, but Quad gets away! Shopify don't finish the job. Now Inspired and Busier are coming in to help, and Masu's right over the wall. Tries to throw in a little bit of extra help to root up the Skarner, but it ain't going to matter because Seos is ready to lead the charge. Busio crashes down to escape. FlyQuest get everybody away. Shopify are barely missing out on these kills, and it's tragic to see it.
And why did Palafox hold on to the ult? Just use it on Quad and kill him for free right off the bat. And instead, he holds the ult for so long here that the CC expires, Quad gets away. Maybe he was just worried about him and being able to reactively flash, but I feel like he could just go in and spend the ulti right off the bat, like right there, and probably just kill him.
Yeah, Contract set it up so nicely with the Skarner, and it's not easy to do versus a Talia. He gets right over there, drives in time, and look at these margins of health that they just barely don't get kills out. Busio as well gets chunked down. It would have been like one more Mystic shot after this one to be able to take him down, but FlyQuest, they get every person out alive.
And Azael, I know you talk about this a lot, but League of Legends is a game where small things turn into much larger things over time. Maybe the extra little bit of damage that you needed right there is the difference between now the next time you almost get a kill, it could be a kill, and it turns into something that really snowballs out of control, and it all leads back to why didn't we get that last little bit of damage?
I mean, it's so tough when you lose a fight like that, where it is, one hit of damage, then you go to the next fight, and now you're down an Amptone, where you're down a longsword, and they live with that much again. Now all of a sudden you're down 1,000 gold, and now you can't have those close fights anymore, and that is definitely one of the difficulties of League of Legends. So you got to really be able to execute when it counts. Shopify here on the Grubs. Looks like it won't be contested. It is just pings over towards that Dragon. So FlyQuest looking like they want to eventually trade the Dragon, but for now, Inspired's just chilling and farming his jungle, not too concerned.
Yep, Grubs over to Shopify is a nice little bit of a bonus for them here. Contracts already has that first one. Should be able to grab this second before anybody from FlyQuest would even be able to show up. Remember, last time around, we did end up getting a pretty big fight around the Grub pit, but it looks like in this one, FlyQuest will just let it go.
And especially when you are playing Yorick, who really wants to live in a side lane. Getting Grubs is actually so nice to help you accelerate the game, to be able to put pressure on that tower. But Fudge, for him, the difficulty has really been his mana is actually sending him back to base more often than not. And Bwipo is just really able to withstand that pressure that he's putting on.
We have to point out that both Masu and Quad do not have flashes here, and the Skarner is ready to punish.
Okay, FlyQuest have the Dragon started, but it's only at half HP. Seo's trying to disengage now as Contracts finds a nice two-man ulti. True Shot Barrage over the top, ain't gonna do enough. Contracts very low, Quad even lower. Both of them fall as Seos has to retreat. Palafox fighting off Busio, but he's forced out to the right of the fight as Inspired and B-Boy now also running into the jungle as Inspired chases him away. It's Seos and Contracts dropping on the side of Shopify in trade for only Quad on FlyQuest. 3-1, the kill score for the game, as now top lane back and forth goes the Bwipo and Fudge battle. The Maiden might just fall, and if Yorick loses the Maiden, it's actually pretty crucial setback to not have that power. Barely keeps it alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really long cooldown. Fudge actually probably needs the base to just keep it alive.
We should go left side. We should go left side.
Ezreal no shift.
Yeah, I'm trying to fight. Look, Skarner. Skarner. I will fight Skarner to death.
Skarner no flash.
Neither of us
going Leon. We're going Leon.
Keep fighting.
Leon is dead.
Yeah, I'm fine. Can I go back to Drake?
Yeah. Azir.
The comms are just so clean. As soon as they see the Azir coming, they're like, let's go left side, let's go left side.
That's ulti.
Yeah, you've immediately got Bwipo going in for Fudge here. He's still got him stuck in the death realm for now, but he doesn't have the damage in time. Contracts showing up, and Bwipo doesn't get the kill. Fudge plays it to the limit, survives long enough for backup to arrive.
That last Q didn't hit. I don't know if it would have been enough, but it would have been damn close on to Fudge. Contracts gets there first, though, and that was a lot spent by Bwipo. Uses the ulti, uses the flash, and now they can maybe try to pull off a dive here in this 3v1.
Inspired's not going to allow it to happen. He is going Krug farming.
They are calling for the cross map. You can see the rotation from mid here from Masu as well as Busio to try and get some money off this tower. And maybe, even though the ward was seen, the minions get some vision there. So Palafox knows I'm going to hug down here on the other side. Could be some extra pressure there from a leak from mid. And so no dive, just going to be turret play on the other.
Yeah, we can watch this one more time. So he hits the E, and he just pops the ulti in onto him, and is able to just kind of chase after him here. Goes for the Q flash, gets him pretty low. You can see the ghouls don't follow you into that ulti. They're just hitting the minions. This last Q, would it have been enough? I think it would have. I think it actually would have. He was down to about 100 HP. He would have had him there. That was really, really close, but good sidestep from Fudge and great response from Contracts to come and peel.
Yeah, good stuff there. I mean, Fudge talked about how he got a lot of extra confidence in these last couple of weeks. And that is a critical play that you need to have happen to keep the hope here alive for Shopify, because the way that game number 1 went and the way that this game is starting to slip away from them, they need some area to be able to rely on for pressure later on. So we'll see if Fudge can be that lane of pressure.
I mean, Yorick from ahead is a completely different champion as Yorick from behind. If you lose that fight, you lose your ult, you have no pressure on the map for a couple minutes, and you're down in gold to where you can't actually win the 1v1. If he gets an early Triforce, they can pressure.
All right, now the dive onto Bwipo here yet again. The Yorick cage finds him. The Mordekaiser doesn't have his ulti yet, but he doesn't need it. The shield is enough to keep Bwipo alive.
For now, the teleport comes in, round 2.
All right, True Shot Barrage even sets it up for Palafox to knock it down. Shopify have tied up the game, and they're about to knock down the first turret. They're doing a ton of damage to the thing with Yorick and the Maiden together, as Busio and Masu will try to pressure B-Boy away from the tier 1 mid, but it's first turret over to Shopify Rebellion.
This is huge. Fudge can just TP bot and actually be able to cover that tower as well, because Palafox TP top, so he's going to be down here looking to cover. He has the early Triforce. He has a Null Magic Mantle as well. Going to be feeling so good, and I just love that they're committing to this sort of game plan. If you're going to draft for Yorick, you need to play to Yorick. It is not a team fighter. You have to win your 1v1 and be able to play through sides, and Shopify are just sending everything at Bwipo to put him down.
It definitely is a good look. Shopify being proactive this game. They know they cannot sit back and let FlyQuest determine all of the early plays, so they do force some of their own.
All right, Fudge chasing after Quad here. Catches him in the cage at the very end. Quad does not have a lot of mana to fight with. Fudge continues looking for a little bit more damage. Can the Maiden do it? Yes! And Quad even flashes at his death. Huge moves from Fudge.
Fudge has become the hero of Shopify Rebellion. How the tables have turned. And that was after the flash. They got the kill plus the flash off of Quad. Contrast has been so proactive on this Garner, and now they have an area they can play to. Fudge cashing in on those turret plates.
I mean, that's massive from Fudge. He's getting paid off of all these plates, and Quad was looking like he didn't know how Yorick worked there, because when you get hit by the E, flashing does nothing. The ghouls are going to come. The ghouls are going to jump, and so he flashes. The ghouls just jump after him and finish off the kill anyway, and when you have the Maiden out, you know, every minion that's dying is another ghoul. Every Q on an enemy champion is another ghoul here, so with this late flash, he was never getting away, barely gets caged in here, gets tagged by the Q, and after this last E, one more Q, last E, you can't flash at this point. You have to flash the E or you're dead. The Q hits, you flash, the ghouls are jumping. You see that one spawning, it's always going to follow.
Fudge has been really good with all of these cage placements too. His earlier ones onto Bwipo, you know, forcing the flash, evading a lot of danger. That one very offensive. Now B-Voice should be just fine. Ezreal in mid lane. Very difficult to engage on, but FlyQuest are refocusing on the Dragons, trying to get one for themselves.
Look at top lane though. Azir's just going to go for the tier 2 to try to pressure this. I think this is actually really smart. They already have a gold lead. You want to play through sides, just play to extend this. It's only the second dragon. Honestly, who cares? If you can try to continue extending that gold lead, it would be massive. And now everyone's going to have to go respond to Palafox, which means Fudge is going to have an opportunity to push through bot. And then they're going to have this kind of tempo on the map where everyone's committing. We'll see if they can get him with Talia though.
Yeah, Bwipo immediately going in after Palafox here. The Sun Disc summoned up to try to protect the Emperor, as Bwipo may have gone a little bit too far. Palafox still staying alive, just dancing circles around him, but FlyQuest brought the whole damn team. The shutdown comes through, but meanwhile in the bottom lane, Fudge continuing to put in work on the split push. The tier 2 turret is already halfway down as Contract swoops into the top side of the nice two-man pull. Blippo is down, but Contracts is tanking a lot here in the front line. Seos and Vivo have to retreat, and it's a 1-for-1 here in the long extended fight top side.
Fudge is just pushing everywhere, though. They had to TP down to Answers, then they attack them top. He runs straight mid. Now he's going to try to put on some pressure onto this tower as well. You can see he took more than half of the HP off of that bottom lane tier 2. The top lane tier 2 is also softened up. So now you're one Demolish proc away from losing either of those side lane tier 2s and giving an additional 700 gold to Fudge, who's already closing in on a 2,000 gold lead. This Yorick is going to be a problem.
The split push hope is alive. Here's Palafox going for the fight with Whippo under his own tower. He did invest his flash to try and get closer and do that one. As we know how it turns out, though, the cavalry arrives later.
Never a fair fight. Nice sidesteps, though, from him.
I wanna fight, stay. We can win. Focus Cardinal, we'll win.
So that was comps for the second half of it once the counter kill came in, and that one did end up being another kill over. Traded towards the very end, but we are in a really scrappy one here. FlyQuest kind of clawing back some extra gold in these, and they still have those dragons to rely on, so quite dangerous yet.
So it's about a 1,000 gold lead for Shopify, but it's about a 2,000 individual gold lead for Fudge, which means the rest of the team is 1,000 gold behind. That means that if there's any fight that Fudge is not in, Shopify have to be very careful about it. And I say this specifically because your advantage is on this split push character. He generally doesn't want to be grouped up with everybody else. So I want to see how well can Shopify navigate this win condition.
Yeah, and you can see Masu is getting quite strong. He has 48 souls, so not really a quick pace for the souls, but does have the early Shiv. He's going towards an IE second. The Shiv is just to try to alleviate some of the wave clear issues that the AD carry Senate does have. And then when you get that IE, you really start to ramp up. But they are just continuing to pressure Whippo here. They want to knock down these tier 2s. It's such a big injection of gold that they become a really important objective for both teams.
All right, Shopify also having the Herald in the inventory. Going to go ahead, summon that one up right around mid lane here as Quad rides in the Weaver's Wall. Nice using the seismic shove to find B-Boy, who immediately has to pop his barrier, trying to stay healthy enough as the pressure continues from Shopify Rebellion. Herald about to slam into the tier 1 turret with plenty of Void Grubbies. Contracts swinging a miss there on the ulti means Shopify is going no further.
Yeah, he was thinking there was going to be an attempt at his life after popping out of the Rift Herald, so he's kind of pre-planning that play. They don't actually catch anybody, but again, they're whittling away at these towers. They have not actually dropped on the tier 2s on the sides or the mid one, but very close to a lot of extra standing gold going over their way as Whippo does get a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, Whippo going in after Fudge, but man, that shovel hurts. Whippo losing half HP from a big old smack upside the head.
Sight's pretty realistic. You ever been hit by a shovel?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, there you go.
Have you ever, look at Mordekaiser's giant mace. That thing definitely looks like that hurts.
Okay, that thing's going to hurt too. Every big object that can hit you in the head is probably going to hurt, as FlyQuest are still trying to defend here as their tier 1 finally succumbs to the pressure from Shopify Rebellion, who will go back to slightly more than a 1,000 gold lead. The thing that you can notice about this game, though, is that unless Shopify are finding these turrets, slowly but surely, the gold lead is disappearing over time for FlyQuest.
I mean, that is the other side of when you overload one side of the map, right? If you're saying, okay, we're going to send 4 here, we're going to keep attacking Whippo, and we're going to keep trying to get Fudge ahead, well, you're going to be dropping minions, you're going to be dropping camps to be able to make that happen. So FlyQuest are just playing efficiently, playing on 3 lanes. They will be slowly but surely closing that gap. And they don't need to be able to kill Fudge in a 1v1. They just need to stop him from progressing the game. So that really is the goal here for Whippo. Just hold strong at a tower, try to defend those tier 2s. Don't allow him to get so strong that he can just show up to a 5v5 and actually be effective.
Yeah, and if they can do that, then they can continue to stack dragons, and you get to try and pull them to you and try and put a stop to it. See if they can actually, hold out for the kind of the mid bridge, though, because this dragon looks like it will not be stacked in the favor of FlyQuest.
Yep, looks like that neutral objective is going for Shopify. But speaking of neutral objectives, Otacon has spawned, which has triggered a special Uber Eats offer that you can check out in chat or the Twitch extension if you're getting a little hungry for something other than turret plates like this Yorick has been serving up all game long. Otacon there, Shopify have control over the area, and Contracts is going to immediately start it up. While Fudge is pressuring on the other side of the map, the other 4 players on Shopify Rebellion are going after the Otacon, and there's a teleport into the top side river from FlyQuest, so Quad is nowhere nearby. Now you can see FlyQuest starting to move down there. Quad has the Weaver's Wall to potentially try to make an entrance, but Shopify already got what they came for.
Seemed like it was a really good call, or Fudge backed off really, really quickly. So then, the teleport up towards the middle of the map, they actually can just turn towards this tower and get something back for themselves, but the Flower adaptive force picked up and bits of experience there for Shopify will be nice. Yeah, it's not like as powerful as the old get up 30 petals on the ground afterwards, but it's still quite nice, plus the little on-kill effect that you
FlyQuest are all moving towards topside. This could be a straight-up brawl.
All right, Shopify starting it off already here with a 1v1 in top lane, but Seos is about to die before anything else happens. He barely stays alive, as now Inspired has to try to escape, and Contracts misses the Skarner ulti. Fudge wants to get away from Quad, but a kill has already come through as Inspired and Masu are dead. Fudge is dropped as well. Seos only at 100 HP as FlyQuest tries to continue their retreat. Whippo is barely hanging on. Palafox will not be grabbed by the Mordekaiser Claw, and now Quad stands alone. Shopify Rebellion just out team fought FlyQuest.
Shopify come up huge, and that means they're going to get some of the standing gold on the map. Palafox immediately trying to cash in on the tier 2 tower on top side. Look at the mini-map as they move up, because Seos is going to have a critical flash. There's a controlled in this rush, and so he actually gets a little bit of an extra bump there, and Palafox says, you know what? We're not letting Inspired get away. He goes in right after it. Masu even flashed as he goes down. So the fact that Shopify are able to win the rotation fight over, even though FlyQuest did get their kill on the Yorick and they take down Fudge, the reinforcements from Shopify gain so much more. This is a huge, huge swing in the game.
It is, and I mean, you saw how much they're having to actually.
You've been working out there?
Oh man. That's some fantastic reactions on the coach cams.
The Revan cam is one of my favorites.
Revan is a top-tier coach cam for sure.
He's a very animated coach, as now Shopify Rebellion, we're not messing around with these little rinky-dink 1,000 gold leads anymore. That cute little stuff where you can be like, yeah, we got a lead, but nobody really cares. We're talking about 3,500 gold ahead now. This is the real deal for Shopify Rebellion. Look at the individual gold trackers on the scoreboard right now. It's a whole ocean of Shopify leads.
Yeah, because they got all the kill money, and then they also got the tier 2 on top side, and they get the back out onto the map, push tier 2 on bottom side, another bunch of gold going into the Shopify coffers here. The war fund is going quite well for them.
I will say one small thing that did look nice for FlyQuest in the last fight is Whippo looked like he had the 1v1, and that is kind of the power of Conqueror later on in the game, the power of being able to eliminate the ghouls from that fight in the ulti. Quad did have to come to actually finish him off, but Whippo was doing pretty well, and Whippo right now is on 2 completed items, so the actual item power in inventory is just about even. So if Whippo could actually shut down Fudge in a side lane, find a way to get a solo kill, that is definitely a way to get some pressure back in their favor, because if Yorick has to team fight, especially if Yorick has to team fight without the Maiden, even if you have a gold lead, your actual effective combat power is a lot lower than what the Mordekaiser's is going to be.
Shovel's heavy, but it ain't that heavy. Whippo's still going to be a problem here on this Mordekaiser.
Can we get a side-by-side of Mordekaiser mace?
The hammer versus the shovel?
The mace may be bigger, but if you can't swing it, maybe it's too heavy.
More matters than just size. It's about strength, too.
Yeah.
You got to be able to handle the thing. Yeah. Exactly. We're in there.
Yorick has a lot of shovel experience.
He's been digging those graves for a long time.
Exactly.
Okay, but was the first mace a shovel?
What?
Where did the idea of even using a mace in the first place come from?
It was probably a stick with a rock on the end of it.
I think shovel came first.
I don't know. I think cavemen were probably bonking each other on the head before they were digging holes. Priorities, man.
Which invention came first? Actually, probably war, so probably the mace.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's like the most foundational thing. Anyway, Shopify are starting up the Baron. That's a pretty foundational thing to closing out a game in League of Legends, but they are not going to stick around the area as FlyQuest have already expressed their interest in making this stop. Seo's immediate engage! Follow-up from Contracts is perfect, and Masu is dead and gone before the rest of the fight can even bother starting. Contracts putting a little bit more pressure here onto Quad as Inspired looks for his angle into the fight. Whipple's ready to join up, and Contracts may have gone a little bit too far. Now Fudge teleporting in to try to back them up as Whippo goes into the death round and wants to chase after an isolated target, but he's not going to find it. A little bit more damage should be able to take him down as Palafox nearly dies, but he comes out on top as Busio and Quad are on the run, and Fudge is on the hunt. Busio tries to find his counter engage there with a crash down Magnet Storm as Fudge dies to the turret. FlyQuest managed to outplay the follow-up. It's a 3 for 2, still favoring Shopify.
Oh, Shopify do push them off the map, even though the kills start to go back over the snipe. Oh. So close. Okay, but the Dragon should still be taken, even though they don't have their jungler, they don't have their smite. Palafox can kill this thing fairly quickly, and that is another dub for Shopify. Look at the beginning.
Important to note, Masu did not have his flash here. It showed that he did it in-game, but it is not up, so it's not like he could actually have reactively flashed anything. He gets locked down very well by Seos and Contracts. Great CC chain. They eliminate Masu, and then they're just going to force the fight.
I think we're going to get a comms listen in towards the tail end of the team fight as well, but we'll see the separation. Contracts is fairly tanky, but as Whippo goes for the 1v1 with Palafox in the Death Realm, the rest of the team can push forward. Seos lands a nice snare onto Inspired to be able to get that kill and flashes the Q from Busio too. Here is that comms listen in.
Okay, let's go.
What a battle cry! What a battle cry, full of confidence.
I love it, man. All right, so we've got the Shopify war cry
out a little bit, you know?
Yeah, let's go. We're like, we're winning. Okay, now we're dying under tower.
Maybe the end was seeing.
Yeah, it's like, let's go. Wanted to get another kill there. All right, Shopify starting up the Baron. FlyQuest on the approach. Inspired and Busio are going to be the first two around the area as the teleport will bring Whippo over to the mid lane quickly to join up with the rest of the squad. Now, Fudge doesn't have his teleport, but he is up there in the top lane right about at the halfway point. Busio goes forward, looks for that shattering strike, but cannot find a target with it. As now Masu nearly dead again. True Shot Barrage isn't going to hit him to finish off the job, but Masu's still got to try to escape. Contracts looking for Masu. 200 HP left on the Senna, and Fudge buries him 6 feet deep. Shopify Rebellion have already found their first target, and they want to make it a 2-for-1 special. B-Boy goes on a rampage, and FlyQuest are hurting as Shopify go after the Baron.
Wow, 3-item Ezreal hurts a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fudge, this was back a couple weeks ago before their last matchup. He said, I wonder, is Bubba going to shit talk me more if I play bad? But today we had nothing to lose. He already called me the worst player in the league. What am I so scared of? This was him talking about his mindset going into it. He wanted to play with confidence. He's saying, you know, he can't do anything worse to me. He already trash talked me. Who cares? Let's get in there. Let's play some league. He's showing up big in this second game. And Shopify now are looking like they are fully in control. 7,000 gold lead here. They are very close to tying this one up.
All right, Contracts leading the charge. Quad forced to flash away from the Impale as Busio crashes down for a Magnet Storm, and Contracts drops. Quad goes on a killing spree again. Dives towards this Talia are not working out for Shopify, but they still have a 7,000 gold lead despite being forced back for now.
That was just super nicely played by Quad because he throws down the seismic shove. Contracts has the correct reaction, which is to ult so that you still can channel it and still get the grab, but then he flashes that, and having that extra mobility there is the big determining factor. So for now, they put a stop to the Shopify push, but Flowers, I don't think that stop is going to last very long. They still have that Baron. They are right back out onto the map. They have super, super deep vision, and they can just push FlyQuest around.
Yeah, look at B-Voy, 4-0-9 on the Ezreal. You talk about a 3-item Ezreal hurt, and he has been a part of all but 2 of their kills, has not fallen a single time so far this game. Really just an awesome performance from the Shopify AD carry in this one.
And as much as a lot of the game has been about Fudge and the pressure that he's putting on and all of the focus up there that Shopify was putting on, that bought time for B-Boy and for Palafox. And now, you know, it's not just B-Boy. Palafox has his death cap done. He's on 3.5 items. Both these guys are working towards 4. They are going to be very difficult for FlyQuest to actually deal with here, and FlyQuest is going to have to try to problem solve. How are they going to really find a winning fight? You know, they're not super under pressure just yet because it will just be Soul Point, not actually Soul itself. That Shopify could grab here in a minute. But, you know, that is going to be the big question mark.
And this is one of the really fun things that people love about watching Shopify games. They can punch up at the best teams in the LTA. See if they can finish.
Okay, immediately going in for the Weaver's Wall. Inspired wants to charge in, but he's already almost dead. Contract only gets one with a bull. The Palafox has fallen. FlyQuest have found their first kill, and it's the enemy mid laner. Fudge can't join the fight in time, so FlyQuest again are going to stop the Shopify war machine in its tracks. Nicely played.
Again, a huge seismic sub there from Quad. He's able to snipe Palafox as Palafox went in. Use the flash, use the ulti. It does put a stop to it for now, and every time you put a stop to one of these Baron pushes, does open up the question, like, how far do you have to go in the comeback here to fully neutralize? The Baron power play is actually negative in gold value because of these constant outplays here, a lot of them from Quad.
Absolutely, and we'll see. You know, it should still be a dragon, you know, for Shopify here. I don't think that we're going to see FlyQuest going too aggressive for that, but they're buying more time. They've protected the base. They've kept all the inhibitor towers alive. Death Cap's in there for Quad. Quad actually has a pretty big individual gold lead himself now. He's on 4 items, and slowly but surely, Senna is scaling up. 99 souls now. The range is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Obviously, if you have the IEs, you're well over 100% crit. You're getting a ton of spell vamp there, Omni Vamp. You know, lifesteal coming through with that passive, and they do have some real threats on their team as well. So Shopify has got to be careful. You know, when you are playing these split push style champs, it does open up opportunities to get engaged on without your whole team there.
Important to note also, as we're keeping track of these items and these power spikes, Zhonya's Hourglass now fully completed for Bwipo. He did have the arm guard unbroken. The game hasn't really been about him for the past 5 or 10 minutes, so it's not like he had to use that arm guard actively. Never even got to destroy the thing before it became the Hourglass. But now having that in every single fight could open up some serious outplay opportunity for him. We already talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's not like he's out of the game just because Fudge has been ahead the entire time. Bwipo still has an opportunity to really make a huge impact with a meaningful ult in one of these fights.
It's absolutely true, and one of the things I know when I was playing a lot of Mordekaiser and watching some of these really good one-tricks is sometimes late in the game, you know, when you're playing Mordekaiser, you think, okay, I want to ult someone that I can beat in a 1v1. Oftentimes, a lot of the one-tricks would actually ult the strongest person on the other team, and just to take them out of the fight, to use it as a CC. If B-Boy is the only problem, or if Palafox is the only problem, you ult them, you start losing, you just sit there in Zhonya's while your team wins the 4v4. It can actually be really effective, even when you are behind.
Yeah, I guess that the fight where he ulted Palafox and then lost also to Palafox, that's not the ideal situation that you're envisioning, right?
You're hoping that you can win, and if you can't win, you're hoping that you don't die. But sometimes if you're behind, it's okay. Just take the strongest person out of the fight, try to just keep them, use it as a CC, right?
Yeah.
If your team is better off in the 4v4, if you and B-Boy both don't participate, who's it better for? Probably FlyQuest.
Yeah, how are they going to actually deal with this as a real problem? Because B-Boy is so mobile. He's so long range. It's going to be a problem that FlyQuest have to come up with a solution with very quickly.
I will say, if the game keeps going and going and going, Senna does eventually hit a point where your Qs are so long range, your autos are so long range, that you can just start chunking people with Q autos, and it becomes really frustrating, where Senna just kind of hits this break point where all of a sudden, it feels like she's 2 screens away chunking you.
And the thing is, though, I really do want to applaud Shopify for how well they've found Masu so far this game. Normally, Masu is a player that you very rarely see enemy teams be able to find those opportunities for those angles on him to take him out early. But Shopify have already managed to pull it off a couple of times in these critical fights. And now Baron is about to spawn again, and the Rebels are immediately in the pit. FlyQuest trying to see if they can stop this, but Masu and everybody else still has to make their way over. The Baron is is already down to 20% HP. The Baron is already claimed before the fight even starts. Shopify Rebellion going in now, but Seo's got to be careful, flashing back over the wall, keeping himself safe, as Inspired has lost 1/3 HP. The Maiden's coming around on the flank as the Weaver's wall has disappeared. Fudge looking for a chance to get involved in the fight, but Bwipo has pulled him into the Death Realm. The Mordekaiser is feeling strong here in the 1v1 as everybody else on Shopify tries to scramble to save Fudge in the aftermath. Bwipo can't get the kill, but it costs Fudge his flash. FlyQuest now trying to exit as a 5-man unit. They don't stop the Baron. They might have got a couple summoner spells, but that play still favors Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, the determination from Shopify here. They commit to the Baron, they burn it down, they do get everyone out. I think Fudge's thought process under the tower, he was like, maybe I go one more Q on this guy. Maybe, you know, the team is going to be able to do something when I get out. Yeah, without the flash, he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable, but with Baron buff, Shopify can push so effectively here. They can just trap FlyQuest inside their own base, and they have the sieging power to actually crack those inhibitor towers this time.
They absolutely do, and importantly, the Baron buff will still be there after the Soul Dragon spawns, right? So they can be going for Cloud Soul. You're going to be stuck in your base unless FlyQuest can find an opportunity to find and engage, get picks, to be able to get it on the map. Because look at the map. They have no vision over by the Dragon whatsoever. Even if Shopify go over there, it's so hard to actually get there to even contest.
All right, FlyQuest defending 4-man unit here in the mid lane. Bwipo dealing with the split pressure in bottom. Keep your eyes on quad. The Talia defense has been critical so far for FlyQuest, but the Baroned up minions, the super low HP on the turret. Shopify Rebellion, look at the damage there on the Masu from B-Boy hitting the Mystic shot as FlyQuest will lose their first inhibitor turret here in mid lane. The Sun Disc is about to fall. Seos wanted to flash over the wall for the surprise engage there with the Zenith Blade, but does not have the range to land that one onto quad. Now Shopify, having got that tier 3 turret in mid, they know the Dragon is about to spawn here in about 10 seconds. They're going to work their way down to the Dragon Pit and challenge FlyQuest to try to approach.
And B-Boy is basically full build Ezreal. With the QSS in inventory, like, yeah, he can upgrade it to Mikriel Scimitar, but that's just like a little bit of extra damage. With Cloud Soul, with the extra range advantage, with the extra power advantage here for Shopify, this has got to be the moment for them to crack the base. Here they come. Baron empowered wave. B-Boy is going to be able to chunk this thing very quickly. Couple of autos on the tower.
Okay, B-Boy takes out the tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. Bwipo, only a couple Mystic shots, has already done that to his health as Masu's half HP now too. Shopify Rebellion keeping their foot on the gas pedal as 2 inhibitors are now vulnerable in the FlyQuest base. 15-10 for Shopify, 6,000 gold lead. Masu very strong with a lot of range, but FlyQuest is going to have to deal with a serious problem now as Contracts goes in, but Inspired's going to stay alive. The defensive ulti from the Xinjiao, keeping him strong enough to get back to the rest of the team, but Shopify will take their opportunity to continue pushing forward. Masu looks for damage on B-Boy, but he ain't going to find it. Fudge trapped in the Shadow Realm yet again as Bwipo tries to beat him down, but he needs a little bit more damage to get it done, and Bwipo comes up with the kill.
That was actually so well played. That entire series from FlyQuest. Inspired. The timing on the Crescent Guard right as he's getting ulted from Contracts was perfect. Everyone from Shopify is trying to pile in to follow up on that. He immunes all the damage. Contracts gets chunked out. Then Bwipo, knowing there's no flash on Fudge, is able to find the window to get the 1v1 kill on him. That was a thing of beauty from FlyQuest. So well played.
Critical defense from FlyQuest. This team will not go down easily. Bwipo gets the last pull in there on Fudge to bring him back into his own cage and get the kill. And they defend the inhibitor.
The inhibitor bot lane. The inhibitor mid lane, not so much.
Okay, no, back then. It's not good, not good, not good, not good.
He's right. It did not go the way that they wanted it to go, but B-Boy now under a little bit of pressure as Quad flies in, and B-Boy flies right back out. Contracts tanking up here on the front line in the middle of 4 FlyQuest players. Palafox looking for his entry point into the fight, but Inspired made his way back towards B-Boy, just barely misses out of the kill, but Palafox has been killed in the back line. Shopify Rebellion have already lost 1 carry, and the second is down to 100 HP. Contracts takes out Inspired, though, and continues to try to retreat, but he will not make it. FlyQuest get a 2-for-1.
They got B-Boy
Their
with the
base
ulti.
is in trouble. The ulti beautifully shot there to finish off the kill onto B-Boy, and FlyQuest just killed 3 of them.
The FlyQuest comeback is becoming a reality. How did they even find that long play? They chased them down the top lane. The beginning of it, we didn't actually get to see the origins, but look what they can take in the aftermath after the extra snipe. It's 2 towers straight down this top lane. And they're going to get inside the base.
There's still 20 seconds left on Palafox. Okay, FlyQuest deciding to back away. Discretion is the better part of valor and all that.
Baron is coming up. You need to get your reset off. You need to get preemptive vision leading up to this thing. Make sure that you can go contest.
All right, we got to watch this one more time. This is B-Boy. Looks like he was the one getting aggressive. Gets tagged by the wind, becomes lightning. They call for the TP immediately. In comes Quad. In comes the Mordekaiser. He's getting chased after. But the problem here comes when Palafox tries to come around on the flank. He's looking for an angle. He gets spotted. And watch Palafox get rooted by Masu. He tries to go aggressive, but he gets hit by the root. He's stuck out away from the team. Palafox goes down for free. And then on the other side, Inspire just lives forever.
Yeah, he's barely there. Gets hit by one more.
It's the Skarner passive
tick down with the previous Skarner passive being procced onto him. Regardless, though, FlyQuest chopped that gold lead down to just 1,000, giving themselves some more hope to get back into it. Shopify, they still have a big advantage with the Cloud Soul. Of course, this extra move speed is going to help a lot. And so they're setting up on the Baron. They're going to try to force FlyQuest to come into them. B-Voy, again, on the front lines trying to poke.
Okay, FlyQuest on the approach. Lucio taking a little bit of damage here as Quad goes into the back line. Fudge is going to be zoned away. B-Boy sidestepping away from that seismic shove as Contract slams Inspired into the wall, but it's not good enough. The Xinjiao is so tanky. Inspired going to be dead now as both junglers fall. Palafox taking a kill on that one as FlyQuest are trying to scramble, and Shopify are hunting them down. Quad gets trapped inside the cage, but it's Fudge who falls again. Beautifully played from Quad.
And Masu is getting ridiculously strong. The amount of damage he is putting out in these fights is getting out of control. Nearly 150 stacks on the Senna. He is full build here, and he is going to be such a problem for Shopify. The amount of lifesteal he actually has at this point in the game is getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, the amount that he was able to come back in these last few fights was huge, because at one point he was down 3 levels to B-Boy. And even in the beginning of this fight, B-Boy is able to escape, so over the wall he adds the damage onto Inspired for them to be able to answer. So as Contracts and Inspired both trade kills there, they still have the extra advantage to take down the extra person here with the chase, and they go back for the Baron during the replay. They get the real objective here. Baron again in the hands of Shopify to try and help out with their push.
3 Barons.
Masu now has almost 500 AD and 31% lifesteal with the passive. So
it's a lot.
If you do not insta-kill this guy, he is healing for a ridiculous amount.
And you can't insta-kill him. He's got Guardian Angel now. Very, very powerful defensive option. These types of items, these one-shot wonder type of things, like the Guardian Angel, like the Zhonyas, have so much value in these late-game team fights when the lethality of every character is so high. FlyQuest now trying to assemble and make sure they can defend against the Shopify push. Shopify continuing now to march down mid. That inhibitor is still dead, but just about now respawning. So inhibitor vulnerable in mid, vulnerable in bot. Shopify making a push for the inhib, but now FlyQuest is on the approach, ready to go. Seos trying to get away here from the Weaver's wall. Fudge is going to get caught out by Inspired. Seos trapped inside the Death Realm with Whippo, just trying to buy enough time. Gets stunned there at the very exit as Inspired's got to deal with the ghouls on the other side of the fight. Seos getting away, Contracts covering his retreat. Honestly, Shopify, it looked a little bit dicey, but they got their inhib and they got everybody out.
The Elder Dragon is on the map, though, so priority to get over to this bottom half of the map is going to be a small victory, too. We've got a lot of Shopify up on top side. Fletch here repeating the split push. Yorick has teleport, so he's trying to split push with this Baron while the rest of FlyQuest are starting the Elder.
I mean, if they get Elder and no one can answer, though, Fudge can just end the game, so Whippo has to go top to try to answer this, so it's going to be a 4v4 for the Elder.
Okay, Inspired is soloing the Elder Dragon right now. Contracts tries to step forward to put some pressure onto Quad. Nice use of the True Shot Barrage to take him down below half HP while Fudge and Whippo trade up in the top lane. Inspired down to half. Now a lot of damage onto the Xinjiao as Shopify Rebellion have taken over the bot side. River and Whippo's down to 1/3 HP up in the top side at the same time. Inspired going in. Nice double knockback with a seismic shot from FlyQuest. Matsu is popping off. FlyQuest just won the fight. They might have just won the game. The Elder Dragon's going to go their way. Contracts is still alive, but only barely. Boosty Boocio keeping him away, and Masu won't let him anywhere near the pit. The Elder goes to FlyQuest.
The FlyQuest heroics continue with Elder Dragon. They're going to immediately push on the bottom side of the map. Bwipo does have teleport here for the Mordekaiser. He can join too.
It's 30 seconds or more still on these death timers for the Shopify carries. Contracts is trying to get away. The Dawning Shadow for the execution with the Elder Dragon. And Masu finds another kill. Quad may die here to the Yorick, so Fudge at least gets one back. But FlyQuest have taken what was once a 7,000 gold deficit and completely suplexed it.
That kill, though, might have just saved them losing a lot of their base. Might have been losing inhibitors. Masu has just gotten so ridiculously strong. Look at Masu in this fight. The initial part of the play, Inspired has a great ulti, and then B-Boy's positioning on the side. He's kind of sectioned off right here. And look at Masu, connects on the W. He goes over the wall. The cleanse a little too early. He uses the QSS before the root actually landed. Masu just has ridiculous range, follows after him, knocks him down. And Masu is just such a problem. The range on this character is like more than a tower at this point, and he's incredibly difficult to burst down. He's doing so much damage. They are struggling with him.
And you could see the frustration on the faces of Contracts and Palafox to now be in a game where FlyQuest has the advantage when earlier you were so far ahead. It's just settling in that this is now no longer a given thing. This is now a battle, and they are fighting for their lives.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that B-Boy was the first to the full build and the first to level 18, because Masu, he got back up. He is more than accumulated enough gold to fill his inventory with the luxury of the Guardian Angel, even if he wasn't able to get that solo bolo.
I mean, he sold his Shiv for the GA, now he sold his boots for the Ghostblade, and he has 760 attack range. So it is very difficult. He's going to walk up, he's going to Q auto. That's one auto, by the way. He didn't get his Q.
Oh, that execution! It was almost lethal there.
He's well over 500 AD. That's what it looks like. If you allow an infinite scaling champion to scale like this for 46 minutes, you got a problem on your hands.
All right, FlyQuest on the push down mid lane. Tier 2 turret's the target. Masu doesn't really have to worry about it because he doesn't have to play within its range, but everybody else also going to choose to back up. Turret can only shoot so far, man. Turret. Not going to go that well for Shopify. They've got to try to figure out something, but the Maiden is being sent up the top lane right now to make an extra split push threat.
Exactly. Fudge actually unleashed the Maiden, which you very rarely see. Sends it down that side lane. It is going to be still spawning ghouls, but you can see Inspired is going up there to try to kill it off, and that is going to mean Fudge won't have that combat power for a 5v5. I think he's just realized, like, with the Maiden or not, he's kind of useless in the 5v5. You're just dropping cage. You're just a body there to try to block for your team, and he wants to have that side lane pressure, but unfortunately going to get cleaned up by Inspired and Quad.
Right, Shopify, though, they're taking the chance to march down mid with some of this side pressure. The Maiden drawing attention top, Fudge drawing attention down in the bottom lane. Inspired with a Guardian Angel now alongside that of Masu. You've still got the Zhonya's Hourglass up there on Bwipo. All of these powerful get-out-of-jail-free cards. On the other side, when we're looking at Shopify's options, yes, you have an Hourglass for Palafox, but that's about it. Despite Palafox's success in some of the earlier fights, it hasn't felt like he's been able to do nearly as much since the FlyQuest comeback has really started, and we'll see if he can make a big play with that stasis. Palafox looking at Bwipo down here in the bottom lane now, coming in to help Fudge, but FlyQuest is barreling down the mid lane at the same time. Bwipo goes into the death realm to buy himself a little bit more time as B-Boy gets away from the Dawning Shadow. Bwipo using the Zhonyas to try to survive a little bit longer, but Shopify have found the kill on the top laner of FlyQuest.
Oh, they gambled a lot in this. Let's see if it pays off. Contracts now on the run over to the split pushers.
Yeah, Contracts is trying to get away, but Inspired and Boocio can lock him down so easily, and Masu never even has to enter the range of Impale. A one-for-one trade, top laner for jungler.
There will be no smite for Shopify now. Baron is on the map again. FlyQuest here, even though they lost Bwipo, he will come up quicker and will have teleport. So Shopify are trying to keep the pressure up. They teleport into the top side again. There is a ward still that saw them on that side of the map.
It's also critical to note, B-Boy lost both his summoners in that last fight, so he is going to be very vulnerable. He cannot even be on the same screen as Masu, it feels like.
Okay, pressure in bottom lane continues from Palafox and Fudge. Busio looking for Palafox. Fudge is going to try to stop him, at least occupy the Rel's time. Quad loses 2/3 HP, but it ain't going to matter. Masu's unstoppable. Palafox is down. Fudge in some danger as he can't secure the kill. On to Busio. Inspired and Masu now regrouping. They'll deal with the Maiden, get rid of that, remove some of the Yorick power. Bivoy and Seos nowhere near this fight. The Baron is on the Rift. The Elder is spawning again in 50 seconds. We have already seen so many Barons. We have already seen our first Elder. The clock is about to strike 50 minutes in this second game, and the score is 22-22 with a 1,500 gold lead.
And it feels like Shopify have accepted, you know what, we can't win 5v5, and that's why they're trying these kind of guerrilla tactics, sending multiple members to a side lane, TPing in, trying to get 2v1 kills to see, can we just end the game through sides? Can we find FlyQuest overcommitting to a fight and punish them elsewhere? But FlyQuest now are going to be the ones getting the Baron here. They're going to be the ones with push on the map for the first time here. And it is going to be really hard for Shopify to hold on.
Every Senna bullet chunks Baron for 1,100 damage, as Shopify now might be in a real bad spot. Contracts only just now respawning, and he might be headed straight back to the fountain. FlyQuest, they managed to get themselves a kill. Now with the enemy jungler dead again, the Elder Dragon is guaranteed. There's no way that Shopify are going to be able to wreak enough havoc in the side lane in the meantime, and FlyQuest are feeling real good now.
That was so good from Whippo. He just flashes in. As soon as he sees the jungler, immediately ults contracts. You know you can win that late game 1v1. Burns him down, takes away the smite from Shopify, and FlyQuest with Elder, with
It's
Baron.
up to Palafox. He's behind him. Okay, never mind. He's not going to go.
Yeah, I think if he goes in, he instantly dies. Masu goes auto Q, and then the Elder goes blah, and then you're dead. As FlyQuest are pushing straight into the heart of the base for Shopify Rebellion. Contract still dead for another 25 seconds. FlyQuest have the Baron, they have the Elder, they have the straight shot for the enemy Nexus. There's no way Fudge can outpush this. FlyQuest, from a 7,000 gold deficit, come back to hit match point after game 2.
It is so hard to close this team out. FlyQuest, what a comeback, what a defense.
Yeah, and that one was worth a lot. You could see how defeated Shopify was looking in the player cams as that game ended.
The momentum is massive for the FlyQuest boys. Let's head back over to the LTA Lounge to break it down.
Absolute cinema!
That was crazy.
100,000 gold from FlyQuest? 193 souls from Senna?
Senna is crazy.
That was the length of their series versus Cloud9, and we actually have a visual representation of how the top lane went, because we've been tracking the top lane matchup.
Supposed to be Yorick.
Supposed to be the Yorick beating up on the Mordekaiser, but we actually got the Mordekaiser win the game. Anyway.
Let's just listen to the last fight for FlyQuest, how they won that game.
They're fighting without Yorick, guys.
I'm tipping.
No E already. No E.
He has flash though, he has flash.
There's also a free scanner. There's a free scanner.
No flash, no ES.
Scanner, no flash.
Scanner, no flash.
I still have Q. Keep going.
Careful Azir though, guys.
I
can contest Azir. I can contest him.
Okay, I'm fighting him. I'm coming.
He's fucked.
He has QSS.
He's dead. Azir's dead.
Ezreal 1, no barrier. Yorick TP'd and try.
Careful though, you're gonna die.
Yorick's in try, running at you. Yorick's not helping.
Coming Skarner.
Ezreal 1 HP. No flash Skarner. No flash Ezreal. I keep chasing Senna Azul.
He sniped. Nice.
That's the type of close game that FlyQuest wants to prepare themselves for finals, but also without suffering a loss.
Yes, they got exactly what they wanted, I guess.
Let's just get into these ridiculous highlights. We don't know how they've been able to compile these, but we're going to watch some. I also hear we have some rats watching this game that I hope delivered an absolutely cinematic performance, but like, what happened in this game?
It was just like constant split pushing from the side. I like that they were looking for a pick on towards Palafox. They needed everybody. They needed the whole team.
He's a genius. This actually was bad, I think, for FlyQuest because Yorick was pushing the side lane. And at this stage in the game, like this is where Shopify was just having massive map pressure across everything.
Yeah, and I actually did think for a while Shopify were doing a good job of leveraging that map pressure, right? And finding a strong point. But the big thing, as you see there, Masu is going to be a problem. Oh, and this is, so it actually started off really well for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
This was nice.
I thought this dive was great.
Yes.
Like, they juggle aggro super well. Like, I don't know. It's just, it was perfectly executed. I was like, okay.
They also knew the Contracts was on the top half because he had just gone for the gank up there to get Whippo's flash. But I mean, it still felt crazy that like Shopify were at the base so many times. They almost like ended this game, what, 3-4 times? But FlyQuest just didn't let them cross the line.
This is the big fight we just heard comms for as well. And this is where I started thinking like, oh, okay.
It could happen.
It could happen. They could come back.
133 Senna souls at this point in the game.
Inspired going in, you kind of heard how he was dictating the fight. Was really, really good, even though, yes, again, he dies right there.
Yep.
But this is really where you start seeing, I mean, Quad had already been doing a ton of damage,
That snipe.
then the shutdown.
That snipe from Senna at the
end. And that moment, again, Fudge doesn't TP into that mid lane. Like, maybe there's these avenues that they can play York in the side lane, but it got so scary once Senna got the stacks that, like, you're just going to die if the York's not there.
And just speaking to the stacks, I know that Azael had mentioned the number of, like, 760 range or something like that. With RFC, it was 910 with RFC. And, like, he went the build because he didn't go Black Cleaver because Zinzao went Black Cleaver.
Let's back this fight up one more time. This was super important. This was where it really felt like FlyQuest was going to be able to succeed. And just watch Masu in this fight. Just let's roll it again and just watch how he's able to stay in range and also how much he's chunking people. He hit contracts there from over the wall at the start of it. He's not targetable right now because his E is still running, but then the B-Boy shot down at the bottom. That's basically like a one-shot. B-Boy didn't get to enter that fight. He got completely zoned off by the Senna on this wall and couldn't get to the main fight. It was just insane.
Taking B-Boy out of that fight was huge.
And like, he had so much DPS, like I said, IE, BT, RFC, like he sold his boots for Yomu's. It was not possible for them to win a fight.
Emily, you were extending the range of Senna throughout that game.
I'm like, okay, we can do a visual representation of this on camera, right? When it comes back to us, I'll show. As we see Shopify kind of...
They got to be defeated, but yeah, you're hitting Raz at the start of the game.
You start off, right? Like, this extends it more than my finger, right? I can hit Raz. And then by the end of the game, I can almost get Canids.
I can definitely get Canids. I can definitely
dying at the Elder Dragon.
This sounds like
Senna's just collecting souls.
Nothing. Okay, go on.
Let's just reset if you're Shopify though. Like, how do you recover from a game like that?
Man,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's one of those tough ones because I always think of Shopify as like an emotional team where they can ride momentum positive and negative, and that's such a close one that turned into such a tough loss that like they're gonna have to find some way to dig deep and figure it out.
Yeah, they carb up, they try and shake off the headache. Yeah, the turret range was not as high.
Oh my gosh!
And that's pre-RFC.
That's
by the way for
That's
Senna.
Crazy.
This was.
But it is 910.
This was such a good game.
Yeah, with the RFC range.
Insane.
Start for break.
Insane. Attention, all LTA fans. From now until May 28th, fans can cast their ballots for the Kia Most Valuable Player and the Kia All-Pro Team using the QR code on your screen. Participating fans can enter for a chance to win a trip to the 2025 LTA Championships. Terms do apply. Thank you for joining us here on a fun little excursion.
I want 3 more of those.
Watch some of that game. Give us 3 more of those. Game 3 coming up after the break.
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi. He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I will fight Skarner to death.
Skarner no flash.
Neither of us
We're going Leon. We're going
Keep
Leon.
fighting, keep fighting.
Leon is dead. Leon is dead.
Yeah, I'm fine. They have a tower though.
We're coming.
How's it going in there?
I go behind.
He has no flash.
Careful, Ezreal, Leon here.
I'm gonna lose. I'm 1 HP. I'm 1 HP.
Oh.
He's 1 HP. No flash. No flash. No flash. Nice job. Flashing.
I'm on Senna, guys.
Yeah. Look at Senna.
Senna there.
Okay, on me. Yeah. The top.
Yeah,
Kill them.
yeah.
Mordekaiser no ult. Kill it all. Mordekaiser has flash, I think.
Yeah, I will just kill Mord.
I'm behind enemy lines here.
Okay.
Go top. Keep it on.
Good top. 2-2, yeah.
I got.
Really good.
Nice,
good
guys. Nice.
Bad.
Oh, yo, Senna's
I'm taking space here.
Senna might be dead.
I'm watching you guys.
Can we just look at them?
I'm moving.
Don't flash, Senna. Don't flash, Senna.
Yeah, careful about. I'm just hitting.
Senna, don't flash.
Yeah, I'm chasing around.
Guys. Mordekaiser behind.
Okay, looking more.
Yeah, I'm not giving ulti.
Stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the light comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no.
Welcome back to the playoffs, everybody. Before we get into our third game, a reminder that during this second split, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues if you use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win. You can see on your screen that runs from May 17th to June 15th. But right now, right here, today, Shopify have got to figure out how to win a game against FlyQuest. It looked like they had everything they could have possibly needed in game number 2, but it didn't work.
How do you move on from a big loss like that, Flowers, where you were so far ahead that everyone on your team feels like you deserved it? Like, do you have to meditate?
I go play with my dog.
There we go.
I just lay on the ground.
Can we get some dogs in here real quick for Shopify?
I go grab myself a strong beverage.
Yeah, all right. Well, Shopify.
Chocolate milk?
Yeah, you know me.
Lemonade?
Just a little bit of extra chocolate syrup in there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're gonna need all of those tools to be able to come, mentally come back from that one, because they were playing really well for so long in that series, and versus FlyQuest, that is not easy to replicate, especially as we keep getting deeper and deeper into Fearless now. So they're going to have a quick turnaround here for Shopify so they can focus, because now it is must-win games.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to think about, right? They had a 7,000 gold lead. How many times do you think that has happened this entire split against FlyQuest?
And Dragon Soul, I'd say 0.
Yeah, like it's crazy, right? They only lost 2 games, so probably only happened like 2 to 3 times the entire split. It is very rare to get that kind of an advantage against FlyQuest. They played really well to earn it. We'll have to see if they can kind of just mentally, you know what? All right, no problem. Let's do it again.
All right, they are going to run it back on the same side of the rift. Shopify once again on blue. Let's see how our bans are looking. Game number 3. So Fearless is starting to kick in somewhat meaningfully here with the 10 champions from both games now having been removed. We've got Callista and Gwen banned out by Shopify. The Vi and the Victor banned out by FlyQuest. The one that is still missing is that Yone that I mentioned in the previous game is kind of a staple ban against Palafox. So we'll see if FlyQuest goes with that here, as the Karma is the 3rd ban for Shopify.
Yeah, it would definitely stick out if they left up the Yone, and would make you think, all right, well, they've practiced something. Play? Yeah, all right, what you got? What's your answer?
Maybe Quad will do to him what Chovy did. He'd bring out the Smolder mid.
There we go.
And they did leave it up. So let's see, what is the actual answer here? Because it feels so obvious. It's like, as Shopify, you're like, I want that, but you know that I want that. Like, what's going on here?
Wait a second.
Okay,
Oh.
Shopify does not want that, at least not first. Instead, they're going to insta-lock the big meatball in the top lane, the Scion for Fudge.
It's kind of like another of those takeaways of Bwipo's answers. You know, again, they have to win some games to be able to get there, but it is really cool to think about Fearless in this kind of way, right? Where you take away some of these picks that are more of the niche picks for your opponent, and you're limiting their pool in that way. And if Fudge is comfortable on these, I mean, he looked very good on the Yorick, then it can be quite effective. It is going to be the Renekton answer, which obviously is going to get pretty heavily outscaled. I'm curious to see if Fudge is kind of the similar playstyle on Scion to what Bwipo does, where Bwipo really likes the AD items. He's more reliant on the HP that is in this kit. You know, does like to go Titanic Hydra and, you know, Bloodlord's Mail and things like that, and try to play it really aggressive. But this is going to be a tough 2v2 to survive, no matter what jungler contracts drafts.
Exactly. Might have to make use of that zombie passive when Sejuani is...
Got to use the whole kit.
Sejuani is paired with Renekton.
Get Kog'Maw in there, you know? Double it up.
That is a strong top side of the map. We'll see what Quad goes with, too, because, I mean, talking about Yone being up, if it is still up, you got a Sejuani, Renekton, and a Yone. Like, holy.
And it could even be like a Sylas, right? It could be Yone or Sylas. Both work quite well. And I mean, I do think it's a little bit surprising that it's gone down to here. I feel like they're just going to slam the Yone, throw some protection bands down if you're concerned about it at all. It's such a powerful top side. It's also quite comfortable picks for FlyQuest. So this could be dangerous.
Shopify are clearly thinking, all right, we are going to invest everything in counter-engage, though, because they slammed the Xayah Rakan immediately, too. They've got the Scion here. And we are, for FlyQuest, going to pick up the big AP in mid lane, more traditional mage. They're not gonna fully index into melee and engage there. Maybe they're a little bit worried about going too far, too short range. With the buffs that Hui got, scales really nicely. Like the passive really, really hurts now, and provides you so much AoE and magic damage here for the fight.
And I feel like now if you're going to pick that, then you're going to be banning out Yone second phase for sure.
Yeah.
But Hui, I think, is always one of these interesting champions because while it is quite low mobility, it is actually pretty hard to play into when Hui's are really good and really comfortable with their fear because you can interrupt dashes, you can interrupt people actually going in for that CC. And when they're really comfortable with that, it becomes very difficult to actually take them out. Looking for the Ahri, you're going to be having to pray for Palafox Ahri here, I think.
Well, we'll see if it even escapes the bans if they
that
want to double
one's unlikely,
target.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get Teemo
We'll
for
try
that
our
guy.
best.
That's going to be... That's a pretty rare one.
That's like a game 7 in the best of 5 Fearless, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Best of 9, maybe we'll get Teemo somewhere
We could. I think at best of 9, I feel confident.
Okay, maybe. Zach?
See, he's not even saying he wants it. He's just like, Zach?
It's more likely than Teemo. It's more likely than Teemo. I'll give you that.
It's like, where am I?
All right, we've got the Yone, we've got the Jace both banned.
Underrated
We've got
pick.
Caitlyn, we've got the Smolder banned away as well. Let's see what FlyQuest wants to lock here. We need to see their AD carry. We need to see their support. I would expect to see the AD carry first.
Could be going that sort of route. I mean, that's what you're expecting if they do lock in the Lucian. Milio is becoming kind of that more popular new age variant of this duo. Masu definitely has his Lucian card. He is very good on it, I think. Really can impress on a lot of these different picks. And so it is going to be the Lucian. So you're expecting it to be Nami or Milio just based on what else is going to round out this draft. And we're waiting for mid lane. We're waiting for jungle here.
I like that the crowd is now just shouting more options. We have like 4 or 5 different signs plus the audibles. Ooh, that one actually does seem fairly likely here. Orianna, there we go. You've got the ball delivery in Rakan already. Really good synergy.
Hey,
there.
Mundo guy!
Hey, we got a jackpot!
There we go!
We got a hit over there.
Ooh, Mundo Jungle. Mundo Jungle is going to be coming through. Has a really fast clear. Okay.
Yeah! Take a bow! Yeah, Skewmond in EU is definitely a really big proponent of it. We'll see here. Mundo, very fast clear, as you mentioned. Kind of frustrating to play against sometimes.
Yep.
Farms extremely well.
The canister also makes him pretty difficult to pick off.
And that front line, when you have a Scion and a Mundo, is quite beefy here for Shopify, walking into this FlyQuest comp. I think Quad, again, is going to have to do a lot of work. He was very good, I feel like, in the previous game, especially on that Talia, but he is going to carry a tremendous amount in these team fights.
So I've got a fun fact for you. So the last time FlyQuest was down 7,000 plus gold and came back, it was against TL in 2022 when Bwipo was on TL. So has been a while since there has been that big of a comeback from this org, let alone this roster. So definitely was a huge one, and it's going to be building a lot of confidence for them going into what could be the final game of our series.
All right, non-subscribers, we will see you guys in 30 seconds. But for everybody else, I really, really am concerned about the Shopify mental coming into this one. Those types of games, like Game 2, are the most frustrating ones to lose when it felt like you were holding all the cards, but somehow you still didn't get the win. Hopefully they were able to reset in the short break between the games. They have a pretty stock standard team composition. The only thing that could, I guess, be called a little bit of a deviation would be the Jungle Mundo, but you've got a big tank in the top lane, traditional control mage in mid, you've got an AD carry that can peel for itself with a support that can either help with that or engage. I feel like they're not going to be put in a spot like the last game where if they get a lead, they'll feel like, oh, we can't 5v5, but also they're going to have to try to build that lead again, which is a lot tougher than it might first seem when you're against a squad like FlyQuest.
It absolutely is going to be really tough to be able to build up a lead similar to what they had in that second game, but you know they scale really well, and they
Mundo
do
wins
have
those.
Mundo definitely wins those. Q level 1 is really strong, and Mundo is great at absorbing engages because of the canister passive. It immunes the first CC, the canister pops out. If you pick it up, you get a little heal, and it refunds some of that cooldown. But you know, for Sedge wanting to find an engage, you basically have to like Q flash and knock the canister off, then immediately ult and things like that. It makes it a lot more difficult to play around if you're trying to pick off this Mundo. And like we said, scales really well, clears really fast. They are basically a two-threat comp here. It's all about Palafox and Bvoy. The rest of them just have to keep that farm up and make space.
And I'm going to be looking at that bottom lane. Masu and Busio here. They have the Ignite in their lane. See if they can actually get some pressure going for themselves.
All right, nothing crazy at level 1, so let's go ahead. We've got Emily standing by for an interview with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck.
Thank you very much. I'm here with FlyQuest coach Nuke Duck, who is kind of watching this level 1 as we go through. Masu getting a little low there. The first thing I did want to ask you, though, is coming off of a game that was as grueling as that one, what's going through your mind as you're watching your team?
We were getting outplayed, so I was a bit upset. Yeah, I was upset. We were getting outplayed, so we were kind of prepared to lose that one with how it was going, so it was fun to win it. But you know, we're just prepping the next game and whatnot.
And then in this game specifically, I was a bit surprised that they left Lucian Nami open after locking in the Zyricon. Were you at all surprised? And just talk me through your draft prep a little bit.
You know, it's a game 3, so what did the ban instead? Smolder. Yeah. I was not that surprised. We haven't really. I don't think we have played it on stage yet. So, you know, you kind of have to go a little bit of the enemy's like comfort as well. So yeah, I'm interested to see how it's gonna go because we haven't done it on stage yet.
All right. Well, all the best. Thank you so much for taking the time, and we'll throw it back to the cast.
All right, thank you all very much. And obviously the Lucian Nami doing exactly what it's drafted to do here in the early game as they are slamming this bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, that was rough. I mean, Bvoy and Sales tried to go really aggressive and try to get an advantage there. Weren't able to do so. Inspired versus Contracts, though, this is a matchup we've seen so many times between these two guys. I like the achievements tab there. Took Gen G to 5 games. Contract clapped up G2, true. And
our international accolades.
Exactly. And I mean, it's one of those things that I just think Contract is so important for this team and what he does. You know, Inspired, obviously, I feel like he's going to be the MVP. This guy has been so good all year long, all split long, so consistent. But he does have the luxury of having 3 winning lanes most of the time. Contracts does not. He often is the guy that is having to create opportunities, create plays, sometimes taking more risky moves and angles because his team is not going to win kind of just naturally by playing slow.
Yeah, and especially this game with the matchups that we have, FlyQuest pushing on top, pushing on bottom there, so should be a lot of opportunity there for Inspired, who just did standard clear up towards top side, grab your top scuttle crab, regular recall here for the Sedge.
All right, Shopify not having the greatest start here to the lanes, but apparently they had some things to say about the first 2 games heading into this third one. Let's listen in.
First game, draft gap. Second game, we were better than them, but we win it. So
true.
You didn't know what to say in the second game. Second game,
Yeah, drop.
Okay, draft gap. We were better, but we inted, so we call it draft gap.
We were better.
I actually like it, man. You got to be able to laugh it off. You got to be able to joke about it, right? You know, because otherwise you're just going to be down in the dumps. And we'll see, you know, how they're going to be able to go from here. B-Boy swaps up towards topside with Seos because, let's be honest, that 2v2 was going horrible. B-Boy's first buy was boots to double longsword. When you already got cooked on the first kind of 2v2, well, you're not going to be able to fight after that. So they get a call on the next base. They go top, and they're just trying to get out of there.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the grab a cull and get out of there answer to losing. So right up to the top side. And again, remember, though, the jungler is clearing.
Ooh, nice knock up. Whippo trying to get away from this with a slice now as Seos and B-Boy continue to chase. But as soon as he sees the flash, Whippo gets over the wall, stays safe.
They waited too long. If they had flashed early before he was actually at that wall, sure, he respawned flash, but he's still in your line of sight and you can actually kill him there. Because they hesitated, he got to the wall, you lose the vision. It's one flash for two, and Whippo's laughing at you.
Yeah, if you flash into the fog of war, then you can break anything that's in the air, and 2 for 1 is an exceptional trade. So they bought the call, they swapped out, they got stopped even.
Oh boy, this is going to go from bad to worse now as Shopify Rebellion's bot side duo is interrupted on their recall. And oh look, it's Busio and Masu, and they're ready to keep going with the 2v2.
Well, they're just going to base and stay still. We will not fight it. But the problem now is Fudge is moving top, so Renekton is going to be able to push in this wave, so you're going to lose at least a few minions. I don't know exactly how many because I can't see the full wave status down in bot lane. Whippo laughing about it. But this is going to be at least a couple that they do drop, and it's going to be another plate going over to Whippo. So yeah, Fudge does catch the wave top. Yeah, you do continue to avoid that 2v2. But, I mean, let's look at the CS. It's like nearly 20, 15, 16 CS right now just for that Lucian. And now the Renekton is actually up in gold as well.
We talked a lot about the mentality from the losing side of big swingy games like that. The mentality for FlyQuest is just like, whoa, we're playing with house money. We weren't even supposed to win that second game. The coach was talking about, we already counted that one as a loss, and we were prepping
this one for free.
We were counting the next game and prepping the next one. And now they come in and just going to be all smiles and laughing at the plays when they do work out in your favor, just like that. So the swaps will continue, though. Back up to the other side. They're trying to keep out of the even-sided ones.
Oh, nice sidestep away from Fudge's ultimate. Busio escaped with a beautiful bubble. Contracts and Fudge really wanted to get these kills, but sidestepping the Scion ulti plus the perfect bubble onto them both means FlyQuest's duo is in no danger.
All these Shopify flashes are being outplayed here on the top side of the map. Another one in the dirt. It's the Bermuda Triangle of flashes up on the top side of the map. Where do they go?
You know things are going bad when the Renekton in the 1v2 is freezing the lane on your bot lane. That is sad to see. I'm not going to lie. It's been a while since I've seen this one.
Yeah, it's some ancient technology.
That is
a rare sight.
Your bot lane is getting absolutely cooked when that is the case. They are clearly scared about where Inspired could be, but the fact that they don't feel confident to actually push that in is definitely very tough. I mean, they're missing those flashes, so they're just worried, well, if Whippo pops ult and Inspired flash ult someone, we're just going to die.
Yeah, I mean, Whippo was holding a full rage bar, right in front of them, and the Sejuani has ulti, so you're like, yeah, if Inspired does come, then they could definitely eat us up.
And there's your Dominus as Whippo engages towards B-Boy and Seos. He'll clear out the entire wave, force them back a little bit. He also gets the barrier from the Xayah. Did not want to succumb to the combo from the Croc. But in the meantime, FlyQuest is saying, all right, well, we know that we've got the 1v2 down there in the bottom lane. It's not like Xayah and Rakan are coming up here. Easy pick onto the Grubs. They'll just grab all three of those. Inspired can easily secure the entire objective here in the top side river, as Fudge can crash the wave into top lane, but just barely misses out on the first plate.
I will say, even though all those flashes, not the greatest look to having expended them, they actually haven't been punished that hard, and the swap did alleviate the pressure and did kind of work there for Shopify. So it didn't look the greatest with a lot of the flashes, but
gold's still close.
There you go. Look at the scoreboard.
Just keep your eyes on the scoreboard. PMA, positive mental attitude. All right, FlyQuest have moved Busio down here to help Bwipo. It's Lizard and Fish versus Zaya and Rakan, as Seos and Bvoy still just trying to catch up. I mean, you can see Masu's farm 2 waves ahead of Bvoy just from those early advantages they had, and he's now getting that solo EXP and farm over in the mid lane, so the Lucian going to be very scary. Bvoy is just barely level 6. Masu is almost level 8 on his Lucian, and he has Ignite, so he'll be able to play very aggressively.
I mean, he's going to have Essence Reaver, and Bvoy is going to be on a very sad buy. You know, he spent the gold on the Cull, he spent the gold on the boots, he's down in gold. See if Fudge can make something happen here, but I feel like Quad can probably walk this one out. Maybe not with Palafox, though.
Yeah, now that Palafox has shown up, it is certain doom for Quad. First blood over to Shopify Rebellion for what I believe is the first time this series.
That's a dub.
You'll take it.
We'll take those.
They got the Orianna getting paid here nice and early. Palafox going to get off to a little bit of a lead for himself on that one. At least for FlyQuest, the Hui does not spend the flash. It's not like you had summoners also get blown on that one, so you're not as easy of a repeat target, but still good pick from Shopify.
Yeah, it's great. And I mean, getting that Orianna gold, so important. You know, you need Bvoy, you need Palafox to be strong because you are this 2-threat comp. And you do have a great ball delivery system here with Seos. You have hard engage to be able to kind of get that in on the back line. Lucian, as we know, I feel like it kind of scales with skill. Like, I don't think it just falls off later onto the game, but it's very hard to execute on. And when you're playing against someone like Seos on this Rakan, who can just R-flash on your face if you ever dash forward and then you get caught by a shockwave, it is very hard because you're pretty low range. So we'll have to see how we can do it.
Science coming up the river here. Could ulti.
Okay, defensive ult from Busio, making it so there's no way Seos can continue engaging, as now Fudge looking to disrupt this backline a little bit. Busio with some fast speed, looking to sidestep the cleavers, but no! Busio drops, and Shopify are grabbing kill number 2 of the game. They brought more people to the party, and they get paid for it.
The double flank there. Fudge up the river, Contracts down the other side from the river, and the pincer works out for Shopify. Another kill picked up for them. And they actually didn't drop any waves to do it because before rotating up, Fudge had pushed on the bottom side. So Bwipo's trying to get the wave back into tower now, but Fudge can get right back in place in time.
Yeah, Fudge involved in both of the kills so far. You know, was able to withstand the 1v1. Did fine, you know, lane swapping his bot lane out of this problematic 2v2 that you were talking about, Kobe, you know, keeping them close, and then is able to set up Palafox for the kill on top side, roam mid, help with a kill there. He's having a good game, and I think, again, Fudge is playing well in this series.
All right, FlyQuest, though, are in total control over the neutral objectives so far. They got all 3 grubs. They got that second Drake, although the first one did go over to Shopify Rebellion, so it's not like the feat is going to be secured just yet. But also, Shopify is close to getting the kills feat. That has gone the way of FlyQuest in both previous games. Now, Quad's in some danger against Palafox once more. Is Palafox going to get the solo bolo right here? Not quite enough damage. Quad steps away. There's that fear disengage that we were talking about earlier. Severing Bolt, not going to really land anything there at the end other than farming up the minions. Seos seeing if maybe he can interrupt Quad's recall. Contracts also here to join the party. Inspired and Busio hanging out nearby, providing enough of a distraction for Quad to walk away.
They've also got the early rotation on AD. You see Bvoy was coming up too, so you know you have to give up turret plate money here if you're FlyQuest. Quad got chunked out so heavily just to buy Palafox that they earn money even without getting a kill.
And I really love this because not only are you getting the turret plate there, but you're denying the entire wave because Quad's base was so delayed, he couldn't just insta-TP back and actually collect that. It wasn't a cannon wave, so he lost that full 6 minions. That's minus 100 gold, plus the plate difference, plus the experience that you're losing. Quad is actually pretty meaningfully behind for what feels like the first time this series.
The midfield genius here showing up in game number 3 when they need him the most.
Needed to calibrate the first couple games, you know? It's got him downloaded now.
We've got heart steals on both of our junglers up and running here early on as well. It is an item that is far from its once glorious state in the game, but still pretty effective for champions like the Mundo, like the Sejuani.
So when FlyQuest played C9, we had the fastest best of 3 in LTA history. This would actually be, if FlyQuest wins the game in 40 minutes and 2 seconds or longer, it would be the longest 3-0 in NA history. So that's LCS, that's LTA, that's everything. So would be kind of an interesting. It's one of those things like it's the most competitive time that you've ever been sweet.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 3-0, but it was a long
But it was a 3-0.
one.
Made you fight for it.
That is some extreme copium right there. But you know what?
There's some very different
3-0s. A record's a record.
We take those.
As Shopify are going to continue putting the pressure on this top lane tier 1 turret. Palafox just getting a lot of money for himself up here. Really solid performance early on in this game, like you already mentioned. Masu still in the mid lane by himself. He does not have the same EXP advantage he once had over Bvoy. It's not like the full 2 levels, but still a solid level ahead.
Bvoy, though, pretty relevant, right? Like, he already has his first item done. The call is cash out. He's got a BF on top. Bvoy is chilling. He's, in fact,
he's up in
almost
gold.
600 gold ahead because he picked up that one kill, plus he cashed out the call now. So despite the fact that the 2v2 went so bad for them, they really played the map well to just make sure it didn't actually matter.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify are in a very good spot as they go in.
Look at the burst on Contracts, though. Masu just shooting him to pieces, but Inspired's got to be careful as he tries to retreat. Palafox with a nice ulti. Shopify Rebellion 3-0 in kill.
Even better position now that they do go in. Mundo goes where he pleases. He just walks at this team, creating the space there for them to follow up. And because they got all this gold on their carries already for Shopify as they're getting kind of gunned down in mid lane.
Yeah, Masu's getting close. He wants to scrap for this. Bvoy and Seos firing back the barrier and heal, the defensive summoners used for the Shopify duo. Busio also spending the heal of his own. Masu using that piercing light bonus range through the minion to hit Bvoy for a last little bit of chunk of damage. But all the meanwhile, it was Rift Herald secured by Shopify. They've locked in the kills feat. They're 2,500 gold ahead. Things are looking good 15 minutes in.
Yeah, it's an exceptional state to be in because, whoa! Okay, he's fine. Calculated. Here's the counterplay.
Okay, Fudge arrives this time. That Scion ulti is going to hit, but Busio flashes over the wall to stay safe. Quad fires off the Spiraling Despair, but it's not going to land. Whippo arrives on the back end of the fight, though, and a little bit more damage. Might just kill Fudge. Severing Bolt doesn't hit him. FlyQuest won't get anything as Masu gets caught at the very end of the shockwave, but it will not kill him either. Contracts staying alive on the Mundo. FlyQuest tried, but they could not secure any of the kills.
Mundo and Scion, these super tanks, still will not go down, just barely on the front lines. Both of them surviving, even with the ults coming through, even with everybody converging. And they started that fight with Seos being fully chunked out and having to go back to base.
And I mean, how frustrating for FlyQuest. Seos barely lives, then Contracts barely lives, and Fudge barely lives. There's 3 almost kills. They couldn't finish off anyone there. And this team is just going to get tankier and tankier. The gold leads are actually getting pretty significant now, and every kill has gone exactly where you would want it. It's gone to Palafox and Bvoy. Masu's putting on pressure, but it doesn't matter because every time there's a fight, it's Bvoy picking up the kills. Now they got first tower, so the feats are completed as well.
Yeah, this is the first time in the series that Shopify have earned themselves the empowered boots. It's a really good start in pretty much every department here for the Rebels, but now the next dragon has spawned. FlyQuest have control over the bot side river right now. Fudge is down there close to bottom lane, Quad being the one to answer right now on the Hui. This Hui pick not working out super great for FlyQuest so far.
Yeah, and now just a couple seconds here, Fudge will get his ult back for the Scion. They're already in position. You have to expect Shopify here just start up the Dragon and go for this objective because Whippo on top side is pushing at tower with teleport. They want to at least get something here.
Okay, Dragon started up. Bvoy and Contracts putting the damage into that as Whippo uses his dominance before the teleport, so he's ready to go as soon as he arrives. Tons of damage onto Fudge. Whippo has made his way into the fight, but he's already about to die, flashing back out of the way of the Blade Caller. Now re-engaging after Fudge. And finally, FlyQuest get their kill. Fudge gets shut down, but the dead body is already rampaging. He zones Busio and Masu away, but now with the Scion completely and truly out of the picture, the Dragon is still at death's door, and it's still Shopify with control of the bottom side river, but it's secured by Contracts to the Mundo as FlyQuest look for a little bit more damage to get something back, and Masu's going to grab another kill, this time on a Contracts. Whippo moved down into the bottom lane in the meantime, and he's going to take the tier 1 turret there. So although Shopify may have got themselves the objective, their gold lead has nearly entirely disappeared as the cost.
And the biggest difference there, Whippo had Flash when he came in, and they were trying to trade top laners. Fudge did not have Flash to get back out. So if you look at the beginning of this, they basically accept, all right, fine. You want to have this Renekton teleport in? We'll focus him on this left side while we leave Fudge there. And it's basically going to be a fight where you focus Sion, we focus Renekton. Probably should be good for us, right? But the Renekton can flash away from the second blade caller there after the ult. The Sion had no exit out of it, and so they exchange, frontline basically, and get FlyQuest the extra kills. Shopify then do return and they at least get the dragon for themselves, but giving up the extra kills here and the extra money to FlyQuest may be detrimental.
Absolutely, and I mean, so much of it went to Masu. Masu went back to base there with 1,800 gold in pocket to spend after that fight. So he not only has his second item, he's got 2 longswords towards his third, and it's actually a Bloodthirster second here from B-Boy. I was kind of curious because he got a Vamp Scepter a little bit earlier before that fight, if he was just going to sit on the Vamp, but he's been constantly getting chunked by Masu over and over and over and poked and prodded. So he's actually decided to fully commit to the BT. That does mean you're not going to be able to poke him down, but it also means his sustained damage is a lot lower than a lot of these secondary options.
And I love how aggressive Masu plays on the Lucian. He's always looking for chances to dash in, find a quick combo, and play the champion the way it was designed to be played. Seos got to be careful about clearing out some of those wards as Whippo and Inspired are waiting in the wings. Masu going to continue trying to keep these waves shoved up and shoved in towards Shopify, who only have a 600 gold lead now.
I mean, it's been a really fun game. There's so many little things that FlyQuest does well to fight back from these difficult situations. Even the pre-ult from Whippo might have actually died without being able to get it off. It's 500 bonus health that he came into. He was very low when he flashed away. These small things, but they're looking for an engage.
Yep, Fudge wants to find the angle here in the bot lane duo, but again, it is sidestepped. Inspired is tanky, but he's not tanky enough. He has to flash away to stay alive there as Shopify, again, always looking for these engages with the Scion.
And that's the second time this game Palafox has Shockwave Inspired out of his queue, forcing him to flash.
Okay, Whippo's trying to make something else happen here, but he's got to be so careful. He runs in, loses 75% of his HP, and immediately has to retreat.
Fighting these fights very close. In the end, FlyQuest are the ones that get to push in on the tower, though. It does force the teleport out as the pressure does continue.
Okay, Fudge arrives. He's going to make sure they can keep this tier 1 turret defended. It is very low, but it's still standing. Masu eats a cleaver there. Going to have to be a little bit more careful. Not any true danger as he continues to retreat alongside the rest of his team. Now with a culling, firing towards the Shopify lines. It'll take a big chunk out of the Mundo. We got 8 people right here in mid lane, but nobody's fully committing to the fight just yet. Masu, another dash away from the Decimate of the Scion, does not want to get caught up in that one.
Yeah, they were buying time there. Palafox finished his split push on the bottom side, went back to purchase in base now, and can rotate up to answer top side here. Can Whippo actually push quick enough? That top tower is very low. I think that Palafox's timing is good enough, and he'll be able to go collect.
So there's a 400 gold lead for Shopify, but it's also worth noting there's a very distinct difference in the flower petals picked up. Normally you don't see this level of difference unless Otacon has already been claimed, I feel like. 16-2, that's at least a few hundred golds worth of stats.
Yeah, and B-Boy and Masu were actually just sitting for a while there at the exact same gold. Look at the total damage. I asked for this graphic because I was curious what it would be. Look at Masu's damage so far this game. 17,800 damage just about. Well over double what B-Boy has been able to do. He's been playing super aggressive. You have to with this pick, and I feel like he is really piloting it well thus far.
He's playing super aggressive, and he has 2 of the biggest meatballs in League of Legends that he has to put those bullets into. So there's tons of health bar for Masu to work through. We do have Otacon alive in the bottom part of the map. We will also have the next Drake joining him down there right next door in about 30 seconds. I'm expecting another team fight to pop up here very soon.
And if there is, there's going to be a very, very big difference here with 2 items for Palafox. This gold lead actually will have a meaningful difference where Quad has not been able to finish his second item. And so you're looking at this Orianna Shockwave. This thing could be huge, especially if B-Boy can...
There, he got it! Masu's in trouble! Contracts gets the kill! Absolutely huge for Shopify! Masu wanted to step up and use the culling. I don't know if he didn't notice the ball. I don't know if he was just disrespecting the ball, but the ball was there, and Masu gets dropped.
I think he just thought, if he one-man shockwaves me, I'm going to be able to survive it and be able to get out, but clearly disrespecting it, gets hit by the shockwave, and then Contract finished him off with just a flash E briefcase to the face.
All right, now even more trouble. Quad has to flash over the wall to survive as Seos and Fudge try to find the other carry. Meanwhile, though, the entire time, you've got Whippo putting in work on the top lane, tier 2 turret, but now he's teleporting in to join the rest of the team. They do not want to allow Shopify to take the free Otacon, but Quad is once again under pressure. The Way is about to die again. Palafox taking a kill on him. This is not Quad's game. Whippo flashing and dashing forward to try to get the kill onto B-Boy, who barely stays alive with the ulti, but finally drops there with the very end. Otacon's down to 1 HP. Contracts at least secures it, but now Whippo and Bucio got to try to fight as Inspired has died. Palafox trying to escape from the Renekton, and he stays alive, but Masu has rejoined the fight. The culling's not there in time. Whippo needs a little bit more range, but he cannot find the last bit of damage for Palafox.
Oh, this series is so close. Even with FlyQuest coming out ahead in a 2-0, the last game so incredibly close. Shopify fighting for so long, and this is the reason why it was like that. I mean, Shopify, now they have 3 dragons for themselves. They still are able to get the Otacon to clean up some of the extra flowers on it, but FlyQuest counterplay, even while they were losing some things, they had Renekton split pushing, he finishes the tower, he teleports in, they go for the kill onto B-Boy, and they keep answering some of these plays.
Yeah, Masu definitely saw that.
That ball was there for a long time.
He knew it was there. I think he just disrespected, and then Flash E, that just goes through. Once that auto starts, you are taking that slap right upside the head. And Quad
you never want to take the slap right upside the head.
You don't. You got to stay out of range of that slap. But Quad, unfortunately, trying to walk in here, he gets punished as well. The Shopify core playing really, really well, and they do have this massive objective advantage. This was great, though, from Whippo as well as Inspired. They get in, they're able to take down the AD carry, and look how close this was. 20 HP, 1 HP before he actually knocks it down. If that went the way of FlyQuest, it is a very different story how we're talking about that fight.
Yeah, because how Flowers are talking about it, they already had a bunch of flowers, and so it would sweep up all the extra ones on the Rift and empower those ones that they already had. It was a very good CC chain.
B-Boy is just running.
He definitely has to, because last time he got CC chained, it was very good from the Renekton Empower W into the immediate Sejuani stun. That's why his ult was so late, and he ended up going down so quickly. FlyQuest will start it up.
Okay, Baron begun. FlyQuest demanding Shopify comes to answer them. They know that Fudge wanted to take that tier 1 turret down there in the bottom lane, but now he's got to stop and try to make his way up to join this fight. There is a teleport, but he'd much rather use the ulti to join if that's an option. Already crossing the path into mid lane. Expect Shopify to make their move here soon. The Baron is already down below half HP, and Fudge is ready to charge in. FlyQuest backs away from the objective, and the Baron is going to reset. Whippo wants to make his entry onto the side, but he's going to be burst down almost entirely before the fight even really starts. Now Contracts also in retreat. FlyQuest have more damaged health bars than Shopify. Nobody is going to take the Baron.
Yeah, Whippo goes in there. He does take a lot of damage, but he had the Sterix. He knew he was going to be really tanky with the ulti, with the Sterix proc, so he's willing to draw that pressure. And at the same time, Contracts and Fudge were both put incredibly low themselves. But at the end of the day, B-Boy takes down the tier 1, so they push them off. They hold on to the teleport as well from Fudge, which was critical. He just walked all the way there.
What a game number 3. Game number 2 was the massive comeback battle. And now game number 3, 27 minutes in, we're dead even on the gold. The biggest gold lead was the 2,500 for Shopify 15 minutes into the game. But after that disappeared, it has just been a neck and neck race.
And we have Soul available here for Shopify in just 1 minute. We'll see if they can actually grab it. Infernal Soul would be pretty scary for this Orianna, who's already looking powerful.
Certainly would be huge boost in power. FlyQuest trying to see if they can get any cooldowns out of Shopify before that dragon arrives, and they have to throw down there, because that is for sure going to be a force. I mean, maybe there's something with Baron being available, but honestly, I think you just have to go for it and answer at the dragon.
All right, Masu going to keep shoving these waves in. Everybody else on FlyQuest is waiting to make sure that Masu doesn't run into any danger. This guy is absolutely critical for any fight. Lord Dominic's regards fully completed as the 3rd item. Really couldn't imagine a different item 3rd here, having to deal with the incredible health tanks of the Mundo, of the Scion, just being able to rip through that armor so that damage can be so much more impactful. But Shopify are saying, all right, if you guys want to stop us from getting the soul, whatever, we're going to look to the Baron instead. But FlyQuest are not going to fall for the trap. Inspired steps forward. Contracts and B-Boy have already started up the objective. Palafox gets hit by a Severing Bolt. The Sejuani ulti follows, but there's no follow-up to the ult. Now Whippo's ready to try to slice and dice in as Contracts escapes for now, but more damage flies through. The Nami wave over the top of the entirety of Shopify Rebellion. Inspired's going to be careful. He jumps back in. He tries to flash out, but instead he's going to be killed. Seos falls and Fudge right next to him. Whippo with a Sterix gauge staying alive, and the pressure on Palafox is not enough. Fudge might have died, but B-Boy already got a double kill. Palafox is about to fall. Masu's trigger finger is feeling hella itchy today, and Contracts looks like a good target. FlyQuest just killed 4 of them.
It's Masu on the Senna, and now it's Masu on the Lucian. This guy's going crazy. B-Boy wants more.
B-Boy comes back in, tries to get something. He'll take quad, but he'll give the ace over to FlyQuest and Masu.
And the Infernal is still up. That Dragon Soul is available for the taking, so these late kills are very meaningful. That will be no AD carry for Shopify, no mid laner for Quad, but Quad is going to have teleport when he gets back up, so just be careful with those late game chases. But this fight around the Baron was so close with the frontliners going down very early. The Zombie Scion does a lot of work here trying to even up so they do get the kill, but then Masu's able to step forward. Red buffs on all of FlyQuest here. He keeps getting empowered by the Nami, continues the chase, enables the chase. I want to get back to the soul though. Okay, we can see in the picture-in-picture. Okay. There we go. FlyQuest are going to reset first. They're going to be the ones to put a stop to the Dragon stacking.
And Masu based after that fight with 3,000 gold. He just bought the BF, so he's holding on to get the IE. He's got to be very close. He's got to be a wave or two away. Lucio, very good on the Nami, 9-3, having a great game so far. Has been on point with the bubbles and keeping Masu as safe as possible. FlyQuest definitely do not want to fight until they have that IE. I think Masu's got it on base right here. I can't see why else he'd be going back.
All right, Masu going for the big power spike from the Infinity Edge.
There it is.
So much crit now. Every shot is critting. This Lucian is absolutely the raid boss of this game. Shopify have to find an answer for him.
What a talent Masu has been ever since he entered the league. Rookie of the year. Here he goes. He's going to follow up on Whippo's little stun on Fudge. Just some chunk damage.
All right, FlyQuest assembled as 5. Shopify doing the same to stop them. The Baron still available to fight for as FlyQuest continue moving forward. Now Inspired, putting a little bit of CC on the contract, but it's all about B-Boy. He gets caught, but not instantly killed. Masu's gonna die instead. Shopify found the carry. Whippo goes into the back to finish up the kill into B-Boy, but where's the rest of the damage? Fudge about to drop and Quad takes the kill. Whippo will not stop. He continues the chase and stuns up Palafox, but he doesn't have the damage just yet. Finally, Fudge's body falls over as Seos, Palafox, and Contracts scramble to stay alive. A 2-for-1 trade favoring FlyQuest.
What an engage onto B-Boy again. Whippo flashes forward, they get this stun, they get a huge chunk out. Even with Palafox nicely peeling there and giving Shopify a little window to win this team fight, they still are able to push through. So there it is, they engage.
This shockwave though.
Yeah, the peel is really good, but then look at the Nami from the other side creates so much space, and Quad over here is just blasting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they get this engage on B-Boy, they get him very, very low. Whippo thankfully able to finish him off, but that shockwave saved the fight, potentially the game. I feel like they just get absolutely rinsed if you do not land that shockwave on the Lucian because it allowed them to take him down. Yeah, they still do kind of lose the fight, but it is a much closer affair. Masu goes down. They can't go to the Baron after it. So Palafox definitely making a huge play there, and he's closing in on his death cap, which would be a massive purchase. Level 16 now on that Orianna. Once the death cap is through, you got to be so careful.
B-Boy really just has to have his finger on his R button at all times. He has a target on his back. He keeps on getting stunned up. Really, really good plays from Whippo a lot of the time, flashing on him and surprising him. But you have to be so quick here.
Oh, nice blade collar on Masu, but there's no follow-up to really try to punish him in time. Flash available on that FlyQuest AD carry as well. FlyQuest trying to make sure they maintain control over the topside river here with the Baron still available to fight for as Masu fires off the culling. B-Boy soaks a little damage from it, but most of it will be absorbed by the front line of Shopify Rebellion. The Redemption also used to try to keep the health bars as full as possible. FlyQuest, they've shoved Shopify back a little bit, but honestly, it's not a ton of meaningful damage. Only the Mundo really hurt after that one, and you can can see his health slowly regenerating now as FlyQuest move their way up towards the Baron, but they aren't going to start anything. They're trying to bait Shopify in. Fudge takes a little bit of damage, but the dance back and forth between both sides. Palafox teleporting back into the mid lane now to rejoin the team. Masu dashing back away as Busio's ulti is used for the escape for FlyQuest, but once again, Whippo's in the very middle of everybody. Finds the initial engage, and Fudge takes a ton of damage as well. Both top laners very low, as Seos can't find any sort of a way to enter into the fight. Nobody dies either side.
This Renekton is like more tanky than a Scion in a lot of these fights. Whippo doing a good job being a point person for the team. Thought there was going to be like a difference in front lines with Shopify having Mundo and Scion, but they're constantly getting really good looks there for FlyQuest, and they're getting a lot of chunk damage out as well. Masu continually poking away. His damage numbers is really going through the roof. I feel like they've got another good setup here towards the Baron, continually replacing vision.
I mean, Whippo at this point, his ulti gives him 700 HP. The Sterix is a 1k HP shield as well, and he's getting so much healing from the Q. He always goes in when he can get in the midst of the whole team. And he really is making himself such a nuisance because not only is he tanky, he puts out a lot of threats. So it is very difficult, I think, for Shopify to actually deal with him. And he's playing his job so well because if you were playing passively and scared, you don't actually build the space that Quad and Masu need to knock down these super tanks.
I mean, he's 4,000 gold ahead individually. He is a full item ahead of either one of the enemy tanks. So yes, we're talking about how he's just as tanky as the Scion. He's staying on the level of being that front line, but he's also earned the right to do that by building the lead that he has built for himself so far this game. 2,500 gold lead for FlyQuest. 10 seconds on the clock until the next Drake spawns. It is still soul point for Shopify. FlyQuest still only at 2 Drakes. You can see Inspired and Whippo down there near the Dragon Pit, while Masu and Busio are still hanging around the topside river because they know last time around Shopify wanted to use their soul point status to try to take the Baron instead. FlyQuest knows they'll probably try to do it again, so they're going to leave Whippo down there soloing the Drake, while the rest of FlyQuest as a 4-man unit stops Shopify from moving north.
Yeah, you want to have it Inspired up there towards mid so you can show that you are ready to, at the very least, have smite contention towards that Baron, and they don't give any window there for Shopify to try and use that dragon advantage, which is now gone. All the dragons have been evened up here with FlyQuest grabbing that one. They're going to force on this Baron anyway.
All right, FlyQuest ready to try to stop Shopify here. 10 to 11 in kills, very close game. As Shopify have the Baron down below half HP. Seos waiting off to the side, looking for his opportunity to jump in, and he finds the engage on Masu! The shutdown credit to Contracts as Shopify killed the most valuable target on FlyQuest. Now Inspired and Whippo are trying to salvage something on the back end of the fight. Quad's the only damage left, and he's doing enough! Whippo is tearing through Shopify Rebellion as Contracts now tries to pick up another kill into Busio. He and Fudge are still trying to frontline, but there's nothing left to frontline for. Palafox and B-Void down means even though Shopify started the fight off with the perfect pick on Masu, Whippo showed up and carried it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a brilliant engage onto Masu. They just 100-0 him, but Whippo is taking the game into his own hands, gets in the backline, knocks down both the carries.
He is a monster. Here's a look at it, and it was Seos over the wall with the flash, lights out. Beautiful one shot there in the CC, but then the chase down, and then the arrival of the Renekton. Whippo comes in, he flashes onto B-Void, once again stuns him up into the Sejuani stun. These CC chains have just been so good for them in the backline there, with his ultimate ticking, by the way, which got buffed, does so much damage, and he kind of rips them apart. So we'll get right back to live though.
Whippo's just loving some League of Legends today. Masu, though, in some danger. Fudge immediately engaging towards the Lucian. Masu playing so aggressively, but this is the other edge on that sword. Dashes back over the wall to get away from Contracts as Shopify goes in for their re-engage. Inspired dashing over the wall himself, Whippo using the ult defensively. Whippo again looking for the carries on Shopify Rebellion. The Renekton's going to tank a ton of damage. The Sterix gauge barely keeping him going as Contracts and Fudge now look for the re-engage of the re-engage. FlyQuest disengaging back into their own red side jungle, and again, no dead bodies either side.
Yeah, they're not quite able to finish off Contracts, who is level 18 now on the Mundo. He's up there with the Renekton, and that level 16 ultimate for Mundo is so ridiculously strong because of all of the additional bonus health that you're getting when you're ulting near enemy members. So if you get in the middle of that fight, you pop the ulti, you get a ridiculous amount of healing, and he is very, very tanky. Even picking up a Knight's Vow now, just knowing it's about the carries at this point in the game, and Shopify definitely hanging around this Baron, trying to threaten that they could be starting it.
All right, Shopify again, going to begin the objective. FlyQuest on the approach. Fudge and Contracts are going to need to frontline. For Palafox specifically, the Orianna has been such a factor this game, as now Whippo is ready to make his entrance here with the Dominus. The Baron's already down to 2,000 HP. It's going to be a smite fight, and Inspired shows why he's the best jungler in the LTA. Now he's going to drop in trade, but Whippo is chasing after Palafox, and Vivo is already dead. Shopify Rebellion, they get the kill back on Amasu. Now Seos trying to peel for his mid laner. Palafox is on a wild journey all the way through the jungle, and he'll continue trying to escape from Whippo. The Crocodile is very scary. He gets the reset on his dash because he goes through the Krugs, and it gives him enough distance to catch up to the Orianna. Now with Quad right behind him, it's surely another kill coming in for FlyQuest.
Oh my goodness. Shopify try and combine a Blade Caller and their smites, but Inspired is too good. He gets in between. Let's take another look at it. I know they're going to slow it down.
Yeah, it's getting incredibly low there.
2.1K, 19. So the call was to go at 2K, which is a classic number to go for when you're comboing with big abilities like that. But Inspired knows it too, and he just gets in there.
Yeah, really well played by him. And Contracts had no ulti also, which just meant that he just got focused down, burst down in that fight. He was tanking the Baron and the damage from Masu.
Okay, I will kill her. We got the Nash, guys, okay? You want kill? It's personal? Here you go.
Whippo making sure that everybody's getting what they need. You need a personal vendetta kill? There you go.
I love smite steals like that, though, because Inspired is like, okay, he's going to pick a number that he thinks that you're going to pick. And then he just throws it down there. That was crazy.
Look at Masu and Whippo getting the damage done for their team. And over on the other side, Palafox doing a lot of work. But Masu has just been relentless. Even though he's gotten picked off a few times, he's playing so aggressive. We got to fight.
Oh, B-Boy, what was that? He's thrown into the pit and then immediately executed point blank. Now Contracts getting caught out for the follow-up. The close back and forth of this game just evaporates as Quad gets a double kill, and Shopify Rebellion are forced out of the jungle, forced back into their base, right as what has to be the Dragon Soul for one side or the other spawns. FlyQuest doesn't even care. They've got the Baron. They've got a 5v3. They're going straight to the enemy base.
Yeah, B-Boy was the one who blast-coned himself into the pit there, so just a misclick, you have to think.
That was a game-losing blunder as Shopify Rebellion try to stay alive, but Palafox is already under pressure, and Inspired's keeping the chase going. The Nami wave flies through. Nobody on Shopify is dead yet, but Whippo can fix that real quick. Seos barely escapes back into the fountain as Fudge is locked up by the Renekton. Lots of low health bars on FlyQuest, but nobody's dead quite yet. Palafox falls. Whippo's on a killing spree. FlyQuest is going to take the inhibitor. The game will go on, but it's bot lane inhib. Surely they will just take the Drake on their way out, or maybe not. They're going to wrap back around and go for the tier 3 turret over in mid lane. Whippo maintaining his presence, his pressure there in the front line. Still 40 seconds left on Palafox, but FlyQuest has injured health bars that they've got to be aware of. Backing away now, looking to head back to the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, that thing kind of looming ominously. As you said, Palafox is still down, but Shopify, they're trying to chase. They're trying to do something here. They don't want FlyQuest to be able to reset and fully heal.
Oh, Contracts has taken so much damage from that culling, though. Masu immediately forcing the frontliner back, and Whippo has rejoined the fight. Guardian Angel purchased for the last item. He's got that in tandem with a Sterix Gauge. You are not gonna kill this Crocodile. Masu's already almost got the Infernal Drake down and dead. Infernal Soul claimed by FlyQuest.
Really well played sequence there by FlyQuest. They get in the base, they knock down the inhibitor, they chunk them out as they're trying to walk in. So Contracts without ult, Mundo really can't walk in. You are useless without your ultimate there. And then the rest of the FlyQuest members stay outside of the pit. They zone Shopify away while Masu is knocking that down. Infernal Soul secured. Mercurial Scimitar purchased up there from Masu. More and more items coming through here. Death Cap done as well now for Quad. and it feels like FlyQuest are moments away from closing the series out.
And if they can, Azil, they are going to complete that record you were talking about, because it is already past 40 minutes. It would be the longest 3-0 sweep in LTA or LCS history.
Games 2 and 3 have definitely been a battle. Shopify showing some solid performances, but still, when it counts, when it's those clutch moments, FlyQuest are finding their way through. Whether it was the long defense in game number 2, the inspired smite steal off of the combo timing here in this third game, they are just constantly delivering when their backs are against the wall. Now they've got total control over the Rift. They're getting all the waves shoved up. The Baron is going to spawn again in 1 minute, and the entire Rift belongs to FlyQuest.
I mean, how about Bwipo in this game? This is one of the biggest individual gold leads I feel like I've seen in a long time. Nearly 7,000 gold ahead in the 1v1. Fudge has just been grouped up, it feels like, the whole game, while Bwipo has been hoovering up gold all around the map here, and he has really made it worth his team's while. He took that gold, he dominated team fights, he made such a big impact. Now he has the GA on top of the Sterix that is just going to make it even harder to take him down.
Now the cope is, well, any further increase in that gold lead is purely cosmetic.
He's too rich. He can't do anything
He's too
with
rich. It doesn't even matter anymore. Any more gold into the full build, full level 18 Renekton. Capped out. There you go.
All right, 8,000 gold lead for FlyQuest as a team, 7,000 gold lead for Bwipo as a Renekton. As the Baron is 3 seconds away from spawning, and as soon as it spawns, FlyQuest is already DPSing. It shouldn't take a whole long time to beat this up, really. And it looks like Shopify are recognizing that there's no way to even try to approach this. Free Baron, uncontested for FlyQuest.
Yep, FlyQuest now have everything they need to try to put the finishing touches on this one. We'll see if they can do it. I mean, as much as you're joking, Kobe, if Shopify can make it go longer, Masu and Bwipo are full build. Bwipo actually has, nearly 3,000 gold in pocket, so that is just dead gold. It's not doing anything for them right now, but they have the Soul, they have the Baron, they have an enormous gold lead, and they have just been looking straight up better in these fights. So it's going to need a bit of a miracle engage, I think, from Shopify if they were to hold on.
All right, the pressure is mounting. Up here in the top lane, the tier 3 turret. Already almost gonna die. Masu just shreds these things as Bwipo is creating a different threat over in mid lane at the same time. Inhibitor falls top side. Bwipo's got the wave, ready to do the same thing here in mid. Another massive calling. Just there's gotta be 200 bullets in there as Masu gets himself back away. Shopify wanted to take their chance to try to engage, but they cannot do it. Spiraling Despair into contracts as he has to try to flash away and escape. Bwipo's in the front line once more with the Sterix Gage, staying alive with the call to me. He's surviving on 1 HP for so long. B-Boy barely lives through it. Bwipo finally dies, but at the cost of the base for Shopify Rebellion. FlyQuest backing away with their raid boss down. Contracts and Fudge forcing them to take their exit. The game goes on.
That was crazy. B-Boy nearly died to Bwipo's dominance while he was in the GA res because the AoE damage continues, so he had to use the ulti defensively there. Bwipo, though, does lose quite a bit. Loses the GA, is going to swap that out immediately for a Death Stance. But like you say, they do hold on. Their base completely destroyed, though. They lost every tower, including the Nexus towers and all 3 inhibitors.
It was also a fully stacked bounty on the Renekton, a deserved bounty, by the way. So that was also collected. Here's another look. They tried to initially, go for Masu, then they flashed backwards, and Bwipo decides to take it upon himself to use his Guardian Angel.
Oh, he used it, and this Dominus, look at that. He almost dies, just barely. One more tick of the Dominus, and that is a dead AD carry and probably just game over. Bwipo, though, does end up going down, and they're able to hold on. You can see a little bit of frustration on his face there.
So that shutdown full gold did go to Palafox. Maybe. Just maybe it is now Shopify's turn.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
Maybe it is Shopify's turn for the heroic defense and their comeback in this series.
I mean, Palafox is pretty much full build. The 6th item isn't fully complete, but it's an unbroken arm guard, so you're going to get effectively the same value. But B-Boy dies instantly to Masu. He doesn't even get a chance to use the ulti. The double kill comes through, and the game is over. over. Shopify are cut to ribbons as FlyQuest will take the win in this series. It might be the longest 3-0 in North American history, but it's still a clean sweep for FlyQuest.
Well played by FlyQuest. And yeah, the end series scorecard will be misleading. Shopify, especially in games 2 and 3, really pushed FlyQuest to the edge. So close in those games, but close does not matter. Nope. This is playoffs though, and of course this is upper bracket of playoffs. So Shopify, all their hard work, they can use that fire in the lower bracket. FlyQuest will be continuing on in the upper.
And I think we're getting that exciting rematch in that lower bracket. How Shopify earned their upper bracket berth was taking out 100 Thieves. They're now going to have to go against them in the lower bracket, while FlyQuest will be waiting to see who else wins to go up against them in that winner's bracket. 3-0, they are looking terrifying.
I mean, after last week, where FlyQuest just completely demolished Cloud9, I think everybody has FlyQuest at the top of the tier lists right now for the LTA. And if you're Shopify, the takeaway from this is if it was anybody other than FlyQuest, if you keep playing like this, you might just be able to keep punching up.
I mean, they were very competitive, but we're going to watch this one more time. Masu just catching out B-Voy. B-Voy did not have the ulti because he had to use it on the Dominus from the dead Renekton. I'm not sure if he had flash or not because the Spectre Client has been pretty inaccurate today, so I'm not going to call him out on not flashing something there. But I will say, Masu heavily outperforming B-Voy, especially in these last 2 games when you came to those late game stages. You looked at the Senna, you looked at what he got it done on Lucian. He was a monster. And B-Voy definitely going to want that Blast Cone play back.
There were a lot of monsters in this game. I'll be terrified of Renekton and T-Rex when I go to sleep tonight.
This is normally where I would say he's going to cause a spike in Renektons in solo queue. There's always a ton of Renektons in solo queue, but you might see your Renektons diving in 1v5 a little bit more frequently than normal after that one. But we're joining Kangas over at the Fan Zone for an interview.
Thank you very much. I'm live here with Bwipo. Congratulations on your series victory. And I got to start off with that last game performance. Incredible. You reached around an 8,000 individual gold lead over your lane opponent. But I know Fudge gave you some trouble last time around. So I want to get your thoughts going into that matchup today.
I mean, honestly, I'm really happy to see Fudge playing better. I think that he's one of the few NA top laners. Like, I guess he's from Australia, but he counts as NA. That's like really talented, and actually getting to see him play like at a high level, contesting me. It's really nice to see because ultimately that's what I want in the region. That's what I want is exciting League of Legends. And when my opponents contest me and we get to have a nice brawl, just like this best of 5, that's what we're all here for.
I know we're all a fan of the close series. This was a 3-0, but a close 3-0. It's actually the longest in the history of LCS or LTA, but you just wrapped up the fastest 2-0 of the year versus Cloud9. And going into this match, Fudge said, we just have to do better than Cloud9, and that already sends a message. So what do you think about Shopify versus Cloud9 now? And because the kind of narrative around Shopify was, might be frauds in the upper bracket, did they disprove that today?
I think the most important thing when you're playing League of Legends is understanding you pick good champions, you play good League of Legends, you have a chance to win. It doesn't matter who you play against. And I think Shopify really embodies that. Their drafts are very stock standard, front to back comps that aren't complicated, but they play some good League of Legends individually and they make it work together. And I think that's all you need to be. That's my MO. I pick Orin, I pick Renekton, I go 5v5 people. And I've made people across the world believe that you can win against Asian teams. They can beat us, they can beat any team. And I think that's super exciting to see, honestly.
Do you think they'll still be a threat in the lower bracket then?
I think 100% they can take games off everyone. And honestly, if they clean up their actual games where they get advantages and they actually, get to the finish line, I definitely think they can be a threat.
All right, fantastic. Well, I want to get your thoughts on the next series that we'll have tomorrow because Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Now is it going to be a little closer because you just decimated Cloud9. TL looked really good with Yuji coming in. I want to get your thoughts on that matchup.
So coming into playoffs and you're preparing for a best of 5, it's also like you really need to weigh in Fearless like how much firepower you're busting out on game 1, how much firepower you're using game 2. You know what I mean? Like you need to weigh out your picks. Like Renekton came in game 3. I didn't pick him game 2. It's something you have to consider, and the power level of teams shifts dramatically when you have a player that overperforms on a champion naturally. Like, for example, this game, they gave me a very easy Renekton angle into Sion. Not their best idea, in my opinion, but, you got to consider those things. So when we're going to see C9TL go up against each other, it'll be really interesting to see how deep Yuji's champion pool can go, how deep other players' champion pools can go, because I think Impact's been struggling a little bit. Hopefully he can, make that work in Fearless best of 5s, but I definitely think C9TL should be exciting, and it shouldn't be a 2 or 3-0 either way. We need at least 4 games in a best of 5. You didn't give us one today with a 3-0, but maybe we'll get one in the future. K-Drill was co-streaming. Any message for the Rats to close out here? I mean, just XDD, Renekton is scaling. Renekton scaling. Thank you, Bwippo. I'll let you get with the rest of the fans, but I actually want to chat with Quad here real quick. Quad, can you come up? Because I have to ask you, there was a story going around due to Neyman in one of the interviews with Masu about the apartment flooding and water flooding in the apartment. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I remember that. I honestly, it was last year summer, and then I didn't do anything on our kitchen, and then I mean, I don't cook and I don't do anything here because I don't use there, but just water is going up, and then I'm not sure how to explain, just going up and then down, and then it was like dirty water. So
okay, so Inspired said it was not your fault, no one's fault. Yeah, it broke. Is that correct?
Yeah, it did, right.
Okay, well, we actually have a gift for you here. So just in case it happens again, this is from the broadcast. This is for you, Quad, just in case the water breaks again. But that's going to be it from us here at the Fan Zone. Congratulations on the series win. I'll turn it back over to the lounge.
Thank you.
Don't die. I'm coming. Wait
I want to hit bot turret, by the way.
Wait me. I'm bringing supers.
Yeah, 30 seconds of Nash.
They want to engage.
Zaya split, okay?
I want to go on Zaya even, okay? I want to go on Zaya as well. Look at me. Watch me. Yeah, she's cooked. She's dead.
Zaya's dead. I can ult the Mundo if you can focus him.
Rakan is one shot as well.
Well played.
GG.
Welcome back to the lounge. That was the longest 3-0 in NA history. The previous record was TSM's 3-0 over CLG in 2016 Summer Semis, if you guys remember that. This is a really cool tool we have to look at. This is damage dealt to champs. As you can see, Moxley
77,000.
going up massively. This is the thing that I'm the most curious about. Damage taken.
Mundo?
Mundo's a thick boy.
So does the 77,000 damage count if all of it was on Mundo's
If all of it
ults?
was just Mundo, right? And then one thing I think that's really interesting to look at here is if I select the top laners, just because Bwippo was like, oh, not a great idea to look at give me the Renekton into the Scion, as we can see how that matchup went
8,500 gold up. I mean, the other thing, we were really ready for this to go longer. We were. So we're going to do this anyway.
We had the segment prepared, guys.
Yeah. So this, at the start of the day, all these champions were on the board for FlyQuest as champions they'd played before in the split, and any Fearless ban we'd essentially taken off of the board. For some reason, we still aren't getting games 4 and 5. We're going to get them this playoffs. But this would have been what they have left, and we were going to talk about how they could still construct their team comp. It is interesting how, like, even just in game 4 of Fearless, every champion that Inspired had played the entire split, he would have then been down to these 3, plus ones that he obviously hadn't played before. But it's cool to look at how quickly the pool actually pinches in as you get to game 4.
That is true, and you might even see like a very sneaky solo queue pick.
Here.
Oh, there's balling.
These in too.
And these were ones that we drew and pulled off.
And
They'd all been
Raz's Galio that he
they're all on the
threw
ground.
somewhere.
Tragic. But if you look at their solo queue, there might be a few little cheeky picks that can go into game 4 and game 5.
Yeah.
Inspired playing Trinimir jungle.
No.
I don't know. I'm just putting it out there into the ethos. Whoever wants to pick it.
I will say though that we talked to Fudge before the day, and he just said as long as we're better than Cloud9. I don't know if he still feels that way after being swept, but technically they lasted way longer than Cloud9, and they got way more kills. Both those games 2 and 3 were so close to Shopify taking the win. If I'm FlyQuest, I'm actually not super thrilled about the way this series went. And I hope it doesn't lead to more complacency down the road, because technically they swept, but it was against the weakest team in the upper bracket, and 2 of those games easily could have gone the other way.
Well, you heard Nuke Duck, right? He was like, I was writing it off as a loss.
Even Nuke Duck was like, we're just getting outplayed. I was kind of mad. I was like, yeah, kind of makes sense. I don't think they're going to be complacent. But it's so weird, the aura that Shopify Rebellion brings. Because every team that you talk to, it's like, oh yeah, we're getting whooped by FlyQuest and scrims. Like, there's no chance, stuff like this. And then Shopify Rebellion is like, actually, it's a lot more even for us. For some reason, they have some aura. But I mean, they're going to be going down to the losers bracket. We got to see what happens there.
Yeah, 2 things that Shopify is going to completely kick themselves over. It's building 2 QSSs in game 2 against Mordekaiser, and then later selling the Palafox sold his QSS for a stopwatch when I imagine, I don't want to say that he thought it worked on Mordekaiser ult. That's the implication. It does not. He didn't use the QSS when he died. And then in game 3, B-Boy hitting the blast cone
Yeah.
at Infernal Soul.
That was tough.
to lose
That was painful.
Those are those just facepalm moments that they're going to be living with now that they're in the lower bracket. But we have player of the series from this week.
Actually, I have no idea who it's going to be.
It's going to be a competitive one. It's
Yeah.
Masu.
Boom!
Whoa.
That makes sense.
He did do over 1,000 damage per minute. I will say, I'd say a lot of that was against Mundo.
Okay, but then you have the Senna game that
Senna
was like
game was great.
solo
Okay, you're right. His
carrying
Senna game
in
did
losing
solo
position.
carry.
His
193 soul Senna.
His Varus game was great too. And in general, I felt like a lot of members on FlyQuest can deserve it. This was kind of disgusting. Meow. But yes, the Senna game was generational. That's what you really had as a great case study of this is why we picked Senna, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at all that damage contract.
I mean, look at all that damage he's doing to contracts. Unbelievable. Whippo, I'd say, and to me, my vote was actually for Masu. Or sorry, not for Busio, because I thought he was just completely solid the entire time. But it's always hard to differentiate between bot lane success with the way Busio is playing on both engaged champs and on support champs like the Nami. But well-deserved for anyone who wins this, including Masu.
And a stellar performance for the FlyQuest bot lane. We kind of talked about how Best of Series had opened it up to us being able to watch them play more things. I think the team is incredibly confident in these guys, way more confident than they used to be. They're more than willing to pull out something like the Lucian Nami and be like, you know what, take it.
True.
And outside of some mid-game, Masu did have a couple of mid-game snafus, he still played that game really well. So.
Yeah, honorable mention towards Bippo, of course. The Renekton game was pretty huge. The Ornn game, too, that was... Can't really play much against that.
Draft-wise, results-wise, really impressive from FlyQuest.
Yes.
But I think if you look at the minutia of games 2 and 3, they're not going to be that happy as the 14-2, now 17-2 total game score if you include everything in the regular season.
True.
Positioning phase, group stage, and first round of playoffs. But they're still the best team until they are not.
Exactly.
Let's look at the bracket. Number 1 seed FlyQuest is advancing in that upper bracket. Shopify drops down to the losers bracket. They will play 100 Thieves.
Rematch!
Ooh, grudge match for 100 Thieves next week.
Oh, man.
We shouldn't have been here before, but now we're dragging you with us.
100 Thieves was very mad about that.
They were.
That they both went 1 and 2 in the group stage, and then the positioning phase didn't matter in that context, so Shopify ended up getting the upper bracket. Now they can kick Shopify out of the whole thing. But tomorrow, May 25th, C9 versus TL. That's going to be what we're checking out tomorrow.
We're going to get game 4. I'm feeling it.
At least
Surely we
do.
get at least a game 4.
Unless C9 is actually as good as they were last week, in which case it's already over.
Yeah.
Okay. They need to improve. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific, C9 versus TL. We'll see you then. We got some old popcorn.
Welcome back to the LTA. Can Shopify pull off the upset, or will FlyQuest continue the dominance they've demonstrated throughout Split 2?
I'm on the way.
Yeah.
I can look Galio or Varus in rotation here.
I have
Looks
double
like-
red, so
No flash. Nice.
I play low here.
I'm fighting the Fury.
Yeah, you fight cut it all.
They're all fucked out.
Go mid. We end.
Choke theory?
Distraction theory.
19-6. They're going to slam game 1 and start this series off with a win.
Flashing.
I'm on Senna, guys.
Yeah.
Look at Senna.
Senna died.
Okay, on me. Yeah, they're top.
Yeah,
Kill them.
yeah.
Hold the poison ult. Kill in ult.
Yeah, I will just kill more.
I'm behind enemy lines here.
Okay.
Low top.
Keep it to Azir or
I'll get
Azir.
top.
Get top. 2-2, yeah.
I get.
Really good.
Nice
Good
guys, nice
Hitting
guys.
him. I'm coming.
He's fucked.
He
He
has
has
QSS.
He's dead. Azir is dead.
Ezreal 1, no barrier.
Yorick TP'd and try.
Careful though, you're gonna die.
Yorick's and try.
Okay.
Running at you. Yorick's not helping.
Coming corner.
Ezreal 1 HP.
No flash Skarner.
No flash Ezreal.
FlyQuest, from a 7,000 goal deficit, come back to hit match point after game 2.
Just kill.
No, you have to.
Ataka? Ataka!
Okay.
Rent no flash, guys.
Yeah,
Rent
yeah.
no flash.
I don't think
Rand is dead. I'm just killing Cedric.
Yeah, kill Cedric.
Try to run. Rent no flash.
I will
He's
live.
out.
Yeah. Zaya no flash. Rakan no flash.
I want to go on Zaya, okay? Stun Zaya. We killed them all. I killed them.
Yeah.
FlyQuest will take the win in this series. It might be the longest 3-0 in North American history.